Starting from becoming the king of Saiyans, Lin Chen transmigrates to the Dragon Ball world and unexpectedly awakens the strongest selection system. Choice 1, defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward, legendary Saiyan bloodline. Choice 2, defeat Supreme Kai. Reward, Supreme Kai's powers. Chapter 1, From today on I am the king. Dragon Ball world, in an unknown universe, Planet Vegeta. One day, in the Saiyan Palace at the central region of the planet, King Vegeta had summoned all the mid-class warriors on Planet Vegeta. Their objective, however, was to discuss how to deal with a baby. A Saiyan knelt before the throne and asked humbly, "Your Majesty, please forgive my recklessness, I heard you are going to send my son Broly to a border planet?" "That's right," said King Vegeta on the platform. But Your Majesty, I heard that the place where you are going to send my son is a deserted planet called Vampa with nothing at all. Your son's potential is very high. I am afraid that he will threaten the safety of us Saiyans in the future, so I am just sending him away instead of killing him. You should thank me, Paragus." "What?" The Saiyan named Paragus stood up with his fists clenched tightly, his fury burning uncontrollably. "Damn it, King Vegeta! You are just jealous of my son's potential and afraid that he will threaten your son's position. You bastard!" King Vegeta sneered, "So what? Your son is about to be sent away as we speak." "What?" Paragus rushed to a window in panic and looked out. It's just that on the launch pad outside the window, there was no sign of a spacecraft taking off. At this moment, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and broke in. "Paragus, don't worry, Broly's spacecraft has been stopped by me." You are..." Paragus and the others in the palace looked at the person who had arrived in surprise, while King Vegeta sitting on the throne stood up and said angrily, "Lynx! How dare you come back?" The person who had arrived was Lin Chen, of course, this was his name from his previous life. In this life, his name is Lynx, and he is a wanted young Saiyan warrior. The reason for being wanted is because Lynx abandoned the mission given to him by King Vegeta after he reincarnated in this world and disappeared for 4 straight years. "Lynx! You disobeyed my orders and ran away 4 years ago. You dare to come back now? Did you come looking for death?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth and said, "I'm here to inform you about something. Soon, Frieza will come to annihilate us Saiyans. If we don't prepare early, the entire planet Vegeta will perish." Hearing this, the place suddenly became quiet, and the mouths of the mid-class warriors present opened wide and even Paragus had a shocked look on his face. The next moment, laughter burst out in the palace. Everyone took Lin Chen's words as a joke. Who is he kidding? Saiyans are the right-hand man of Lord Frieza, why would Lord Frieza annihilate Saiyans? Lin Chen snorted coldly. The situation was exactly as he thought. "I am afraid that unless Bardock is here, no one will believe my words. But it's been 4 years since he came to the Dragon Ball world. He has been living by concealing his name in the outside world all this while and has finally returned to Planet Vegeta, not to get ridiculed here. Shut up all of you!" Lin Chen shouted loudly, then pointed at King Vegeta on the throne and said, "Saiyans must obey the king's orders. King Vegeta, even if I can't convince them, it's fine as long as I convince you alone. According to Saiyan tradition, I will challenge you for the throne." "What?" King Vegeta's eyes widened, thinking he had heard it wrong. Lin Chen said, "As we all know, the reason why you can sit firmly on the throne is because your grandfather brought the Saiyans to conquer the Tuffles and occupied the planet. But according to our Saiyan tradition, the king's position should belong to the strongest. So, I'm going to challenge you now, and as long as I win, I'll be the new Saiyan king." As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a mid-class warrior jumped out, "How dare you? Lynx, you dare to disrespect King Vegeta? You have to beat me first. Go away. My only target is him." Lin Chen pointed at King Vegeta and said, "Could it be that you dare not accept the challenge? Foolish." Blue veins protrude out on King Vegeta's forehead. "Lynx, you are just an insignificant low-class warrior, you dare to challenge me? Good, very good. I accept your challenge. I want everyone to understand what will happen if you anger me." "Ah!" King Vegeta let out a loud shout, and his aura erupted out in full force. He flew up from the throne and shot out towards Lin Chen like a sharp arrow. But... bang! King Vegeta's fist was surprisingly blocked by Lin Chen with just one finger. Damn it, how is this possible? Follow. EOist Stories at N. v. l/by/n. Com. Vegeta's expression changed drastically. He had used his full strength for this punch, but it was blocked by Lin Chen with just one finger. I'm King Vegeta. King of Saiyans. King Vegeta quickly took a step back, condensed energy with both hands, and formed an energy bomb with all his energy, then he smashed it towards Lynx. However, the energy bomb was deflected by Lynx with a flick of his finger, which smashed straight through the Imperial Palace, and flew into the sky. Boom! The violent explosion attracted the attention of Saiyans around the palace. Why? King Vegeta looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. But Lin Chen didn't show any changes in his expression. I have been fighting for my life for the past 4 years just for today, so how can you, who has been living comfortably on the throne, compare with me? But your power level? King Vegeta has been using the scouter all along, and the scouter on his left eye has been showing that the power level of Lin Chen in front of him is only 2000. That kind of toy can't detect the instant power level. Now I can control my aura. My real power level is 10 times yours. 10 times? Not only King Vegeta, but everyone else present on the scene inhaled a mouthful of cold air. If that's true, it's pretty shocking. 100,000 power level? This is definitely the number 1 power level amongst the Saiyans. Lin Chen is obviously just a low-class warrior. Why does he have such strength? No, impossible. How could you have 100,000 power level? I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. Just when King Vegeta was yelling, Lin Chen suddenly disappeared from his position, and the next moment, he appeared behind King Vegeta. With just one punch, he knocked out King Vegeta. While King Vegeta fell to the ground, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and took off the ring necklace that symbolizes the kingship. Lin Chen raised the necklace high and walked towards the throne that previously belonged to King Vegeta. Starting today, I am the new King of Saiyans. It has been 4 full years since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Finally, he has been waiting for this moment. Lin Chen knew that from this point on, he could finally begin the final step of his plan, killing Frieza and preventing the destruction of Planet Vegeta. He did all this only because when he first arrived in this world, he was bound to the strongest selection system. And the first choices that the system gave to him are as follows. Choice 1, defeat Frieza and prevent the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward, Legendary Saiyan bloodline. Choice 2, defeat Supreme Kai. Reward, Supreme Kai's powers. Choice 3, defeat God of Destruction and stop the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Reward, God of Destruction's power. Chapter 2, An Impossible Mission. Lin Chen was overjoyed when he first learned that he had obtained the selection system. The standard gold finger of a transmigrator. Sure enough, he got it too. But after seeing the 3 choices given by the system, Lin Chen, who was familiar with the storyline, turned green. What are these 3 choices? Each of them is crazier than the last. Not to mention the great demon King Frieza, our Supreme Kai and God of Destruction, someone that can be dealt by him who doesn't even have 10,000 power level? Others can get a novice gift pack after they get a system, but how come he was given a mission of hell difficulty just after he obtained a system? Isn't this a sham? Lin Chen wanted to give up on selecting an option at that time, but the system immediately retorted, the mission cannot be given up, you must select one option and complete it before Planet Vegeta is destroyed, otherwise the host will be obliterated. Faced with the threat of being killed from the system, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and chose the first option without thinking. Frieza, Supreme Kai and God of Destruction. For Lin Chen, who is just an ordinary low-class warrior right now, it is only Frieza whom he has a ray of hope of defeating him in theory. Moreover, opportunities are often accompanied by risks. If he can successfully accomplish the mission this time, his future will be extremely bright. There are many crises in Dragon Ball world. Even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, he may not be able to protect himself. However, if he can obtain the bloodline of the legendary Saiyan, then with the strength of a legendary Saiyan shown in the original work, no matter what crises he encounters in the future, he will surely be able to survive. So after that, Lin Chen fully concentrated on preparing for 4 full years in order to defeat Frieza before he destroys Planet Vegeta. Relying on the system's prompts, Lin Chen had already accurately grasped the time when he crossed over, which was the year of age 733, 4 years before Planet Vegeta was destroyed. There is not much time left for Lin Chen. And since Kakarot has not been born yet and Saiyan Prince Vegeta is only 1 year old, it was also difficult for him to find allies. So it was an almost impossible mission if he wanted to deal with Frieza. But after careful analysis of the storyline, Lin Chen found a ray of hope to achieve his goal, but to achieve this goal, he must at least have power level of more than 60,000. And get support from all Saiyans. So for this goal, Lin Chen escaped while out on a mission and started wandering alone in the universe. In the first year, Lin Chen tried to rely on training to improve his power level. The power level of the body which he transmigrated to was only 2000, which is the most common level of low-level warriors amongst the Saiyans. Although his physical age is only 14 years old, there is still the possibility of improvement, but it's not too hopeful. In the past year, Lin Chen had gone through untold hardships and only raised his power level to 10,000, which is still miles away from his goal of at least 60,000 power level. So in the second year, Lin Chen changed his plan. He has to admit that he does not have the same talent as Kakarot and Vegeta, and it is very difficult to improve to 60,000 power level in the remaining 3 years. So in the second year, Lin Chen spent a whole year inquiring about the whereabouts of Planet Namek in the universe. Under the current circumstances, the only way Lin Chen could think of to quickly improve his strength in a short period of time was to go to Planet Namek. It's not that he wants to rely on Dragon Balls to make a wish and improve his ability, because that's simply impossible. Even Shenron's ability has its limitations. Moreover, with his strength at that time, it was impossible to defeat Planet Namek, which was protected by Nail. So his real purpose was to reach an agreement with the Great Elder so that the Great Elder could enhance his potential. The Great Elder of Planet Namek has a special ability to awaken the potential of a human body. In the original work, after his guidance, Krillin and Gohan, who originally had only 1 or 2,000 power level, had their strength increased by tenfold. If Lin Chen can also get the help of the Great Elder, then his goal can be easily achieved. So, after finding Planet Namek, Lin Chen immediately headed to the planet, and then spent another year on it. As the vicious Scion's reputation in the universe is terrible, Lin Chen's journey to meet the Great Elder was not all smooth sailing. At first, when the Namekians saw that he was a Scion, they thought he was here to invade their planet, so they attacked him without any explanation. Even after knowing Lin Chen's apparent intentions, the Namekians still didn't fully trust his words. They proposed that in order to meet the Great Elder, he must accept their challenge. So it took Lin Chen another year to pass the multiple tests of wisdom, courage, and power level by the Namekians, and finally, he met the Great Elder and reached a special agreement with him. As the agreed condition, Lin Chen's fighting potential was completely unleashed by the Great Elder, and now finally he has a power level of more than 110,000. It took 4 years to grow from a low-level warrior to a Saiyan with 110,000 power level. The hardships involved can be imagined, but these 4 years of hard work was all worth it. Sitting on the throne, as Lin Chen reminisced about the past 4 years, he raised his head and said to everyone in front of him who were still in shock, "Everyone, I know that some of you may still not accept me. But according to tradition, I've just become the king. I have a week to rest, and if you want to challenge me, you have to wait 1 week. After 1 week, if I lose, you can depose me and kill me, but before that, I will never allow anyone to act arbitrarily. My next order may be strange, but you must obey them. First of all, today's matter can only be known to us Saiyans, and we must not tell Frieza that the Saiyans king has changed. Secondly, all the mid-class warriors present here, I need you to act immediately and kill all of Frieza's subordinates on Planet Vegeta, leaving behind only the person in charge of communication to pass false information that all is good to Frieza Force. We must not let them get the slightest wind of our movements in the next few days." Links. Under the throne, King Vegeta had already regained consciousness. While laying on the ground, he looked at Lin Chen in shock. What are you going to do?" Lin Chen glanced at King Vegeta and said, "What am I going to do? I'm going to lead all Saiyans and betray Frieza." Hearing this, the Saiyans below were stunned. Betray Frieza? Betray the Universal Emperor who can run amok in the universe? Is Lin Chen crazy? Although they were skeptical of Lin Chen's words. However, the king's order cannot be disobeyed. On this day, Lin Chen's Scion's secret betrayal plan began. Chapter 3, Change the Fate and Protect Planet Vegeta. When Lin Chen's Scion's betrayal plan began, on the surface, nothing changed. Scion's elite forces led by mid-class warriors quickly suppressed the Frieza Force Liaison Office on Planet Vegeta, forcing the communication officer to send false messages to Frieza Force. Reporting to Sir, Everything is as usual on Planet Vegeta and nothing has changed. On the other side, Lin Chen personally led a group of Saiyan warriors to quickly suppress and eliminate several high-level warriors of Frieza Force on the planet who were responsible for monitoring King Vegeta. After encrypting the communicator, Lin Chen then invited the captains of all Saiyan squads to assemble and explained his plan to them. As we all know, being the Universal Emperor, Frieza's strength, at least for now, far exceeds that of everyone on Planet Vegeta. In his first form alone, he has more than 530,000 power level. Not to mention he has 3 more forms. Can't defeat him. Even the arrogant King Vegeta didn't think that Saiyans have a chance of defeating Frieza. And Lin Chen also thinks so. However, beneath the impossibility, Lin Chen saw a glimmer of hope for them to kill Frieza. And that is because Frieza doesn't have fluent control of his powers, so he has always been in the first form in order to control his powers. And in this form, Frieza's power level is such that he can be killed by Lin Chen. Because as long as Lin Chen transforms into Great Ape, he can have more than 1 million power level for a short period of time, updated from N0/V/LB/.CO/M. 1 million power level, it was enough to allow him to kill Frieza who only has 530,000 power level. Don't think it's impossible. After all, in the original work, in order to obtain power to defeat Frieza, Vegeta who possessed at least 100,000 power level weakened his aura, but was almost killed by Krillin, who only had about 20,000 power level. So as long as Lin Chen moves quickly, catching him unprepared, and attacks before Frieza transforms, Lin Chen can really turn impossibility into possibility and kill Frieza with a mere 100,000 power level. It's an outrageous idea. But if you think about it, it's actually possible to implement. Lin Chen then asked all Saiyans to assemble in the capital to prepare for the arrival of the tyrant. Although they can't injure Frieza, they can help Lin Chen attract Frieza's attention. After all, Frieza is not alone. He also has the powerful Frieza force under him. If Lin Chen is alone, Frieza might transform in advance before he arrives close to him. It's not that no one had objection to this plan. Since surrendering to Frieza and his father, King Cold, although Saiyans have lived a humiliating life, it has overall been fairly peaceful. And becoming Frieza's subordinates, conquering planets for him, just fits Saiyans' bloodthirsty fighting nature. So for them, they have no reason to betray Frieza. About this, Lin Chen used only one sentence to persuade the former King Vegeta and then used his prestige to persuade others. King Vegeta, you must be wondering why would Frieza want to destroy Planet Vegeta? Did you piss off God of Destruction Beerus a few years ago? Be Beerus-sama? At this moment, King Vegeta finally completely believed Lin Chen's words. When his son was 3 years old, King Vegeta had once offended God of Destruction Beerus. And Frieza, under Beerus' instruction, has been preparing to destroy the planet Vegeta. King Vegeta knew very well that if what Lin Chen said was true, then it is impossible for Frieza to let off Planet Vegeta, so he put down his resentment and chose to surrender to Lin Chen and cooperate with him to ensure that Lin Chen's plan was foolproof. At his persuasion, many Saiyans, albeit reluctantly, eventually obeyed the order. In addition, on the low-class warriors' side, Lin Chen also found his ally. That is Goku's father, Bardock. Bardock, an elite warrior who is nowadays highly regarded among the low-class warriors, was hit by the magical fist of Akana-san when his squad invaded planet Kanasa, so he has the ability to see the future. On the entire Saiyan planet, he is the most staunchly on Lin Chen's side. Because in his dream, Bardock had seen Frieza destroy Planet Vegeta. The mid-class warriors have King Vegeta, and the low-class warriors have Bardock. They became Lin Chen's right-hand man, perfecting the final plan for him. Just like this, a few days later. On the night Bardock predicted, all the Saiyans gathered in the capital of Planet Vegeta and looked up at the sky together. Bardock, is it time? Lin Chen looked at the sky and asked in a low voice. Beside him, Bardock whispered, Yes, Your Majesty. Frieza will arrive soon. Our fate, the fate of all Saiyans depends on this. King Vegeta said nervously on the side. We will win. Lin Chen comforted. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The next moment, the scouters on all Saiyans present on the scene read many huge energy readings. Many of them were stunned. Sure enough, it's the same as what their King Lynx said. Frieza really came uninvited with his army. Lin Chen took a deep breath and his expression turned grave. Next, he will create a miracle. If his plan succeeds, it will probably be an unprecedented battle where the weak defeats the strong that would far surpass the original work. Whether I can complete the mission and obtain the legendary Saiyans bloodline, it depends on this. Former King Vegeta, Paragus. Your two squads can begin. King Vegeta and Paragus nodded. In this battle, the two of them each were going to lead a squad of elite warriors, but they were not going to participate in the attack. Their task is to create artificial moons on the ground. And if the moon is destroyed, they need to create another one, always keeping artificial moons hanging in the sky. Although there is no danger, every time an artificial moon is created, it will consume a lot of their ki. Only high-level warriors like them can have the spare energy to continue to create them. Don't worry, King Lynx. 4 Saiyans. The next moment, dazzling white light spheres formed in their hands. Then, several warriors threw the white light in their hands into the sky, and after a while, light spheres like a bright moon were hanging in the sky, emitting a dim brilliance like the moon on Earth. These spheres of light are the artificial moons created by King Vegeta and others. Following the creation of these moons, all Saiyans on Planet Vegeta sounded the horn to attack Frieza. Chapter 4, Killing Frieza and the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. When Planet Vegeta's sky got covered with artificial moons, one after another Blutz waves shot to the surface. Blutz wave is a special energy generated during a full moon. Saiyans' eyes can absorb this special wavelength that is only generated from a full moon, and a mutation occurs in their tails which can allow them to complete a transformation called Great Ape. Right now, after the 3 moons in the sky were reflected in Saiyans' eyes on the ground, their bodies began to expand in size. The protective clothing on their body also slowly expanded. These Saiyans began to emit an unruly, violent, and powerful aura. Their tails grew longer, and no matter whether they were male or female, their heads began to protrude significantly, and their teeth became sharper like beasts. Before long, terrifying great apes more than 20 meters tall were everywhere. Saiyans! Charge! The great ape that Bardock had transformed into thumped its chest and roared before flying towards the sky. Behind him, countless great apes also flew up, attacking Frieza's spaceship that had entered the stratosphere. Normally, transforming into great ape would cause Saiyans to lose their rationality, but this loss of control is not completely uncontrollable. A trained Saiyan can, at least, keep a shred of sanity in their mind to accomplish their task. And this time, in all Saiyans' hearts, there was only one goal, and that is to destroy the Frieza force in the sky. When such a large group of gorillas took off from the planet, Frieza force in space naturally discovered them. Lo, Lord Frieza! The Saiyans have transformed into Great Ape and are coming over here. What? These lowly Saiyans! What are they trying to do? Beside Frieza, a chubby pink alien said in panic. Calm down, Dodoria. They are just some wild monkeys. There's no need to be afraid. Tell the warriors of Frieza force on the spaceship to attack. Said a handsome alien. Yes, I understand, Mr. Zarbon. Dodoria nodded and immediately gave an order, hurry up, tell the warriors on the spaceship to attack and stop these wild monkeys. When Dodoria hurriedly gave the order, Zarbon said to Emperor Frieza who was sitting in the hover pod behind him, My lord, it seems that those Saiyans were prepared. I am afraid your plan has been leaked. Oh ho ho ho. It's just some stinky monkeys. If they think they can deal with me like this, then they are too naive. Frieza laughed disdainfully. Although Saiyans transformed into Great Ape, their power level only increased by 10 times. But even so, these Saiyans are far from his match who has 530,000 power level. Frieza watched it happen with a smile on his face, not at all worried. However, the face of the proud Universal Emperor soon turned red because of those gorillas. Lo, Lord Frieza! Our main force fought against the Saiyans. In the first wave of attack, our army lost 94% of warriors. Bang! A death beam suddenly slammed into the head of the warrior who reported the situation of the battlefield, directly blowing his head into pieces. Frieza gritted his teeth and said while suppressing his anger, "Tch. A bunch of useless trash." Lord Frieza, after the Saiyans transformed into Great Ape, their power level has increased by 10 times. There are at least over 100 Saiyans outside. Even the Jinyu force will have difficulty against such a force. Zarbon reminded softly. I see. These damn monkeys, I'll send them all to hell for this. Frieza's smile slowly faded. He floated up and flew out from the top of the spaceship. A bunch of wild monkeys, why not obediently stay on Planet Vegeta and turn into stars together with the planet? Did you really want to become cosmic dust? The corner of Frieza's mouth curled into a grim arc as his body slowly flew out of the spaceship and floated in space. Right in front of him, a gorilla army of astonishing numbers was about to arrive in front of him. Frieza raised one of his fingers and was about to start gathering energy when suddenly, Frieza! A loud shout sounded behind Frieza. He turned around his head and saw an untransformed Saiyan standing on top of the spaceship. And this Saiyan was surprisingly Lin Chen. When all the Saiyans had transformed into gorillas, Lin Chen used them as a cover to sneak next to Frieza's spaceship. On planet Namek, Lin Chen got more than a simple improvement in his power level. He also completely grasped Namekian's key control. So when Frieza Force's attention was drawn to those gorillas with astonishing energy, no one noticed Lin Chen, who had deliberately retracted his aura, and without letting anyone notice, arrived near the spaceship. And Lin Chen's actions are for this moment. Just when Frieza was stunned, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the artificial moons on planet Vegeta. The next moment, his body expanded as rapidly as a balloon, and the energy in his body completely erupted out uncontrollably. 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. The power level in Frieza's scouter kept climbing. Just as the scouter read 180,000, his scouter exploded with a loud bang. Damn it, monkey! At this moment, Frieza felt an immense threat for the first time. Saiyans' Great Ape transformation can increase their power level by 10 times, but the Saiyan in front of him was displaying power level around 100,000 before transforming, and multiplied by 10 times, isn't he more powerful than his current form? Frieza jumped out of the hover pod in a panic, then broke his battle armor, and was about to start transforming. But at this moment, Lin Chen, who had turned into a gorilla, opened his mouth and roared towards Frieza. Roar! An enormous ki blast spewed out of Lin Chen's mouth and shot straight towards Frieza. The enormous ki blast engulfed the Universal Emperor before he could transform. The arrogant Emperor only had time to shout, "How dare you!" before he turned blurry and disappeared into space. The ki blast that engulfed Frieza did not disappear, instead as Lin Chen turned his head, it swept towards Frieza's spaceship. King Frieza! The people on the spaceship screamed in despair before turning to dust with their spaceship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first option. Reward, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Will you merge with the bloodline immediately? The system's voice, which he hadn't heard in a long time, resounded in Lin Chen's mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Finally! It took him 4 full years to complete this seemingly impossible mission. When his power level was merely 100,000, he defeated Frieza, the Universal Emperor. Chapter 5, Future Choices in the Saiyan Empire. Host, do you want to immediately merge with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Changing back to human form from the Great Ape, in Lin Chen's mind, the system's voice sounded again. System, will there be any side effects from merging with the bloodline? Lin Chen asked. Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline has a physique that the stronger beings they encounter, the more strong they will become, and the heavier the injuries, the stronger they will become. In order to obtain this power, the host's body needs to be transformed. How long will it take to transform? 5 years. What? It will take 5 years? Hearing this, Lin Chen didn't answer immediately, instead he looked behind him. After the battle was over, the Saiyans gradually changed back to their human forms. Looking at the location where Frieza's spaceship used to be, they were very excited. We killed that tyrant. Saiyans are invincible. Long live King Lynx! Although at first many people were skeptical about attacking Frieza. But when Frieza was really eliminated, the arrogance deep in the Saiyans' bones immediately burst out. Looking at the happy Saiyans who were getting carried away, Lin Chen knew that now is not the time to be happy. Although Frieza was eliminated for the time being, preventing the destruction of Planet Vegeta, but is Frieza really dead? Lin Chen, who is familiar with the storyline, was naturally aware of the terrifying vitality of frost demons. Although they don't have the ability to regenerate like Namekians, frost demons can still resurrect even if their bodies are torn into pieces. And even if Frieza is really dead, don't forget that besides Frieza, there is also his father King Cold, and an unknown elder brother Cooler. These people may one day attack them in order to avenge Frieza. For this reason, he must find a way to make arrangements, otherwise, it is very likely that when he wakes up after 5 years, Planet Vegeta would already be destroyed. So, System, don't merge the bloodline for the time being, wait for my order. Up. TED Chapters. NN. Felben.com. Understood. While agreeing, the system issued a new prompt. Ding. Sensing the host's feeling of crisis, triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, give up Planet Vegeta and become a wandering Saiyan. Reward, title, The Lonely Saiyan King. Effect, power level plus 1 million. Choice 2, hunt down the Frost Demon race in a limited time. Reward, get a Frost Demon servant. Choice 3, protect Planet Vegeta, build a Saiyan empire. Reward, Kibito's instant transmission. A friendly reminder from the system. This time's selection reward will be issued in advance, but if the host does not finish the task selected, he will be erased. He didn't expect that just after the previous choice was completed, a new choice came. Looking at the 3 rewards being provided by the system, Lin Chen began to think. He directly removed the first choice, a mere 1 million power level. He believes that as long as he merges with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, he can naturally achieve it easily. The second choice looks good, and it means that he should be able to have a member of the Frost Demon race like Frieza as his subordinate. But this choice, Lin Chen thought about it and still removed it. Because this choice actually implies a trap. Hunting down the Frost Demon race within a limited time, but how long is the time limit? If it was 5 years, wouldn't the moment he woke up from the deep sleep, the time would be up? But if in order to complete the mission, he did not merge with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, how could he hunt down the Frost Demon race? So Lin Chen could only look at this choice. System, choose 3. Ding. Congratulations host on selecting a choice, the reward has been delivered. Next, please protect Planet Vegeta. Once Planet Vegeta is destroyed, the host will be erased immediately. After Lin Chen made his choice, a few seconds later, the system prompt sounded. At the same time, Lin Chen's mind immediately gained knowledge of how to perform instant transmission. Kibito's instant transmission is slightly different from Goku's instant transmission. With Kibito's instant transmission, one can immediately arrive on any planet in the mortal world of the universe, and does not need to focus on an energy source, but it cannot precisely look for a person. In other words, Lin Chen can now move around the universe at will, instead of wasting precious time on space travel as in the past. Including the planet Namek he had been to, it would only take an instant to arrive. Next, he should make preparations to merge with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. For the 5 years, he has to prepare an insurance for Planet Vegeta to ensure that before he wakes up, this bunch of Saiyans would not again embark on the fate of extinction. Soon after, Planet Vegeta, inside the King's Palace. Outside the palace, Saiyans, who have defeated the Universal Emperor, were partying, and all kinds of Saiyans' favorite meat and wine were available in unlimited quantities. Inside the palace, Lin Chen, who was the biggest contributor to the victory of this battle, summoned 3 Saiyans separately. The 3 Saiyans are King Vegeta, Bardock and Paragus. Lin Chen is going into seclusion for 5 years. During these 5 years, in order to ensure that Planet Vegeta is not neglected, he already has an idea, but this idea alone is not enough. It must be said that Saiyan is actually quite a race. Their average strength is clearly not strong in the universe. Many races in the universe were naturally much stronger than them, but these Saiyans self-proclaim themselves as a fighting race and love to cause trouble. In 5 years, Lin Chen can ensure that the enemy will not come to their door, but it is difficult to guarantee that Saiyans themselves will not raise chaos, so he needs someone who can take charge of the overall situation during these 5 years. And he feels that the previous King Vegeta and the elite warrior Bardock are the most suitable candidates. King Vegeta is popular, while Bardock has the calm judgment that Saiyans lack, a touch of humanity, plus the prediction powers he got from Kana-san. With the 2 of them around, there is a high probability that Saiyans' wild ambitions can be suppressed and they won't cause trouble. As for Paragus, this guy himself has no powers, but his son Broly is a time bomb hidden on Planet Vegeta. Broly, who is only 1 year old, already has 10,000 power level. In 5 years, this kid will grow into an extremely powerful Saiyan, but at the same time, he will also be full of danger. A little carelessness may even destroy Planet Vegeta. Therefore, Lin Chen's plan is to arrange for Broly to go to another place, so that he can grow up peacefully there. According to the storyline in Lin Chen's memories, as long as he is not provoked, Broly under normal conditions is actually a child who likes to communicate with others, is filial, and values friendship. His personality is very similar to that of Goku. He is not suited to live with the violent and cruel Saiyans, but is better off with certain peaceful races. After arranging Paragus as the staff officer of Saiyan Force and making him the third person only inferior to King Vegeta and Bardock after he left, Lin Chen successfully got the power on how to handle Broly. Regarding Lin Chen's intentions, Paragus didn't have any doubts about him. After all, if it hadn't been for Lin Chen, they father and son would have been exiled by King Vegeta by now. Chapter 6, Selecting Representatives and Making Arrangements for Broly. Saiyans Incubation Room. After all Saiyans are born, they will be put into the incubation room for standardized care, and then sent to different planets to carry out missions according to their aptitude. G. TT the L. Test. V. LS it. O slash, V, slash E slash L slash by. Dot, CO. However, after Lin Chen has become king, all this will change. According to Lin Chen's order, the newly born Saiyans in the future will not be sent to other planets, but will stay on the planet to grow up. In the 5 years that Lin Chen will be away, Planet Vegeta needs to concentrate all the Saiyans' strength to defend themselves. He would not allow Saiyans, who already have a sparse population and whose average power level was not high, to commit the taboo of a military commander who spread out his forces. However, there is only one baby, which requires Lin Chen's special attention. This baby is Paragus' child, Broly. Standing in front of Broly's incubator, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Even without a scouter, he could sense that the child in the incubator already possessed a strength no weaker than that of Bardock next to him. As expected, is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Although he'll soon be able to possess the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan, but with Broly's strength, I am not sure if Broly won't pose a threat to me in the future. Ding! It is detected that the host has killing intent towards Broly. Initializing the strongest choices. Choice 1, immediately kill Broly and eliminate future troubles. Reward, 1 portion of legendary Super Saiyan serum. Power level plus 1 million. Choice 2, exile Broly to Planet Vampa. Reward, 5 portions of Super Saiyan serum. Power level plus 500,000. Choice 3, take care of Broly yourself or let someone else take care of Broly. Reward, Broly will become loyal to the host, power level plus 100,000. Broly may still lose his rationality in the future. Hey? Lin Chen couldn't help but be dazed. He didn't expect another selection prompt to appear at this time. But looking at the 3 choices this time, Lin Chen thought to himself. Whether it's killing Broly or exiling him, it seems to be a good choice. The serums should be special items that can make people have the ability to transform into Super Saiyan. On the contrary, the third choice is just to exchange for Broly's loyalty in the future, which seems a bit tasteless. System, I will select the third choice. Ding, the host has selected a choice, and the reward has been redeemed. Please honor the choice as soon as possible. The next moment, Lin Chen felt that his strength had improved a little. Although Lin Chen was a Saiyan in this life, he didn't plan to live as indifferently and ruthlessly as Saiyans. And he even intends to completely correct the current atmosphere of killing and bullying among Saiyans. Therefore, whether it is the first or second choice, Lin Chen never considered it from the beginning. As for the third choice, this was Lin Chen's original plan, so of course he chose 3. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately opened Broly's incubator and released him from the culture solution. It may be that system's reward has come into effect. Broly, who was released, didn't look violent like an ordinary Saiyan child after seeing Lin Chen in front of him. Instead, he looked at Lin Chen obediently without saying a word. Looking at his son, Paragus on the side felt a little reluctant. After all, this is his own son, and he is about to be separated from him soon. Moreover, the most important thing is that his son is only 1 year old, but he already has 10,000 power level. If I can stay by his side, in the future, I wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone except for Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Paragus said, Your Majesty Lynx, King Vegeta is cunning and selfish. I'm afraid that after you leave, he may raise the flag of rebellion again. Why don't you leave Broly with me so that he can be my and Bardock's helper? Lin Chen glanced coldly at Paragus, who immediately lowered his head feeling pressured. Bardock's expression also changed abruptly. For some reason, he could feel a pressure much more stronger than before from Lin Chen. You don't have to worry about King Vegeta, he knows how serious the situation is. Planet Vegeta is still far from out of crisis, he won't act recklessly. Lin Chen knew that although Frieza had been dealt with, it was God of Destruction Beerus who ordered the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Once Beerus wakes from his slumber, Planet Vegeta will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. If King Vegeta doesn't want to become Saiyan's sinner, he can only obediently comply with Lin Chen's arrangements. Well, I'll bring Broly away now. Remember to help King Vegeta properly, and soon after, Planet Vegeta will undergo surprising changes. You don't have to worry, you just need to get through 5 years according to my arrangements. Yes. Paragus and Bardock bowed. Lin Chen was about to use instant transmission when he heard a baby's cry from the side. He swept his eyes and suddenly remembered. I almost forgot about him. The crying baby was Bardock's son, Kakarot, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. Or should I call him Goku? It's just that Goku is currently still a baby about the same age as Broly. Seeing Lin Chen look at Goku, Bardock immediately said, Sorry, Your Majesty, that's my child Kakarot. Bardock, after I leave, remember to send Kakarot to a planet called Earth, Lin Chen said. Earth? If you can still use your prediction ability, you should know what I mean. Yes. Bardock nodded. He had a very strange dream before they defeated Frieza. In that dream, he saw the grand adventures of his child Kakarot on a strange planet. Lin Chen smiled, now everything has been arranged properly. The next moment, he grabbed Broly and performed instant transmission. Paragus and Bardock were both shocked when they saw Lin Chen and Broly suddenly disappear in front of them. Paragus said with a dumbstruck expression, They disappeared? His Majesty Lynx is really formidable by the way. Bardock, what is Earth that His Majesty told you to send your son to? What does it mean? There may be our Saiyans' future, Bardock said with a profound look on his face. Soon after, in space, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Planet Vegeta. At this time, although the Saiyans on the planet had already received the warning from the palace in advance, they were still in awe of this power that changed the color of the world. After the power dissipated, Saiyans on the planet discovered to their shock that Planet Vegeta had left its original galaxy and came to a strange new galaxy. Seeing this miraculous development, Saiyans on the planet also began to follow Lin Chen's orders and began a 5-year seclusion period. Shortly after Planet Vegeta disappeared from its original location, a spaceship arrived in the former orbit of Planet Vegeta. On the spaceship, several aliens in battle armor looked at the empty starfield in front of them in surprise. Unbelievable, Planet Vegeta is really gone? Was it destroyed? I don't know. If it was destroyed, shouldn't there be fragments of the planet? It doesn't matter what has happened to the Saiyans, don't forget our purpose. I know, wait. The scouter is reacting. Oh my god. Is it really Lord Frieza's life signal? He's still alive. Chapter 7, 5 years later, merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Time flies, 5 years passed in a flash. On the alien planet called Planet Namek, a shocking water column suddenly surged out from the ocean. An incomparably huge underwater beast was pushed from the bottom of the ocean to a high altitude by the water column before falling down after flying 1,000 meters above the ocean level. At this moment, a boy with black hair, long tail and immature appearance emerged from the bottom of the ocean and slammed into the enormous beast, instantly killing the enormous beast who was on the verge of death. The boy then picked up the enormous beast and flew towards the shore. There, Nail, the strongest among the Namekians, was watching the boy fly over with his arms crossed over his chest. Uncle Nail, I've won. You don't have to worry about me going crazy, right? The boy laughed while holding the enormous beast. Broly, I've seen it. You can now freely control your anger, which is good. Nail said expressionlessly. Although his tone was cold, his words for the other party were full of concern. After all, as Broly's guardian, Nail and Broly have been living together for 5 years. Watching Broly throw the corpse of the enormous beast on the shore and start a fire to barbecue it, Nail couldn't help but think of 5 years ago. 5 years ago, the Saiyan named Lynx, who had lived on planet Namek for a while, brought Broly, who was only 1 year old, to Great Elder. He not only wanted to give Broly to the Namekians to raise, but also requested to use the Dragon Balls. But all this time, what Nail has been unable to understand is that Great Elder actually agreed to all the requests of the other party. Afterwards, the puzzled Nail once asked Great Elder why he did it, but Great Elder's answer made Nail slightly confused. Great Elder actually thought that these two Saiyans might become the saviors of the Namekians in the future? Savior? Nail snorted coldly. He doesn't know about Lynx, but this Broly almost became a murderer who destroyed Planet Namek. Nail never imagined that a talented expert like Broly would be there in this world. He is just a child, but Broly's strength was growing with each passing day. Fortunately, although his strength increases every day, Broly is an obedient child who rarely causes trouble. It's just that sometimes, when encountering danger, Broly would suddenly lose control of his emotions. Every time he loses control of his emotions, this Saiyan, who is just a child, turns into a crazy demon. In just the first year that he came here, Nail was still able to suppress Broly. But in the second year, Broly, who had gone crazy, already possessed a power that far surpassed Nail's. Fortunately, when that lynx came to Planet Namek, he seemed to have a hunch that Broly might lose control of his emotions. When he summoned the Planet Namek's divine dragon, he used a wish to create a flute of tranquility that could appease anyone who is mad and calm their mind, and gave it to Great Elder. Relying on this flute, Planet Namek escaped the fate of being destroyed by Broly several times. Just as Nail was recalling the past, Broly had already eaten the entire enormous beast. He patted his bulging belly with a look of contentment. "Uncle Nail, I'm full. I left you a piece of meat, do you really not want to eat it? The L? Test? V? LS it. O/V/E/L/by. Co? I've said it before that Namekians just need sunlight and water. Okay then I'll eat it myself." Nail watched Broly eating with great relish, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up involuntarily. Although a demon, Broly is still a good child overall, and he is actually very popular with the Namekians as long as he doesn't become crazy. Speaking of which Broly, it seems it will soon be 5 years. Nail said suddenly. Hearing this, Broly put down the piece of meat in his hand. Really? Uncle Nail, is Brother Lynx coming out? It's possible, do you want to go take a look? Okay. Broly ate the last piece of meat at once and flew away, and without waiting for Nail, hurried to somewhere in the depths of the ocean. Nail didn't stop him either, rather flew over together. Planet Namek is an island planet. Most of the planet's surface is covered with green oceans, and in the depths of the largest ocean area, a sphere of light has appeared here since 5 years ago. For the past 5 years, this sphere of light has been like a miniature sun, illuminating the surrounding waters with brightness. If there were people who can sense ki around, they will find that from the inside of the sphere of light, there was a powerful aura spreading out faintly. After flying for a long time, Broly and Nail finally arrived at the ocean area where the sphere of light was located. Across the ocean, Broly immediately noticed the differences from before. It's true. Uncle Nail, Brother Link's ki is stronger than before. It seems he's about to wake up. A bead of sweat oozed out from Nail's forehead. Without Broly reminding him, he had already sensed the changes underneath. That Saiyan's aura was indeed much stronger and scarier than before. Damn it! What has that Saiyan been doing down below for the past 5 years? Just as Broly and Nail were floating above the ocean, in the sphere of light under the ocean, Lin Chen's consciousness was gradually awakening. 5 years ago, after Lin Chen arranged everything, he began to merge with the legendary Super Saiyan's bloodline in the deep ocean of Planet Namek. In the past 5 years, his consciousness has been completely stripped of his body, while his body was shattered in the sphere of light, then it was rebuilded and reborn. Finally, after 5 years, his body was finally rebuilt. The next moment, an immense power pulled Lin Chen's consciousness back into his body. In the sphere of light, a green light flashed, and Lin Chen, who had been sleeping for 5 years, finally opened his eyes. Ding! The host has successfully merged with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. After Lin Chen opened his eyes, the first thing he heard was the robotic sound of the system. He tightly clenched his fists, a little happy. Finally, it succeeded. I really didn't expect that it would take 5 full years just to merge with a legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. I really don't know if this system is not that impressive, or is it too difficult to merge with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. At this moment, the system actually spoke again, reminding the host that the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline of the host is a perfect bloodline. Although it took 5 years, it has also eliminated the after effects of the legendary Super Saiyan's uncontrollable power, and the host doesn't have to worry about losing his mind in the future. Chapter 8, The First Battle After Waking Up and Encountering Space Pirates. After Lin Chen heard this, he was immediately delighted. The biggest shortcoming of a legendary Super Saiyan is that after they are fully powered up, they will become insane because they couldn't control their power, and become a killing machine that only knows how to fight and slaughter. Lin Chen's original plan was to think of a way to find a solution after merging with the bloodline, but he didn't expect the system to help him by settling it all at once. It's a blessing in disguise. Looking at it this way, it was worthwhile to spend 5 years merging with the bloodline. System, can I see my power level? Lin Chen asked. Of course, detecting power level is also one of the functions of this system. The system replied, and then displayed several lines of text in Lin Chen's mind. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 550,000. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Key Control. In 5 years, his power level increased from 100,000 to 550,000. This speed is certainly not fast, but it is only the start after all. With him waking up, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline will also truly exhibit its effect. By the way, can I transform into Super Saiyan now? The host's S cells are not enough for the time being. It is speculated that after power level reaches at least 1 million, the S cells would be enough to truly transform. At present, you can only enter the false Super Saiyan state. The system replied. False Super Saiyan? Isn't that the setting from the oldest movie? Lin Chen suddenly thought. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline host has merged with his of Dragon Ball Z, the Burning Battles movie, which is slightly different from Dragon Ball Super. When Lin Chen heard this, he felt somewhat glad, because the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline in Dragon Ball Z, the Burning Battles movie may be powerful, but it is also easier to lose control of power. Now with the help of the system, he at least doesn't have to worry about one day suddenly losing control and killing the teammates by his side. After checking his status, Lin Chen raised his head. He had sensed that there were 2 auras above him. He was very familiar with these 2 auras. It should be Broly and Nameki and Nail. System, check their power level. Lin Chen ordered. The next moment, he saw their power level shown by the system. This function is easier to use than the Frieza Force's power level scouter, and there is no need to worry about the problem of the scouter breaking down if the power level displayed is too high. Nail, 42,000. Broly, 230,000. Lin Chen was slightly startled. Before he fell asleep, Broly's power level was only 10,000, but now he has 230,000. It practically increased by 23 times. As expected, he is also someone with the bloodline of legendary Super Saiyan. It is really extraordinary. Meanwhile, above the ocean, both Broly and Nail had noticed that the sphere of light down below was slowly disappearing. At first, they thought that Lin Chen would come out soon, but as time passed, there were still no movements under the ocean. Uncle Nail, Brother Lynx wouldn't have gotten into any accident, right? Broly asked anxiously. Calm down, the key below has not disappeared. He may have just woken up. Before Nail could finish speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 2 of them. Yo! Broly! Nail! Seeing that Lin Chen was really awake, Broly burst into laughter and rushed over, Brother Lynx. The 2 hugged each other. Lin Chen looked at Broly with a cheerful expression. It was really difficult to associate him with the gloomy and introverted Broly in the original work. Letting him grow up on planet Namek was indeed the right choice. Lynx, what have you been doing in the past 5 years? Why has your ki changed so much? Even though he has known Lin Chen for a long time, Nail was still wary of him. Lin Chen smiled and was about to explain when suddenly his expression changed and he raised his head. Broly and Nail also did the same thing. All 3 of them could sense that from outer space, many powerful and sinister auras were approaching planet Namek. Boom! After a while, a rumble suddenly came from the sky. The 3 of them immediately saw a huge spaceship descending from the atmosphere. Is it the spaceship of the Frieza Force? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. The spaceship in front of him was the same model as Frieza's spaceship that he destroyed. Could it be Frieza or some other frost demon has arrived? No, the auras inside the spaceship are much weaker than Frieza. Is it a small squad? He had already used the system to probe them out, and among this group of people, the person with the highest power level has only 170,000 power level. Taking Frieza as an example, even in his first form, Frieza's power level is as high as 530,000. So the people on the spaceship should obviously be some high-level officer, and not a member of the Frost Demon race. Reptiles on planet Namek, this is the spaceship of the space pirate Lord Pagan. Immediately have the person in charge of your planet come out to meet us. Otherwise, we will destroy the planet. We only give you 10 minutes. Just after the spaceship passed through the atmosphere, a loud voice rang out from the spaceship and spread throughout the planet. Damn intruders! Nail gritted his teeth and wanted to rush out to teach them a lesson. But Broly held him back. Uncle Nail. There's a guy on that spaceship with a much more powerful aura than you. Let me go. As the two of them were arguing, Lin Chen smiled and said, It's fine, Broly. I've been sleeping for 5 years and want to do exercise. Don't fight over it with me. Saying that, Lin Chen had already flown high into the sky and flew towards the spaceship. His body that hasn't moved for 5 years was really getting itchy. Since these people are not from the Frieza force, he does not need to be concerned. Lord Pagan. The scouter has discovered someone approaching. When Lin Chen was still flying over, the spaceship in the sky had already discovered his existence. Inside the spaceship, an alien cried out loudly. On the command seat in the spaceship, there was a one-eyed giant sitting. Who is the commander of this unit, Pagan? He propped his head with one hand and said, Who is it? Is it a name Qian? It looks like a Saiyan. On the monitor in the spaceship, the figure of the person who was coming over was directly revealed. After seeing Lin Chen's hair and the tail behind his back, those aliens immediately identified his identity. Saiyan? Pagan froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet a Saiyan on planet Namek. These damn Saiyans, I heard that they disappeared without a trace after they seriously injured Lord Frieza 5 years ago. I didn't expect to meet one on planet Namek. Immediately dispatch the troops. Make sure to catch him alive. Pagan stood up, his huge fists clenched tightly. King Cold, who has recently reappeared, is recruiting experts to reorganize his cold force. I originally just wanted to make some inquiries about the legendary planet Namek before going to become King Cold's follower. As a first gift to King Cold, I didn't expect to run across a Saiyan. It's simply the heavens helping me. Children! Listen to me, if you can catch this Saiyan and find out the whereabouts of the other Saiyans from him, King Cold will definitely reward me heavily. Maybe he can even make me the leader of the force. So make sure to catch him for me. Yes. With a roar, one after another silhouettes flew out of the spaceship. Chapter 9, Indestructible and the Power of Legendary Super Saiyan's Bloodline. Countless aliens in battle armor scrambled to get out of the spaceship. They were all warriors under the great pirate Pagan, who have raided hundreds of planets. Each and every one of them is an extremely vicious person. A team of nearly 100 people formed a formation in front of the spaceship, waiting for Lin Chen to approach. It didn't take long before Lin Chen arrived in front of them and confronted them. He really came? Ha ha ha, it is said that Saiyans are a fighting race like a mad dog. They will bite anyone they see. He doesn't want to challenge us, right? Amidst the laughter, an alien turned on the scouter. Let me see his power level. 15,000? 15,000? Ha 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 ha. When the other aliens heard it, they immediately burst into laughter. 15,000 power level should be considered good among Saiyan, but in front of so many of them, it was nothing. Don't waste time, catch him quickly, we also have to look for the name Qians. At this time, the voice of their boss Pagan sounded from the communicators of these aliens. Immediately, an alien took the initiative to fly towards Lin Chen. Hey! Saiyan in front of me, come with us obediently so that you would suffer less. Lin Chen looked at the scouter on their faces and did not act rashly. He was familiar with the storyline and clearly remembers that this scouter is also a communicator, which can transmit everything that happens around them to the other side of the universe at any time. He is not afraid of these people, but he is afraid that after he has dealt with them, it will attract even more enemies. Who are you? Are you from Frieza's people? Lin Chen asked. He, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what we said just now? We belong to the pagan pirates. But in the near future, we will become the subordinates of King Cold. Said an alien. King Cold? Lin Chen remembered this name. King Cold, Frieza's father, was famous in the universe for a long time before Frieza. But compared to this, Lin Chen paid more attention to the fact that these people in front of him were just wandering soldiers, and had nothing to do with Frieza or any other force. Then, I don't have to worry about anything. If that's the case, then you can all die here. A sharp look flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and an energy wave pierced through the sky, instantly evaporating an alien warrior. After killing one person, the energy of the energy wave did not decrease, instead it slammed into the spaceship behind everyone, instantly causing it to be on the verge of collapse. Bastard! My spaceship! On the spaceship, Pagan roared and immediately flew out, shouting to the subordinates who were still in a daze, "You good for nothing, what are you looking at in daze? Catch him! Damn it!" The rest of the alien warriors immediately reacted, they roared and attacked Lin Chen. All kinds of energy waves, energy cannons, and artillery fire from the spaceship shot towards Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen's position was swallowed up by the numerous chaotic energies, and his whole body disappeared in a flash. Brother Lynx! In the distance, Broly, who was using his senses to check the situation of the battlefield, became worried. His hair stood up slightly, and the aura on his body kept climbing. But a hand rested on him at this moment. "Don't worry, Broly. Can't you sense it? There is no problem with Link's aura, he should be testing his strength." "Really, really?" Hearing his words, the frenzied aura on Broly's body disappeared instantly. At that time, in the sky, after the aliens were finished with all their attacks, they finally stopped. Looking at the pungent gunpowder smoke in front of them, they revealed a wicked smile on their faces. "Oh, it seems like I was too violent just now. Yeah, that Saiyan should have been torn to pieces, right? That idiot, who told him to be so daring to provoke us pagan pirates? Wasn't it good to just obediently become our prisoner?" But at this moment, some aliens suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a figure still in the smoke. What's going on? Is that Saiyan still alive? After the smoke dissipated, they saw that Lin Chen, who they thought had been killed by them, was really floating in the same place without any injuries. How is it possible? He is completely fine? The aliens' eyes widened as if they had seen a monster. The attack just now, even if their boss Pagan was the one who received it, would definitely not be completely fine. Get the latest ch. Pters on n/felben.com. But the Saiyan in front of them, let alone being killed, didn't even have a single injury on his body. What's going on here? Isn't his power level only 15,000? Lin Chen looked at his body and clenched his fists in satisfaction. His body, which has merged with the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan, has indeed become indestructible. Are you finished shooting? If you're finished, it should be my turn now. Lin Chen sneered and began to completely release his aura. In an instant, strong winds began to blow all around, and hundreds of feet of ocean waves continued to form and sweep towards the shore. At this time, the Namekians on the planet sensed a tremendous aura. Nail, who was not far from Lin Chen, also had cold sweat drip down his forehead. That lynx is indeed a monster. In the sky. Drip drip. Bang, bang, bang. With Lin Chen's aura fully unleashed, the scouter that the aliens present on the scene were wearing kept exploding. Because of which the aliens also became extremely terrified. Before the scouters exploded, many people had seen that Lin Chen's power level had exceeded 25,000. And on the spaceship behind them, through the scouter on the spaceship, those aliens obtained a more accurate power level data. 550,000. Lord Pagan. That guy's power level is 550,000. What? Pagan's mouth opened wide, and he turned around and asked in a loud voice, "You couldn't have made a mistake, right? Impossible. Lord Pagan, the scouter on the spaceship is the most accurate in the universe." Pagan also quickly realized that the scouter on the ship couldn't be wrong, because this spaceship, which he bought from the Frieza force at a high price, is the same model as Frieza's spaceship. However, just as they were feeling extremely frightened, Lin Chen's voice came again from a distance. "Don't be surprised yet, guys. Next is the real exciting part." While laughing, Lin Chen slowly raised his power level again. At the same time, the aura around him was also slowly turning golden colored. It is rare to have a target delivered to the door, so Lin Chen naturally wants to test the limits of his current strength. What? At this moment, even those aliens who could not perceive aura could sense a smell of danger pervading the air. Chapter 10, Limitations and False Super Saiyan. Monday Monster. On Pagan's spaceship, the crew on board watched in fear as the spaceship's scouter reading continued to rise. It was different from the portable scouter carried by warriors. The scouter on the spaceship is bigger and much bulkier, but the upper limit of the scouter is also higher and the maximum power level can be as accurate as 1.1 million. This is also the maximum power level value that can be detected since the scouter was invented. Right now, along with the changes in Lin Chen's body, the power level readings on the spacecraft were constantly rising. 700,000. 800,000. 900,000. 1 million. Boom. On the spaceship, another big explosion suddenly occurred. One of the surviving crew members, who was on his last breath, said with the onboard communicator on the spaceship, "Pagan Lord Pagan. That guy's power level has exceeded 1.1 million. 1.1 million? On hearing this, not only Pagan, but all the aliens outside were dumbfounded. 1.1 million? In this world, apart from the Frost Demon race, there are still people with such a terrifying power level? Ah! A roar attracted these people's dazed eyes. They saw that the aura around Lin Chen had completely turned golden yellow, not only that, but his hair had almost straightened, and the original black hair had turned reddish black. Phew! Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. He could feel that he had already reached his limits. Right now, although he hasn't yet become a Super Saiyan, he has stepped into false Super Saiyan stage. In this state, although it is not the real Super Saiyan, it has power similar to a Super Saiyan. System, what is my current power level? Lin Chen asked in his mind. Host's power level, 3.9 million, the system replied. Oh? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembers that according to the original work, Super Saiyan can cause the power level to increase by 50 times. Although he is only a false Super Saiyan now, it stands to reason that it should have at least been a 10 times increase, but why is it not even 7 times? System, did you miscalculate? The system's calculations are accurate. Never mind. Lin Chen suppressed his doubts for the time being. Now is not the time to explore the cause. Because when he was wondering about why his power level was slightly on the lower side, in the distance, the space pirates were already fleeing in panic and trying to escape. Too strong. Run. This guy can't be a Saiyan. He's a demon. A demon. I know, he must be that Saiyan. It must be this Saiyan who seriously injured King Frieza. We actually ran into him. At this time, in the sky where the cries were constantly being heard, a loud shout suddenly stopped everyone. A bunch of trash, shut up. The tall pagan flew out of the crowd and yelled at everyone with an angry look on his face. What's the point of panicking? Don't think about it, how can a Saiyan have 1 million power level? The scouter must have malfunctioned, a mere Saiyan monkey. Pagan's words were just halfway through when his eyes suddenly widened. When he lowered his head, he saw that a hand had pierced through his chest. Lin Chen's faint voice sounded in his ear. Whether the scouter malfunctioned or not, you can experience it yourself. Lin Chen's palm exploded with a flash of light, and Pagan, who was penetrated by his one hand, immediately exploded into pieces amidst a flash. When the smoke cleared, Pagan had disappeared in front of everyone. In the past, a strong expert with a power level of 170,000, no matter in which corner of the universe, may not be able to dominate that region, but he could at least come and go freely. But in front of Lin Chen, he didn't even last a single move. Escape! Escape! Lord Pagan was wrong, he really has 1 million power level. Super Saiyan, this Saiyan must be the Super Saiyan from Legends. Amidst the sounds of fear, no one had the courage to stay here, and all the space pirates fled to their spaceship. The spacecraft, which was still emitting smoke, also began to turn around and change its direction in order to quickly escape. Don't even think of escaping. Lin Chen condensed the energy of his whole body at one point and the golden aura surged out. Suddenly, a golden energy beam blasted out from the aura around Lin Chen. The golden beam was like a comet, piercing through the sky and swallowing those space pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was plunged into golden lights, and the space pirates were completely swallowed by the golden beams before they could even scream. Confirming that no one escaped, Lin Chen smiled and used instant transmission to return to Broly's side. Brother Lynx. Broly rushed to Lin Chen's side excitedly. Lin Chen stroked his head with a smile, then looked at Nail and said, "This should be counted as fulfilling a promise, right? When you see Great Elder later, remember to testify for me." Nail nodded, but he was inwardly shocked. Back then, when Lin Chen met the Great Elder, at the cost of protecting the Namekians 3 times in the future, Great Elder agreed to unlock his potential and give him the chance to make use of the Divine Dragon 3 times. At that time, he thought that this person was talking big. Even if he relied on the power of Great Elder to improve his strength, saying that he could protect the Namekians with such little ability, isn't that talking big? But who would have thought that 5 years later, this Saiyan's strength would increase to such a level? Among those space pirates just now, Nail could clearly sense that there were several people whose strength far surpassed his. If it wasn't for Lin Chen taking action, if they had to only rely on the strength of Namekians, I'm afraid they would face a catastrophe. However, the Saiyan in front of him easily finished off the opponent and rescued Planet Namek once. Great Elder's prediction at that time was really not wrong, this Saiyan has really become the savior of the Namekians. With Lin Chen's instant transmission, the three of them quickly arrived at the residence of Great Elder. At this time, there were already several Namekian elders present, who were asking the Great Elder for help because of the broadcast of the space pirates that they heard before. But the appearance of Lin Chen and the others stunned the elders. All right. The danger has been taken care of. At this time, the old and decrepit Great Elder said, those space pirates have been dealt by Saiyan links. If there is nothing else, go back to your respective villages and let everyone be at ease. The elders looked at the three of them who suddenly appeared, but couldn't speak. Finally, someone said, Lynx, you are awake. At that time, Lin Chen had trained on planet Namek for a whole year and visited almost all Namekian villages, so he was naturally no stranger to the elders. That's right. Great Elder was right just now. I have already dealt with those space pirates. Elders, please go back without worrying about anything. Lynx laughed. Hearing this, the elders glanced at each other, and finally nodded and left, leaving everything to the most reliable Great Elder to deal with. Chapter 11, Returning to Planet Vegeta. The elders of every village left, leaving behind only Great Elder's bodyguard, Nail, to look after them. After the elders left, the old and decrepit Great Elder said, Young Saiyan, your strength is powerful beyond my imagination. Did you become a Super Saiyan in the past 5 years? Super Saiyan? What is that? Broly was taken aback. But Lin Chen nodded and said, Not yet, but I'm very close. Sure enough, it was wise to reach an agreement with you at that time. Great Elder said with emotion, this time, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Planet Namek would have suffered a big calamity. You don't have to thank me, I will naturally do what I promised you. Lin Chen said, actually I'm here to say goodbye. Great Elder, I'm planning to take Broly back. After I leave, you can summon Porunga and transform a communicator that can contact me at any time. As long as you are in danger, I can come and save you at any time. I understand. Young Saiyan, you are a trustworthy person, and the people of Planet Namek will remember your friendship and kindness. Great Elder said with a smile. Lin Chen smiled and patted Broly on the shoulder, Broly, say goodbye to them, you may not be able to come here for a long time. Hearing this, Broly had a look of regret and reluctance. Goodbye Great Elder, goodbye Uncle Nail. Goodbye Broly, don't forget your spiritual training. Nail's face also showed a rare look of reluctance. Then, he took out a small flute and gave it to Lin Chen, this is the flute of tranquility that you asked Porunga to make. In the past year, Broly has been able to control his emotions, so I have never used it. After he leaves, it's useless for us to keep it. I'll just give it to you. Lin Chen took the flute. This flute of tranquility is a good thing. Although Broly is loyal to him, the violent power in legendary Super Saiyan's bloodline might make Broly crazy one day. With this thing, he at least doesn't need to worry about the worst situation from happening. After doing all this, Lin Chen put his hand on Broly's shoulder, pointed his index and middle finger between his eyebrows, and said, okay, goodbye everyone. Whoosh! The figures of the two Saiyans disappeared. Nail, inform the elders, prepare to summon Porunga. Great Elder sighed and instructed. Great Elder, I have a hunch that although we escaped the crisis this time, the crisis will come again soon to Planet Namek. Great Elder sighed and said, Lynx is right, we need a tool to summon him at any time. Hearing this, Nail lowered his head slowly. He wanted to refute the Great Elder, telling him that he could protect Planet Namek. But thinking of the aliens who attacked today, Nail knew that he lacks strength to refute. Although he is indeed the #1 expert on Planet Namek, there are so many powerful people in the universe. Planet Vegeta. 5 years ago, relying on the great power of Porunga, Lin Chen transferred Planet Vegeta to the borders of the universe. Although it is far from the center of the universe, it can also give Planet Vegeta a peace it has never had before. 5 years ago, before preparing to merge with legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Lin Chen handed Planet Vegeta back to King Vegeta and drew up a 5-year plan for Saiyans. According to this plan, Saiyans will hone their strength in these 5 years, change the previous lifestyle where they keep going on expeditions to fight, and wait for his return. During this period, all Saiyans will be prohibited from leaving Planet Vegeta to avoid revealing Planet Vegeta's new location. So, before returning to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen thought that he would see scenes of peace. However, what surprised Lin Chen was that when he brought Broly back to Planet Vegeta, what appeared in front of him was bleak scenes. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the land was dried up, the trees were withered, and the ground was full of skeletal remains of animals. The entire planet seemed to have reached the end of its life, a gloomy aura permeating it. Brother Lynx, is this Planet Vegeta? Broly looked around at everything in astonishment. He was still young when he left Planet Vegeta and had no memories of his homeland. He thought that Planet Vegeta is a desolate planet like this. But of course Lin Chen knows that Planet Vegeta is by no means such a wasteland. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, wondering how this place could become like this. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that in the distance, there was an incomparably huge aura in the Saiyan King's capital. This aura was even stronger than Lin Chen at the moment. What? Could it be that Frieza and others found Planet Vegeta? No, although this aura is huge, it feels a little strange. At this moment, Broly suddenly pointed to a place and said, "Brother Lynx, there are so many weak auras over there." Hearing him, Lin Chen looked over, and sure enough discovered that there were a large number of auras gathered at some place. Compared with the huge and somewhat terrifying aura in the king's capital, there were a lot of auras here, but the quality was not high. Are they Saiyans? Broly, let's go check it out. Yes, Brother Lynx. The two of them flew over immediately. Along the way, it was full of desolate scenes everywhere. Damn it, what the hell happened? Lin Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and accelerated. Not long after, the two came to the place where the auras were located. But as far as their eyes could see, this was a barren mountain range, and there was nothing at all. It's strange, Brother Lynx, did we sense wrong? Broly asked in confusion. No, come with me. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he suddenly accelerated towards a mountain. With a loud bang, Lin Chen crashed directly into a mountain. Under the mountain, there was an empty space and many young Saiyans were surrounded by several adult female Saiyans, protecting them as they looked at Lin Chen in fear who had suddenly charged in. Oh! Lin Chen did not expect that most of the Saiyans here would be children. At this moment, a Saiyan with a spiky hairstyle shouted loudly and flew up, "You guys quickly leave. I'll deal with him." Vegeta. Hearing the exclamations of the little Saiyans below, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Younger Vegeta? Lin Chen didn't move, because just before Vegeta's punch arrived at him, Broly appeared in front of him and blocked it. Presumptuous. Broly caught Vegeta's fist with ease. He is powerful. The suppressed Vegeta clenched his teeth. He didn't expect that he would be suppressed by a child similar to him. Damn it! But I'm the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta. Chapter 12. Facing the fierce Broly, as if his pride was hurt, Vegeta didn't care that he had never seen these two people before. He gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled back his fist. Da-da-da! Vegeta kept pushing forward his palms, and energy bullets flew out of his palms like a machine gun and smashed towards Broly's face. Boom, boom, boom. These energy bullets were impartial, and they all hit Broly. For a while, the cave was completely shrouded in dust, and following the shockwaves, broken stones fell down from the roof of the cave. Vegeta didn't stop there, the aura on his body was still increasing, and he began to store energy to use his strongest move. Gallon. Ick. But as Vegeta's aura continued to rise, the cave looked like it soon wouldn't be able to endure and would immediately collapse. Prince Vegeta. Please stop. This place is going to collapse. Everyone, quickly run away. The Saiyans below screamed in fear at the falling boulders and were about to run away. But at this moment, from that cloud of dust, Broly, who was unscathed, suddenly appeared and punched Vegeta's stomach, who was still accumulating energy. Vegeta's Galit gun was directly interrupted, and with a sound of vomiting, he spat out stomach acid and fell to the ground. With a cold look on his face, Broly was about to chase when Lin Chen's voice sounded. Enough Broly, they should be our own people. As Vegeta fell down, the cave, which was on the verge of collapse, also regained its calm. A group of Saiyan children nervously ran towards Vegeta, who had fallen on the ground. One of the youngsters, whose hair reached his legs, helped Vegeta up, who could no longer move, and said nervously, "Prince Vegeta, are you all right? Go away, Raditz, I'm Vegeta, ugh." Vegeta couldn't hold back and vomited again. "What's going on? Why are you all here?" Lin Chen floated down to the ground with Broly and asked these little brats. Facing Broly, who defeated Vegeta with one punch, these little brats shrank back, instinctively terrified. Even Raditz's legs were shaking. As for Vegeta, he couldn't even move at this time. "Who are you? Are you Tull's accomplices?" Among all the Saiyans who were badly frightened, only one female Saiyan finally stood up and faced Lin Chen and Broly. Hearing the name mentioned by the female Saiyan, Lin Chen frowned. "Tull's?" He remembered, this seems to be a Saiyan from the original works movie, right? This Saiyan left Planet Vegeta very early in the original work and became a rogue and set up a corp. Relying on the seeds of Tree of Might, which don't know where he found, they continued to improve their strength by constantly searching for suitable planets in the universe to plant Tree of Might and harvesting Tree of Might fruits. Could it be that the desolate scenes of Planet Vegeta is because of Tree of Might? And the terrifying aura just now was the aura of Tree of Might? If that's the case, everything makes sense. Me? My name is Lynx. Lynx? Hearing this name, the Saiyans present revealed a look of shock on their faces. The name Lynx, on Planet Vegeta, has become a legend. Lynx? Are you really King Lynx? A female Saiyan said excitedly, haven't you been missing for 5 years? I've come back. Merging with the bloodline of legendary Super Saiyan had slightly changed Lin Chen's appearance. If they weren't someone familiar with Lin Chen, it would indeed be difficult to recognize him at this time. Seeing Lin Chen nod, the female Saiyan's expression kept changing, and the next moment, she suddenly pounced into Lin Chen's arms and kept crying, causing Lin Chen and Broly to look at each other helplessly. "Your Majesty Lynx, you're finally back. Thank goodness. If you didn't come back, Planet Vegeta would have been destroyed." Lin Chen was dazed for a moment before he patted her back and comforted, "Don't cry. Tell me what happened to Planet Vegeta." "Well..." The female Saiyan stopped crying and started explaining to Lin Chen what happened on Planet Vegeta. It turned out as Lin Chen thought. It really had something to do with the rogue Saiyan Tulls. Since Planet Vegeta was transferred to the border of the universe by Porunga, Saiyans on the planet started a new life under the leadership of King Vegeta. Going out to conquer was no longer their life. Now Saiyans' main daily activity is to train on the planet, waiting for the return of their real King Lynx after 5 years. 5 years passed in a flash, and most Saiyans had gradually adapted to the days of training. But they did not expect that at this moment, a spaceship would break the peace on Planet Vegeta. The owner of this spaceship was the traitor of the Saiyan race, the low-class warrior Tulls. Speaking of which, the experiences of this Tulls is somewhat similar to that of Lin Chen. He is also a low-class warrior. After he went out to perform a mission, he suddenly killed his teammates and then disappeared. Unexpectedly, when he reappeared a few years later, he became extremely powerful. Among his henchmen, there is also Tull's Crusher Corps composed of 5 alien warriors, and their strength is also not bad. This time on Planet Vegeta, Tull showed his absolute strength as soon as he appeared, easily defeating King Vegeta, and even Bardock, who had become Planet Vegeta's #1 expert, was not his match. After easily defeating them, Tulls proclaimed himself the new king of Saiyans and planted the mysterious seed of Tree of Might in the capital. According to Tulls, Tree of Might is a mysterious plant that can absorb a planet's life essence and bear a fruit called Tree of Might's fruit. And this fruit can greatly increase the power level of the person who eats it. After defeating King Vegeta, Tulls used the fruits as bait to rope in a group of Saiyans to him. Right now, these people are gathering in the king's capital, waiting for the Tree of Might's fruits to ripen. Your Majesty Lynx, right now King Vegeta and other Saiyans who have not betrayed are gathering around the capital, intending to prevent the Tree of Might's fruits from ripening. Lord Bardock said that as long as the Tree of Might is destroyed before the fruits are picked, Planet Vegeta's life force can be recovered. Those of us who couldn't be of much help were ordered to look after these children. King Vegeta said that if they fail, these children are Saiyans' last seeds. Hearing the female Saiyans' words, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. He didn't expect that because he made a wish to move Planet Vegeta, Tull's Crusher Corps accidentally bumped into Planet Vegeta. He remembered that in the original work, Tulz and his team had been hiding from Frieza Force while searching for planets in remote galaxies where Tree of Might could be planted. Who would have thought that he would accidentally find the hidden planet Vegeta? This is really a strange combination of circumstances. Chapter 13, The Real King of Saiyans, Tulz. Ding! Detected Planet Vegeta's crisis, triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, ignore the crisis of Planet Vegeta and snatch all Tree of Might's fruits. Reward, Spirit Bomb Technique. Choice 2, stop the Tulz Crusher Core and subdue all the members, and seize all Tree of Might's fruits. Reward, Kaioken Technique. Choice 3, kill all the members of Tulz Crusher Core and destroy Tree of Might. Reward, 10 Tree of Might's fruits and 50x Gravity Chamber. Seeing the choices given by the system, Lin Chen immediately made the choice without thinking much. I choose 3. Planet Vegeta will be Lin Chen's base in the future. He spent a wish of Planet Nameek's Porunga to transfer Planet Vegeta here. How could he just watch it get sucked dry by Tree of Might? As for the rewards, such as techniques, as long as he has time, he can directly go to King Kai to learn them. On the contrary, 50x Gravity Chamber is more attractive to Lin Chen. As for Tree of Might's fruits, the 10 fruits given by Choice 3 may not be much, but they should be enough. Moreover, according to the storyline, Tul's team obviously should have the seeds of Tree of Might. As long as he can get them, he can plant them on another planet. Why sacrifice his planet Vegeta? Ding! Confirming the host's choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. Lin Chen retracted his consciousness and looked at the female Saiyan. Don't worry, I'll go and deal with those people. When the female Saiyan heard this, she became happy and lowered her head and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Chen nodded, floated up into the sky, and was about to leave when he suddenly lowered his head and asked the female Saiyan with a smile, Oh, by the way, what's your name? Hanasia, Your Majesty, you can also call me Hana. Hanasia blushed. Lin Chen nodded and without saying anything else, immediately soared into the sky with Broly and left the cave. After the two left, the other female Saiyans immediately gathered around and said to Hanasia, Congratulations, Hana. Did King Lynx take a fancy to you? Hana, you are amazing. If I had known earlier, I would have stepped out and talked with His Majesty just now. While the female Saiyans were laughing, Vegeta gritted his teeth, Damn it Raditz, let's go take a look too. Ah? But it's dangerous outside. Hide here if you're afraid. I must go and confirm with my own eyes that Link's strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. Just the child next to Lynx felt unfathomable. What kind of strength Lynx himself has? He was very unwilling. As the Prince of Saiyans, he should have been the most powerful Saiyan, but now two guys who are far superior to him have suddenly appeared. How could he take it lying down? I will confirm their strength with my own eyes, and then one day, I will surpass them. And take back the throne for my father. At the same time when Vegeta was taking this oath. Planet Vegeta, Saiyan capital. Gone were the once glorious cities. Right now, the entire Saiyan capital has been destroyed by a huge tree. In the original location of the capital, now only towering tree trunks could be seen, and further up, it was enveloped in clouds and mist. This giant tree is the legendary divine tree, Tree of Might. At the periphery of Tree of Might, a group of Saiyans stared at the towering tree while gnashing their teeth. Bardock, didn't you say that you saw His Majesty Lynx would come to save Planet Vegeta, but why hasn't he appeared yet? Tree of Might's fruits should be ripening soon, right? In the crowd, King Vegeta, with a bandage wrapped around his forehead, looked angrily at the giant tree that had destroyed his palace. If it weren't for Bardock, he would have long ordered everyone to attack. However, before they could attack, Bardock, one of King Vegeta's appointed assistants, told him that he had seen the scene of Lynx appearing. Bardock has a prediction ability, which King Vegeta already knew, and it was his words that kept King Vegeta from acting rashly. But as time passed, his patience also slowly wore off. King Vegeta, please be patient. Tul's group is too strong. Without His Majesty Lynx's help, even if we risk our lives, it may not be useful. Alongside King Vegeta and Bardock, there was another Saiyan Paragus. He was also appointed as King Vegeta's chief of staff by Lin Chen. Only if there are two people, King Vegeta could restrain himself. But just then, the scouter on a Saiyan's face started beeping. At the same time, laughter sounded above their heads. Ha ha ha! Isn't this King Vegeta? Did you guys change your mind and plan to follow His Majesty Tul's? King Vegeta and the others looked up in panic. A group of Saiyans were escorting a group of people, floating above their heads. Those Saiyans were the traitors who betrayed King Vegeta and joined Tul's, and the 6 people they were escorting are the 5 main members of Tul's Crusher Corps and the evil Saiyan Tul's. Seeing that they had been discovered, cold sweat broke out on King Vegeta's face, and Bardock gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at the Saiyan, who was about to destroy his homeland. What made Bardock feel even more ironic was that this Saiyan unexpectedly looked just like him. Saiyan Tul's, from the outside, looks almost identical to Bardock, only his skin is darker. Tul's. Get lost from Planet Vegeta at once. The real King of Saiyans will return soon. By then, you and all your henchmen will be dead without a burial. King Vegeta yelled. Oh? The corner of Tul's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty arc. The real king you are talking about, is it the guy named Lynx? I have heard of that guy. Is someone with merely 100,000 power level also worthy of being a king? Beside Tul's, a Saiyan with only a handful of hair on his head chimed in, that's right. King Vegeta, open your eyes and look. The real king of Saiyan is His Majesty Tul's only. His power level has already reached 300,000. Nappa. When did you become like this? Where is your bravery as a Saiyan elite? Seeing that person, King Vegeta was suddenly filled with anger. The other party's name was Nappa, who was originally Vegeta's bodyguard and a lord among the Saiyans, but after Tul's invaded, the other party immediately wagged his tail ingratiatingly in front of Tul's. It was under Nappa's lead that many Saiyans chose to betray. Bravery? Are you worthy of saying that? When you were wagging your tail in front of Lynx, where did your bravery go? King Vegeta. Nappa turned around and said to Tul's with an ingratiating smile, Your Majesty Tul's, please allow me to punish these disobedient guys for you. Go. The corners of Tul's mouth curled up and he could not suppress the smile creeping up on his face. Chapter 14, He is the real King of Saiyan. Although Tul's had imagined the day when he would rule Planet Vegeta countless times, he never thought that this day would come so soon. He was just looking for a planet on the periphery of the universe where Tree of Might could be planted, but he didn't expect to accidentally find the long-missing Planet Vegeta. Tul's was a little panicked when he first discovered that the planet was the missing Planet Vegeta. Saiyan's betrayal of King Frieza and the fact that he was severely injured has spread throughout the universe. Tul's was initially worried that he would encounter the strong expert who injured King Frieza on this planet, but after he secretly investigated and made some inquiries, he found out that Saiyan used a scheme to defeat King Frieza. On the entire planet, the guy with the highest power level has only less than 30,000 power level, but Tul's power level has already reached 300,000. And so, Tul's operation began. Relying on his tyrannical strength, he not only successfully planted the Tree of Might, but also roped in many Saiyans to become his servants. Originally just a low-class warrior, he has now climbed to the peak of Saiyans. This feeling is simply wonderful. Go Nappa! But if you can, rope in some more people. Without enough subjects, I, the King of Saiyan, will not be worthy of my name. Yes, Your Majesty. Receiving Tul's permission, Nappa sneered and landed in front of King Vegeta's group. King Vegeta, this is the last chance I will give you, surrender. Submit to His Majesty Tul's, or die. Just by yourself? King Vegeta said disdainfully. Of course. People like you don't know the greatness of His Majesty Tul's. Everyone. Although Lynx led us to defeat Frieza, it also caused us Saiyans to go into hiding, and we couldn't even fly half a step out of the planet. This kind of life, like being in prison, is not the life of us Saiyans. Nappa shouted at Saiyans in front of him, but His Majesty Tul's is different. Following His Majesty Tul's, we can not only return to the exciting life of the past, but more importantly, His Majesty Tul's has Tree of Might's fruit in his hand. As long as you follow His Majesty Tul's, everyone will have a chance to enjoy the fruits of Tree of Might. Look! This is the power of Tree of Might's fruit. Ha! Nappa shouted loudly and his aura exploded out. In an instant, a powerful pressure pressed down on every Saiyan like a storm. And their scouters beeped one by one. 30,000? King Vegeta looked at Nappa, who used to be his subordinate, in disbelief. Although Nappa's power level has increased a lot in the past 5 years, but before the betrayal, his power level was only merely 10,000. How did his power level tripled within just a few days? Is the fruit of Tree of Might really so magical? Even King Vegeta was shaken, not to mention the other Saiyans. They had either fearful or a look of fascination on their faces. They were clearly a little shaken. Sensing the fear from everyone around him, King Vegeta clenched his teeth and rushed out suddenly. It's just an empty show of strength, Nappa. I will let you understand who is the royalty of Saiyans. King Vegeta threw a punch, but it was easily grabbed by Nappa. Nappa smiled coldly and said, King Vegeta, do you want me to remind you? You are no longer the royalty of Saiyans. After saying that, a fist containing tyrannical power ruthlessly struck King Vegeta's head. Bang! Blood splashed out and King Vegeta let out a cry filled with pain, and his body, like a shooting star, was sent flying at high speed into the horizon. But Nappa caught up with King Vegeta, who was sent flying backwards, and landed a reverse kick on King Vegeta in midair that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom! The ground cracked, and a deep pit was smashed under King Vegeta. Nappa stepped on King Vegeta's body and laughed unrestrainedly. Ha ha ha! Saiyan royalty? King Vegeta, did you see it? This is the power that the real Saiyan King has granted me. In front of him, you are just an ant. Damn it! King Vegeta struggled to get up, but Nappa stomped on the ground again and buried his face in the ground. Humph! A good for nothing. Nappa spat and glanced at the rest of Saiyan. Except for Bardock and Paragus, the rest of the Saiyans were all intimidated by Nappa's gaze and took a step back in fear. How is it? Now you know who is the real king of Saiyans? Just as Nappa's voice fell, the sound of air vibrations suddenly came from the sky in the distance. Everyone looked up, and the next moment, they saw two figures suddenly appear in the sky. Who are you? The appearance of Lin Chen and Broly made Tull's group vigilant. Lin Chen didn't answer and just smiled indifferently, with his hands behind his back. Swish, swish. When countless eyes were directed at him, there was suddenly a sound of gasp at the scene. Tulls looked at the Saiyans around him who seemed to have seen a ghost in surprise and asked coldly, what's wrong? Who is he? On the ground, Nappa, who was originally very fierce, also took a few steps back with a look of fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. No one answered Tull's question. But on Bardock's side, Paragus suddenly knelt down in Lin Chen's direction, clasped his fists and said loudly, he is the hero who led Saiyan to defeat Frieza. The real king of my Saiyan race, His Majesty Lynx. After Paragus, Bardock also knelt down on the ground excitedly and shouted loudly, greetings, Your Majesty Lynx. Your Majesty Lynx. After Bardock, the second, the third, the fourth Saiyans, who did not become Tull's followers, fell to their knees and loudly shouted one after another. As for Tull's side, Saiyans, who had joined him just recently, were also cowering like Nappa. Although it has been 5 years since he has not appeared in front of everyone, Lin Chen's prestige still existed. Seeing this scene, Tull snorted coldly and turned on his scouter. But the result he saw made him a little surprised. 5,000? Why does this guy only have 5,000 power level? Even the little guy next to him has 10,000 power level. Are these Saiyans stupid? 5,000 power level, and he dares to be called the real king? Are you courting death? Get down on the ground. One of Tull's direct henchmen flew out and charged towards Lin Chen, trying to knock him down to the ground. Seeing this, Nappa on the ground immediately shouted, Lord Kakao, be careful. That lynx has 100,000 power level. What? Kakao had just heard Nappa's words, but before he could react, he saw Lin Chen suddenly sweep his leg at him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kakao flew out at a faster speed than before, and slammed into the trunk of Tree of Might. Bang! And turned into a pool of flesh and blood. Chapter 15, Brother Lynx, they are too weak. I'm impossible. Seeing Kakao turned into meat paste, the remaining 4 members of Tull's corps had expressions of disbelief, as if it was simply absurd. They were different from those Saiyans who turned traitors. They have been following Tull's for many years and have eaten the fruit of Tree of Might several times and their power level has already reached more than 30,000. When they suppressed the Saiyan capital before, they showed tyrannical strength and no Saiyan could hold on for 10 moves against them. But who would have thought that Kakao, the second strongest among them, would be killed by a guy with only 5,000 power level? It's nothing surprising, Tull said, it seems that guy should be able to control his power level. He must have increased his strength in an instant just now. 5 years ago, his power level was 100,000. In the past 5 years, he must have improved more. It's not surprising that you are not his match. Tulls flew past these people and towards Lynx. Let me take care of this kid, humph, real king of Saiyan? Saiyans only need one real king, and that's me. Yes, yes lord. If that's the case, then leave the other kid to us. The members of Tull's Crusher Corps then floated towards Broly. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Broly, they seem to be coming at you. It's okay, brother Lynx, they are too weak. Broly said without any fear. As soon as these words came out, all the Saiyans below almost fainted. Those members of Tull's Corp are like monsters in their eyes, but they are being called weak by a Saiyan kid? Doesn't that mean that they are even inferior to a kid? In the crowd, Bardock was stunned for a moment before he patted Paragus' shoulder with slight excitement. Hey, isn't that Broly? Broly Paragus looked at his son in disbelief. Not having seen him for 5 years, he didn't expect such a huge change to occur in his son. Such composure and calmness, is he really his own son who would cry loudly and get angry when he just touched him? Stinky boy! The guy who talked to us like this last time is already dead. The 4 members of Tull's Crusher Corps rushed up in anger, but just as they were about to approach Broly, Broly's aura suddenly erupted out. Ha! A storm swept out, and the terrifying aura made the 4 of them unable to move. What? Beep beep beep. They saw Broly's power level begin to rise at an alarming rate. 10,00015,00020,000. Bang! When the power level reading crossed 20,000, their scouters all exploded. But they could clearly feel that Broly's power level was still increasing. Immediately someone took out a spare communicator and shouted, "Spaceship! Tell me the kid's power level immediately." Lord Days, what's going on? There is an energy signature in front of you whose power level has reached 230,000. Everyone was stunned when they heard this information. 230,000? Did you make a mistake? How is this possible? How can this Saiyan kid have such powerful strength? The scouter must be broken. But the person on the opposite side of the communicator said, "Impossible, sir, the scouter on the spacecraft is a large-scale scouter, and its reading limit is 1,230,000? In the distance, Tulls also heard their conversation through the communicator. He also finds it hard to believe that the Saiyan kid has 230,000 power level. Because his own power level is only 300,000, but to reach such strength, he absorbed the life essence of several planets and ate a lot of Tree of Might's fruits. How can a Saiyan kid who is obviously not an adult have such powerful strength? Damn it! It's really hateful. Is this the limit of low-class warriors? Hey, don't look over there, your opponent is me. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from behind Tulls. He turned back quickly. With his hands behind his back, Lin Chen was looking at him with a sneer. Tulls said in disdain, "Lynx? Well, I'll deal with you first and then go deal with that kid." Tulls didn't say anything more and suddenly raised his palms at Lin Chen, and blue ki blasts shot out, all of them hitting Lin Chen. After he was done shooting ki blasts, Tulls gasped for breath and sneered as he looked at the sky shrouded in dust in front of him, then he turned to look towards Broly. He wanted to finish off Lin Chen as soon as possible, so that he could go and assist his henchmen. But he didn't expect that when he turned around to look back, the several members of Tull's Crusher Corps had already been knocked to the ground by Broly. It's just that they were not dead yet. Broly, who grew up on planet Namek, has become a good boy like Gohan in the original work and doesn't like killing people. Stinky boy! Seeing that his henchmen were all lying on the ground, Tull's voice turned cold and he was about to go down and deal with Broly. But at this time... Hey, your opponent is me. Impossible. Tulls turned around in shock, only to see that the smoke and dust had dissipated, and Lin Chen was still floating there, completely unscathed. How is this possible? Tulls really couldn't understand. Didn't Nappa and those people say that Lynx only has 100,000 power level? Could it be? Tulls did not use his scouter, instead he contacted the people on his spaceship. "I'm Tulls, confirm another Saiyan's power level immediately." "Lord! We were about to inform you. That Saiyan's power level is 550,000. 550,000. Impossible. How can a Saiyan have 550,000 power level? Could it be that you have also eaten Tree of Might's fruits? Why can't a Saiyan have 550,000 power level? Tulls, you don't know anything about Saiyan's true potential." Lin Chen said indifferently. Whoosh! Lin Chen suddenly disappeared from his place, and the next second, he appeared in front of Tul's and struck Tul's stomach hard with his right knee. Pfff. Tul spat out a mouthful of bile, and his whole body instantly bent into a shape of well-cooked prawn, his facial features distorted. Powerful. Too powerful. Why is this Saiyan so powerful? Tul's heart was completely filled with astonishment, humiliation, anger, and despair. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up and his tone was extremely arrogant, so you can still stay conscious after receiving my punch. Not bad, as expected of someone with a power level of 300,000. Tuls, spar with me, okay? I want to stretch my body. Stretch your body? You, what do you take me Tuls as? In an instant, a furious aura exploded out and Tuls exuded violent aura from all over his body. Then, he crazily attacked Lin Chen. Chapter 16, The Restored Planet Vegeta. Bang, 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 add updated st. Rise at n//vel/bin.com. The sound of punching and kicking kept resounding in the sky like thunder. Lin Chen and Tuls, with the huge tree of might as the background stage, launched rapid-fire attacks. The two people were sometimes 10,000 meters apart, and sometimes they collided, in the sky and on the ground, but it was for just a few seconds. Because they were moving too rapidly, almost no one present could see their movements clearly and could only hear the constant explosions above their heads. Of the onlookers, only Broly could keep up with their speed. Is this the power of His Majesty Lynx? Too strong. His Majesty is stronger than 5 years ago. With their mouths wide, the Saiyan spectators had a look of amazement. While those traitors as well as the members of Tul's Crusher Corps, at this moment, quietly and tremblingly began to flee back towards the Tree of Might. Hurry up! Take advantage of this opportunity to leave quickly. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Nappa urged everyone. Lord Nappa, are we really going to escape? Idiot! Can we even get involved in that level of fight? Hurry back to the spaceship. In Nappa's mind, judging from the situation just now, Lynx, who had disappeared for 5 years and returned, is obviously stronger than Tul's. If they don't escape now, should they wait until Tul's is really defeated before fleeing? As for begging for Lynx's forgiveness, don't forget, Lynx is a Saiyan. Saiyan treats traitors without mercy. At that time, in the sky, Tul's was already using all his strength, but he discovered that the more he fought, the more he was getting suppressed. He could feel that Lin Chen wasn't using his full strength at all, but even so, he was still being toyed around by him. Why? Why? Lynx, use your real skills. Lin Chen paused before smiling sternly, okay. He has already played around enough. Tul's with 300,000 power level is indeed much more tough than those space pirates. The next moment, an immense force slammed into Tul's face. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Tul's could clearly feel his face distort and his teeth were knocked out. Then, time resumed its normal flow, and Tul's was sent flying like a cannonball, his body drawing a lightning bolt in the sky. He then collided against the trunk of Tree of Might, forming a big hole. Lynx! Tul's shouted crazily as he struggled to climb out of the tree trunk. I am Tul's, the future Emperor of the universe. How can I lose to you? The next moment, Tul's suddenly flew upwards. Above his head was the canopy of Tree of Might and right under the canopy, there were Tree of Might's fruits hanging. It's just that the Tree of Might's fruits still looked somewhat green. They had obviously not ripened yet. However, even if they were unripened, they still had the effect of increasing power level. Tul's couldn't wait for the fruits to ripen. He will immediately increase his power and kill Lynx. Seeing that Tree of Might's fruits were within his reach, Tul seemed to see victory beckoning, and saw the scene of Lynx being ruthlessly stomped under his feet and tortured after he had strengthened himself. Seeing the direction that Tul's was flying towards, Lynx however sneered, it's just right, a group of people are already above the tree. I'll let you all disappear together with Tree of Might. As a divine tree, Tree of Might cannot be destroyed by ordinary attacks. In the original work, Goku also relied on Spirit Bomb which had absorbed the fruits of Tree of Might, to destroy the towering giant tree. Although Lin Chen doesn't know Spirit Bomb, he has stronger technique than Spirit Bomb. HAAA. As Lin Chen roared, a golden aura began to rise around him. This aura created an inexplicable pressure on all the Saiyans present at the scene. This King Vegeta looked at the golden light radiating from Lin Chen's body, and subconsciously the ancient legend which has been circulated in the Saiyan royal family appeared in his mind. On Tree of Might, a fruit with the deepest color was just picked, and Tulz, who was about to open his mouth and swallow it, also felt the unusual aura below him. That's the fear of the legend imprinted in every Saiyan's genes. Linear links? Could he be impossible? Tulz gritted his teeth and bit down the Tree of Might's fruit in his hand. As soon as he swallowed it, he could feel astonishing changes happening in his body. The violent injuries that he received from Lin Chen before were healed in an instant, and not only his lost strength recovered, but it also rapidly increased by several times compared to before. Tulz turned on the communicator. I'm Tulz. Tell me, what is my current power level? Low. Lord. Your power level has exceeded 600,000. 600,000? Ha 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 ha. Tulz immediately burst into laughter. The soil of Planet Vegeta is really suitable for growing the Tree of Might. Fruits that have not yet fully matured can increase strength by so much. If all the fruits are fully matured, his strength will definitely reach even higher. Not to mention Lynx, even the frost demons who dominate the universe wouldn't be his match. However, before Tulz could even be pleased for a few seconds, a despair-filled scream of his henchman came from the communicator. Lord Tulz! There is someone with a formidable power level near you. This power seems to belong to that Saiyan. Lynx? What's his power level? 800,000, 900,000, 1 million. Not good, it has surpassed the max limit. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded near Tulz. He turned his head around and saw smoke rising nearby, and the direction of the smoke was precisely where his mothership was docked. Escape! Run away! Inside Tul's mothership, an explosion caused by the large scouter receiving energy beyond its limit caused a chain reaction inside the ship. The survivors screamed and escaped from the ship towards their only pillar, Tulz. But at this moment, everyone discovered that there was a light flashing under the Tree of Might. At this time, Lin Chen, who had completely transformed into false Super Saiyan, raised one hand towards the Tree of Might. Lin Chen didn't use any techniques, he just condensed his ki into a green ball of light, and then pushed it towards the Tree of Might. The green ball of light was only the size of a basketball, and its speed was not very fast. However, shortly after it entered the Tree of Might, a towering light pillar suddenly emerged from under the tree trunk. The light pillar went all the way through the tree trunk to the top of the tree, engulfing Tulz and the Saiyan traders together. I'm not willing. I'm the king of Saiyan. In the light pillar, Tul's last despairing cry could be heard. Amidst muffled rumbling, the ground shook violently, and a heaven-destroying aura spread out rapidly, and a dazzling white light with the Tree of Might as the center shrouded most of the planet Vegeta. Under the terrifying aura, every Saiyan on the planet fell to their knees, succumbing to the terror in their hearts, thinking that their doom was imminent. However, after a while, the tree trunks of Tree of Might, which was covering most of planet Vegeta, suddenly turned into golden spots of light. These light spots are like white snow, pervading the entire planet. The real identity of the light spots was planet's essence absorbed by Tree of Might. When these essence drilled into the ground, the dried land as if moistened by rain regained its life force, and the life force of all living beings on planet Vegeta was restored. At this moment, Planet Vegeta, which was on the verge of destruction, was finally restored. Chapter 17, Lin Chen's ambition and new choices appears. Ding! Congratulations host for completing the task of killing all members of the Tul's Crusher Corps and destroying Tree of Might. Reward, 10 Tree of Might's fruits and a 50 times gravity chamber. Ding! The reward has been put into the system space, and the host can withdraw it at any time. From defeating Tul's and reviving Planet Vegeta. 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, the Saiyans on Planet Vegeta, under the leadership of King Vegeta, began to rebuild the capital. The first to be repaired was the Saiyan King's palace, which was destroyed by Tulz and his group. Right now, in a corner of the palace, Lynx was sleeping soundly with Hanasia in his arms. She is the first female Saiyan he met after returning to Planet Vegeta, and became Lin Chen's concubine, enjoying his favor. However, a knock on the door suddenly woke them up. Brother Lynx, King Vegeta and the others are requesting for an audience. Hearing Broly's voice from outside the door, Lin Chen opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. I see, Broly, tell them to go to the meeting hall and wait a moment. Your Majesty. Seeing that Lynx was about to get up, Hanasia's long legs wrapped around him like a snake demon and she said with a lustful look, Your Majesty, ignore them, I still want. Female Saiyans are valiant and passionate. Whether in life or bedroom, Hanasia is a valiant woman, making Lin Chen extremely intoxicated. But he knew that if he became engrossed in feminine charms, he wouldn't be far from his end. So, he coldly pushed her away. Nu st. Rise at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. Enough, get up too, and go with me to meet King Vegeta and the others. Seeing Lin Chen's cold face for the first time in the past 3 days, Hanasia also knew not to overdo it and nodded immediately, yes, your majesty. After a while, Lin Chen brought Hanasia and Broly, who was now like his personal bodyguard, and arrived in the meeting hall. King Vegeta, Bardock, and Paragus have been waiting for a long time. The purpose of the 3 of them coming was not only to report the progress of the restoration work of the capital, but also to ask Lin Chen for new instructions. 5 years have passed in a flash, and it's time for Planet Vegeta to change. Before, because he needed to go into slumber for 5 years, Lin Chen did not dare to make a lot of arrangements. Now that he has returned as the king, the arrangements that Lin Chen dared not make in the past can naturally be put on the schedule. He allowed King Vegeta to lift the ban on entering and exiting the planet, no longer restricting Saiyans from leaving Planet Vegeta. At the same time, Lin Chen also ordered Paragus to establish new laws and rules for the Saiyan society where they originally respected the strong. Lin Chen's plan is to build his own Saiyan empire in the near future. Although Saiyans are currently still very weak, Lin Chen's ambition is to have his own army of Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2 and even the stronger Super Saiyan God in the future. At that time, Lin Chen will be the peak of the Saiyan empire, with powers that can rival gods. At that time, whether it is in front of God of Destruction, angels, or even Zeno, he will be fearless. In order to achieve all this, he needs to carry out complete reformation of Saiyans. Lin Chen, who is familiar with Dragon Ball's storyline, believes that the current Saiyans are actually a fallen nation. You know, originally in history, Saiyans not only gave birth to Super Saiyan, but also gave birth to Super Saiyan God who can rival the gods. However, the current Saiyan kingdom, excluding outliers like Lin Chen and Broly, is a race with an average power level of less than 10,000. Why did such a situation happen? After Lin Chen analyzed the storyline, he felt that everything was caused by Saiyans living an uncivilized and uneducated life. According to the clues from the original work's storyline, Saiyans in ancient times should have been a race that loves peace and is full of justice. This can be seen from the 2 important points that determine Saiyans' strength, S-cells and righteous heart. S-cells are the key to turning Saiyan into Super Saiyan. And this kind of cell needs a peaceful and stable environment to grow in large numbers. As for the righteous heart, it is a necessary condition for Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyan God. Just think, if Saiyans have always been as warlike and bloodthirsty as they are now, how did they give birth to Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God in the past? There is only one explanation, and that is that Saiyans originally didn't have warlike, bloodthirsty, and selfish genes deeply rooted in the bone marrow as now. There should be some external factors that caused the Saiyans changes, which also caused their strength to fall to the point where it is now. What Lin Chen has to do now is to make Saiyans return to their original character. This change may be difficult to achieve, but it is not impossible. Because soon, the younger generation of Saiyan will grow up, and they will become the biggest help for Lin Chen to change the Saiyan empire. Ding! Detected the host's desire to increase Saiyan's strength, launching the strongest choices. Choice 1, within 1 year, more than 1,000 Saiyans have to surpass 10,000 power level. Reward, 5 tubes of S-cell reagent. 1 tube of S-cell reagent can increase the S-cells in a Saiyan by 20%. Choice 2, within 1 year, more than 50 Saiyans have to surpass 100,000 power level. Reward, a hyperbolic time chamber. Choice 3, within 1 year, more than 5 Saiyans have to surpass 500,000 power level. Reward, talent, beginner martial arts talent. All the techniques performed in front of the person with this talent will have a 30% probability of being directly learned. It has appeared? Lin Chen already has a hunch when the new system choices appear, and now he has clearly figured out the rules of how system choices appear. As long as he needs to make major decisions or choices, the system will quite likely emerge. He looked at the 3 choices and thought to himself. 3 choices, difficulty increases step by step, but the rewards are each better than the last. The first reward would allow him to directly create the 3rd Super Saiyan besides himself and Broly. As for the second reward, he can get the hyperbolic time chamber, which is extremely valued in the universe. The ability to manipulate time is an extremely rare ability in the universe of the Dragon Ball world, and in the original work, it only appeared on Earth and God of Destruction's planet. But the last choice is even more precious to the current Lin Chen. He now has both bloodline and strength, but he still doesn't have combat techniques that can support the ultimate skill. If he can get this reward, he only needs to watch others use a technique in the future, and there is a chance that he can directly learn their techniques. This is simply too convenient. Chapter 18, 3 Kinds of Rewards? I want them all. After thinking about it, just when Lin Chen was about to make a choice, he suddenly discovered that the choices this time seemed to have a loophole. System, what will happen if I complete the conditions of the 3 choices at the same time? Although the 3 choices this time were more difficult than the previous ones, there is no conflict between the 3 choices. If Lin Chen has the ability, he can fulfill all the requirements of the 3 choices at once. The system seemed to be stunned as it paused for quite a while before saying, the selection system allows the host to choose all, but if even one of the choices is not fulfilled, the host will be erased. Please choose carefully. Choose carefully? Opportunity, of course, coexists with risk. System, I want the rewards for all the 3 choices. Ding, confirming the host's selection. Please complete the missions as soon as possible, the 1-year countdown will start now. The next moment, Lin Chen saw a constantly changing countdown timer appear in his line of sight. Since this day, Saiyans on Planet Vegeta entered the era of universal training. All Saiyans, whether men or women, young or old, began to train crazily. In fact, in the 5 years since Lin Chen disappeared, as they were forbidden to leave Planet Vegeta, in order to kill time, a craze of training became popular among Saiyans, and their overall strength has become much greater than when they dealt with Frieza. But unfortunately, almost no Saiyan on the planet knows the correct method of training. In the past, Saiyans never had the habit of training. So in the past 5 years, Saiyans' strength improved very slowly. F. D. E up T. S on N, O, V/E/L. In. Com. After learning about this situation, Lin Chen immediately began to formulate a training plan for Saiyans, and let them train according to it. At the same time, Lin Chen also selected the 50 most talented Saiyans and gave them the opportunity to enter the 50 times gravity chamber to train, hoping that their power level could increase to at least 100,000 within a year. As for the task of having more than 5 Saiyans' power level exceed 500,000, he knew that under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to achieve. After all, it took him 5 years to merge with his bloodline, but he only has more than 500,000 power level. And in the 5 years Broly with legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, could only reach 230,000 power level. Both he and Broly have legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, but their growth rate is just this. As for those ordinary Saiyans, it would be impossible to use normal means to break through the limits within a year. Fortunately, Lin Chen had another way. One day, Lin Chen called over King Vegeta, Paragus, Bardock, Hanasia, and Broly together. The 5 of them are who Lin Chen intends to use to complete the 500,000 power level task. After everyone arrived, Lin Chen handed them 5 Tree of Might's fruits. Eat these. This is Tree of Might's fruit? Seeing the huge red fruit in his hand, King Vegeta and the others immediately recognized it. Isn't this the Tree of Might's fruit that Tul's brought out to tempt Saiyans to take part in Tul's rebellion? Your Majesty, why do you have these with you? Didn't you destroy all the Tree of Might's fruits? Paragus asked in surprise. You don't need to ask so many things, eat it quickly. Your strength will improve a lot. Yes. Hearing Lin Chen's order, except for Broly, the other 4 no longer hesitated and immediately nibbled on the Tree of Might's fruit. In a few moments, the 4 of them finished eating the fruit. The next moment, the 4 of them could feel a huge change happening within their bodies as a scorching and vast energy instantly filled their bodies. This energy not only made them feel as if their bodies were swelling, but also made their minds extremely clear and lucid. Subconsciously, all 4 of them took the initiative to erupt their aura. Power. I feel full of power. King Vegeta looked at his fists in excitement as he sensed the surging power in his body. So powerful. Bardock was also full of joy as he clenched his fists. Tree of Might's fruit is actually so magical? Hanasia and Paragus were also very excited. Looking at the 4 of them who were in high spirits, Lin Chen used the system to check their power level. Among the 4, Bardock's strength improved the most, and his power level reached 400,000 all at once. King Vegeta was also not far behind him. Paragus and Hanasia were slightly weaker, but they still had more than 300,000 power level. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the food eaten by gods. It is extremely magical as expected. At this time, Lin Chen looked at Broly, who was holding the tree of might's fruit and hadn't moved at all. Broly, why aren't you eating? Broly hesitated and said, Brother Lynx, this thing is so precious, why don't you eat it? I've already tried one. To tell you the truth, the weaker the strength, the better its effect on increasing the power level. After a certain level, its effect is not so obvious. The tree of might's fruit Lin Chen gave them was the reward he got after completing the task. After killing Tulls, Lin Chen had already tried one, but the result made him a little disappointed. Before, he thought that tree of might's fruit could directly increase the power level. But after actually eating it, he realized that the most important thing about tree of might's fruit is not to increase the power level, but to increase the mental strength. The increase in power level is actually due to the fact that tree of might's fruit has the effect of nourishing and strengthening the body at the same time. But Lin Chen's body has been strengthened by the merging of legendary Super Saiyan's bloodline, so tree of might's fruit has very little effect on increasing his power level. After eating a fruit, Lin Chen's power level only increased by about 100,000, and his current normal state power level is 650,000. Before this, Lin Chen had some regrets that he used too much force that day and directly tore apart Tull's spaceship without leaving behind a tree of might's seed. But after knowing the effects of tree of might's fruit, he no longer regrets it. Broly, this fruit actually won't have much effect on you, but after you eat it, it would be very effective in helping you control your emotions. You should eat it quickly. Hearing this, Broly didn't hesitate and ate it obediently. As expected, after taking the tree of might's fruit, Broly's aura did not grow much, and even the power level improvement was not as much as Lin Chen's, only a mere 70,000, which raised his power level from 230,000 to 300,000. Although none of the 5 people have yet reached 500,000 power level requirement, there is still a year to go. As they have increased their power level through tree of might's fruit, if they want to reach 500,000 power level, it should not be a problem. King Vegeta, and the few of you have eaten the tree of might's fruit, but you still have to train hard. Within a year, if anyone's power level does not exceed 500,000, don't blame me for being rude to you. Yes. King Vegeta and the others nodded, then they said goodbye and left. Broly seemed to have something to say, but he was pulled away by his father, Paragus. The only one left, Hanasia, rushed to Lin Chen's side with a flushed face, held onto his arm and said, Your Majesty, I feel that my body is much stronger now, I want to fight you for 300 rounds to test the limits of my body. Bardock? Why are you still here? Lin Chen was about to agree when he suddenly discovered that a light bulb was still present. Bardock had one of his hands on his head and sneered, Your Majesty Lynx, I have something else to report. Chapter 19, Making a Trip to Earth. There are not enough medical machines? Lin Chen frowned. After Hanasia left, Bardock explained his intentions for staying behind. Following his orders, all Saiyans have started practicing with the new training method given by him, but after that, some new problems began to appear. One of the most important issues is that the number of medical machines on Planet Vegeta were not enough. Saiyans didn't know how to develop technology in the past. Many high-tech devices on the planet were things that they seized or traded from other aliens. When the Saiyans submitted to Frieza, the other party sent over 3 medical machines to them, which is the kind of high-tech device that was used to treat Goku on planet Namek in the original work. But there are only 3 such devices in total, but there are thousands of Saiyans on the entire planet, which is obviously not enough. The training method that Lin Chen gave to Saiyans is an improved training plan after combining the training methods of Goku and Vegeta in the original work. The main purpose of the whole training is to continuously push Saiyans to the limits of their body. Naturally, this training method can easily cause injuries. If there were enough medical machines, the problem wouldn't be that big, but there are clearly not enough medical machines on the Saiyans side, which has delayed the speed of training of many Saiyans because they cannot get treatment in time. It's because of my negligence. Lin Chen nodded and realized that there was a slip-up in his plan. Bardock, who was listening, said hurriedly, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I can immediately send people to find a civilization with medical machine technology. If it really doesn't work, we can also attack Frieza's planets to loot some. Lin Chen shook his head, No, what we need is not a few or dozens of medical machines, but at least hundreds or thousands of them. Leave this matter to me, I'll handle it. Hearing this, Bardock nodded and said, "Okay." Shortly after parting from Bardock, Lin Chen appeared on Earth with instant transmission. Hanasia in battle armor was following him while wearing a scouter on her face. As Lin Chen's newly acquired princess, Hanasia has been closely following around Lin Chen, and when she heard that he was going to another planet, she insisted on following him no matter what. "Your Majesty, this is Earth? The gravity here is so low?" "Yeah, this is Earth." Lin Chen looked at the familiar but also somewhat unfamiliar environment around him, and sighed in his heart. This is the first time he has come to Earth since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Maybe it's because he has turned into a Saiyan in this life, Lin Chen doesn't have much feelings for Earth. But in the end, it is also the center of the entire Dragon Ball world storyline, and it is also an indispensable part of Lin Chen's future Saiyan Empire plan. He knows from the original work that a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling is stronger than a pure-blood Saiyan. So Lin Chen had long planned to let the two planets officially establish contact at some point in the future. But who would have thought that because of the medical machine, he will make a trip to Earth ahead of schedule. Although Earth was mocked by Saiyan Radiants as an uncivilized planet in the original work, the level of civilization on Earth is actually far beyond a Saiyan's imagination. Moreover, there are many talented inventors on this planet. What Lin Chen is looking for this time is Dr. Brief, a great inventor living in West City. He is also Bulma's father, the most important female character in the Dragon Ball world. For the medical machines that Saiyans urgently need, they will have to depend on him. The next moment, Lin Chen brought Hanasia and flew in the direction of West City. Dr. Brief is not only a genius, but also the founder of Capsule Corporation. His status is similar to Edison in Lin Chen's former world. Not only is he a world-famous scientist, but also a super-rich boss. Because of this, after arriving in West City, Lin Chen found Dr. Brief's home without much effort. Their home is the largest building in the entire West City, and the Capsule Corporation logo on the top of the building is very easy to spot. After landing, Lin Chen was about to knock on the door, but suddenly he heard a cry coming from Dr. Brief's house. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, Bulma. Wife, look after Bulma." "Okay, dear." At this moment, in Dr. Brief's house, Dr. Brief was standing in front of his wife and daughter, protecting them with his arms opened wide. In front of the three of them, an old man leaning on a cane was leading three monsters that looked similar to Saibaman. Near them, there were several security guards from Capsule Corporation. The old man said with a sneer, "Okay, Dr. Brief, as long as you come with us obediently, we won't hurt anyone. Not only that, we will also give you back your other daughter." "Other Tights? You kidnapped Tights?" Dr. Brief exclaimed immediately upon hearing this. "That's right, quickly make a choice. Dr. Willow is waiting for us." The old man tapped the cane in his hand on the ground. But at this moment, a voice sounded from the side. "Sorry, but Dr. Brief can't go with you." "Who?" The old man turned around to look, and saw two people, a man and a woman, walking in. He wasn't familiar with the two of them, and they were wearing strange clothes like armor. "Dear, are they your friends?" Mrs. Brief also asked in confusion. "No, I don't know them." Dr. Brief shook his head, similarly confused. "What's going on today?" Not only did Dr. Willow's assistant, Dr. Cochin, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared and said that Dr. Willow wanted to see him, but now two strangers he had never met have also appeared. Behind Mrs. Brief, a little girl with two ponytails stuck her head out and looked at the two strangers curiously. The person who had stormed in was naturally Lin Chen. Giving a cursory glance at the scene, Lin Chen had an inkling of what was going on. And the one who wanted to take Dr. Brief away, he also recognized him. If he remembers correctly, this person should be Dr. Cochin, Dr. Willow's assistant in a certain Dragon Ball movie. This Dr. Willow, together with Dr. Brief and Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, is one of the three top scientists in the human world and Dragon Ball world, and is proficient in biotechnology. In that movie, in order to resurrect, Dr. Willow wanted to take over the body of the strongest person in the world, but was defeated by Goku with a spirit bomb. But he didn't expect Dr. Cochin, Dr. Willow's assistant, to appear several years in advance, and he even appeared at Dr. Brief's home. Chapter 20, Trash with only 10 power level. Dr. Cochin could feel a dangerous aura from the two people who had suddenly stormed in. But he doesn't think it's possible. How could he be in danger with three cyborgs with him? You know, these three cyborgs are the crystallization of Dr. Willow's best technology, and just one of them could destroy a tank division. Turning to look at Lin Chen, Dr. Kochan said, "Who are you two? There's nothing for you here, get the hell out of here right now." The corner of Lin Chen's mouth curled up, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Beside him, Hanasia had a disdainful look on her face. "A trash with a power level of 10, how dare you speak to His Majesty Lynx like this? Trash? How dare you say that I, Dr. Kochan, am trash? Go, teach this bitch a lesson." Dr. Kochan angrily thumped his cane and ordered the 3 cyborgs. Hearing this, 3 monsters who looked like Cybermen immediately surrounded Lin Chen and Hanasia. "Your Majesty, what are these? Why do they look so much like Cybermen?" Hanasia was not flustered, but rather curious. "It should be a biological weapon similar to a Cyberman," Lin Chen said. Hanasia laughed, "What weapon doesn't even have 200 power level?" Seeing that the two of them were not afraid at all, Dr. Kochan felt a sense of crisis in his heart and quickly ordered, "Why are you still standing there in daze? Go attack." The 3 cyborgs immediately jumped at Hanasia. At this moment, Hanasia's eyes widened, and she raised her fingers at the 3 cyborgs. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 3 formless energies shot out in an instant, directly turning the 3 cyborgs into a pile of minced meat. What? Dr. Kochan turned pale with fright. What did that woman do just now? How could 3 incredibly powerful cyborgs die just like that? Cold sweat dripped down from Dr. Kochan's forehead. His intuition just now was correct. The 2 strangers in front of him were indeed very dangerous. "Well? Do you have any last words?" Hanasia walked towards Dr. Kochan with a sneer, making him very frightened. "Don't come here!" Dr. Kochan yelled and suddenly threw away his cane, and his left hand turned into a Gatling gun. In fact, Dr. Kochan is no longer an ordinary person. In order to prolong his life, he has transformed himself into a half-robot. Bang, bang, bang. The Gatling gun sprayed out bullets and struck Hanasia. Facing the hail of bullets, Hanasia did nothing at all. She just sneered and raised her right hand towards Dr. Kochan. An array of light exploded out from her palm. "Wait!" Dr. Brief suddenly shouted loudly. Although he didn't understand what she was doing, he guessed that Dr. Kochan was going to be killed. He doesn't care if Dr. Kochan dies, but his daughter is still in Dr. Willow's hands. But Hanasia paid no heed to Dr. Brief at all. The next moment, only a rumbling sound was heard before a violent blast wave had already crushed Dr. Kochan. Mrs. Brief and little Bulma screamed in fear, while Dr. Brief froze in place and called out with a pained look on his face, "Tights!" "Hello, Dr. Brief, my name is Lynx, and you can also call me by the Earth name Lin Chen. I have come to talk to you about cooperation." Dr. Brief said angrily, "Cooperation? Do you know what you've just done? That person just now has kidnapped my oldest daughter. You killed him, what about my oldest daughter? Audacious! How dare you talk to His Majesty like that?" Hanasia's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Dr. Brief and was about to slap him. Having seen her strength just now, Dr. Brief immediately closed his eyes in panic. "Wait!" Lin Chen suddenly opened his mouth and stopped her. "Dr. Brief, you don't have to be afraid or get angry. I may know about your daughter's whereabouts." Dr. Brief opened his eyes. "You know?" Lin Chen said, That person just now should be Dr. Willow's subordinate, right? I remember his base, it seems to be in a place called Tsurumitsuberry Mountains." "Tsurumitsuberry Mountains?" Dr. Brief was stunned. "Dad! Tsurumitsuberry Mountains is where Dr. Willow's former research institute was located." A young voice sounded from the side. Lin Chen and Dr. Brief turned around to look and saw that the person who just spoke was Bulma, who was still just a little girl. Seeing Lin Chen looking at her, Bulma immediately hid behind Mrs. Brief in fear, and said timidly, This, I read it in a book." "Dr. Brief, do you know where are Tsurumitsuberry Mountains?" "Probably in the northwest of West City, more than 2,000 kilometers away." Dr. Brief pointed subconsciously, and then reacted, "Why are you asking this? I'm going to get your daughter back. Hannah, you stay here. Be polite to Dr. Brief and others." After that, Lin Chen used instant transmission. Seeing him suddenly disappear, the entire Dr. Brief family was dumbfounded. He disappeared? At this time, in the distant Tsurumitsuberry Mountains, inside a huge fortress-like research institute. A short-haired girl who looks a bit similar to Bulma, but has blonde hair like Mrs. Brief, and looks about 20 years old, was cursing loudly while facing a direction. Although the girl's hands and feet were cuffed, it didn't stop her fierce movements. "You brain monster! Pervert! Frankenstein! Let me go! There is a galactic patrolman among my friends. If you don't let me go, I'll have him put you in a galactic prison." Not far from this grumpy beauty, a brain in a container was making dull sounds. "Dr. Kochan! Dr. Kochan! Quickly answer! What the hell are you doing?" This brain is the mastermind behind this incident, Dr. Willow. In order to prolong his life, Dr. Willow had Dr. Kochan take out his brain and put it in the body of a robot. Just as Dr. Willow kept calling the missing Dr. Kochan, a figure suddenly appeared beside the blonde-haired beauty. Oh! Originally, the beauty was cursing loudly, but she immediately stopped cursing and sized up Lin Chen, who had suddenly appeared, with bewilderment and confusion in her eyes. "Excuse me, how did you appear just now?" Lin Chen glanced at the girl and asked, "Are you Tights, Dr. Brief's daughter?" Seeing the girl nod, Lin Chen moved his fingers slightly. The next moment, the shackles on Tights' hands and feet were shattered. "I'm your father's friend. I'm here to save you. Grab me." Lin Chen reached his hands out to Tights. "My God! How did you do it?" Tights looked at the broken shackles, completely stunned, and immediately grabbed Lin Chen with a look of excitement. "Hey! Are you an alien? The thing on your waist isn't a tail, is it? Hey, tell me now." Lin Chen was about to answer when Dr. Willow in the distance finally found the intruder who has appeared out of nowhere. 0 current novels on n/o/v/3l/b in.co/m. Boy, who are you? How on earth did you break into my research institute? Chapter 21, Collaboration with Dr. Brief. As Dr. Willow's voice fell, 3 black shadows immediately emerged from the surroundings and completely surrounded Lin Chen and Tights. These 3 shadows have weird appearance. One is tall and plump like a balloon. One's entire body is green and has many tentacles. And the last one looks the most normal, but is a red-haired muscular man. Who am I? You don't have the qualifications to know. Lin Chen grabbed Tights' hand and slowly floated up from the ground with her. Hey? You can actually fly? Tights was completely stunned. She looked down at Lin Chen's feet, but didn't find any signs of flame jets. How is he flying up? Brat, you want to escape? In front of my 3 bio-warriors made from the essence of the most advanced biotechnology, where can you escape? Kishim. Misoke soon. Eba Furia. Go. Just when Dr. Willow was giving the order, Lin Chen brought Tights and flew up in spite of the ceiling above his head. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to hit the roof, Tights closed her eyes and shouted almost by reflex. But at this time, a ray of light jumped out of Lin Chen's fingertips and created an opening in the roof of Dr. Willow's research institute. What? My research institute, which has been strengthened with super alloys, was broken so easily? Dr. Willow exclaimed. In the sky, Tights didn't receive the feeling of hitting the roof, and suddenly noticed that the surrounding temperature had dropped rapidly. She opened one of her eyes and then almost screamed. We were in the sky? Ha ha ha. This feeling is awesome. Ach. Achoo. Seeing that Tights seemed to be a little cold, Lin Chen stretched out his other hand and sent some ki to Tights. Tights immediately felt a lot warmer. So magical. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. Are you an alien? Being pulled by Lin Chen and flying at the height of 1,000 meters, Tights didn't look scared at all. Sure enough, there are no ordinary people in the Brief family. Yet, my name is Lin Chen, a Saiyan from Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta? Saiyan? Hearing Lin Chen's name, Tights looked as if she had seen a ghost. Are you here to invade Earth? Tights had actually heard about Saiyans before, because she has a friend named Jaco, who is also an extraterrestrial alien. You heard it from Jaco? You know Jaco? Galactic Patrolman Jaco, I've heard of his name. Is that unreliable guy so famous? Tights muttered, then glanced at Lin Chen, but saw that he was pointing his palm down below his feet. What are you doing? Dealing with future troubles for your father. That Dr. Willow won't let this matter go. I saved you this time, but he might still look for your family next time. I don't have time to look after your family all the time. Lin Chen said casually. Shoo. A ball of light flew out of his palm. The ball of light was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it flew back in the direction Lin Chen and Tights came from, plunged into Dr. Willow's research institute, and finally landed in front of the three bio-warriors and Dr. Willow's brain. This is Dr. Willow, and the others looked at the ball of light in confusion. But the next moment, they saw the ball of light suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the astonishing energy immediately engulfed all the objects present. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Willow, the mad scientist who dreamed of ruling the world, went directly to hell with his three bio-warriors who had not yet experienced actual combat. Boom! Looking at the huge ball of light that had engulfed the entire research institute below, Tights was stunned, her body trembling. My god! Jaco was right, you guys are really a bunch of dangerous guys. Hey, I just saved you. You saying that, isn't that just returning kindness with ingratitude? Lin Chen said with a smile. I'm sorry. Tights immediately said with a serious look on her face, then let me introduce myself again. Hello, my name is Tights, the oldest daughter of Dr. Brief, thank you for saving me. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at the short-haired girl in front of him, and found that the other party was quite interesting. Lin Chen didn't know that looking at his smile, the heartbeat of the girl in front of him began to quicken uncontrollably. West City, Dr. Brief's home. After hurriedly dealing with the police inquiry, Dr. Brief quickly returned to his living room. Inside, Mrs. Brief was serving Han Asia, who had been left behind, delicious cakes and milk tea. When Brief saw that beside Han Asia, who was wolfing down the cakes, his daughter Bulma was poking her tail curiously, drops of cold sweat dripped down from Brief's forehead. Why doesn't this brat look at the situation? If you annoy that alien, aren't you afraid that your whole family will be killed? But at this moment, two figures appeared in the center of the living room. It was Lin Chen and Tights who came back with instant transmission. Sister! Your Majesty! Tights! Seeing the two return, there was a cry of surprise at the scene. Bulma jumped and hugged her sister, and Mrs. Brief hugged her daughters with a startled expression, while Han Asia stood up and handed Lin Chen a piece of cake. Your Majesty, try it quickly, the food on this planet is so delicious. Lin Chen smiled and declined, then turned to look at Dr. Brief, who was still stunned. Dr. Brief, I have brought your daughter back safely. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen, then Dr. Willow. He won't bother you anymore, ever. Dr. Brief raised his glasses, Isis that so? Well then, thank you, Mr. Lin Chen. Can you tell me now, what is the purpose of your visit? Oh dear, he just rescued our daughter, can't you talk about business later? I'll immediately prepare a delicious meal. We must treat them well. Mrs. Brief said in displeasure. Madam, you go and prepare. Dr. Brief and I will wait for you while talking about some matters. Han Asia. Lin Chen shouted. Madam, let me help you, I want to see how you guys make these things. Han Asia immediately grabbed Tights and Bulma and pushed them all together with Mrs. Brief into the kitchen, leaving the room for Lin Chen and Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, I'll get straight to the point. I've come here hoping to get your help. Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Dr. Brief rubbed his hands. Mr. Lin Chen, with your strength, I wonder if there is anything I can help you with? Lin Chen shook his head and said, although we Saiyans are stronger than Earthlings, we don't have the skills to develop technology. Therefore, I hope to receive technical support from Dr. Brief and the Capsule Corporation behind you to provide us Saiyans with technological products. Chapter 22, Visiting Koran Tower. Technology Products? Dr. Brief became guarded. Mr. Lin Chen, with all due respect, you seem to be already very powerful, the weapons of Earth. No, Dr. Brief, you misunderstood. Let me just say it straight. There are only two technology products I need right now, one is medical machine and the other is gravity chamber. Dr. Brief was taken aback, medical machine? Gravity chamber? Lin Chen looked around and pointed to the garden outside, Dr. Brief, let's go over there, I'll show you something. After saying that, Lin Chen walked towards the garden. Dr. Brief's family is very rich, so the garden was the size of a park. Lin Chen randomly found a level ground, and with a wave of his right hand, he took out a medical machine he brought from Planet Vegeta from the system space. The medical machine that appeared out of thin air left Dr. Brief stunned. This, Mr. Lin, how did you do it? Is it the Hoi Poi capsule? No, just treat it as one of my special abilities. Lin Chen said lightly. Patting the medical machine, Lin Chen said, "This is a medical machine we are using now, which can make people who are seriously injured fully recover in a short time. Doctor, I hope you at least fully reproduce it, and make us 100 of them. After the medical machines are completed, I need at least 10 gravity chambers that can adjust artificial gravity. Our planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth, so the gravity chamber needs to be able to adjust to at least 20 times the gravity. These things are very important to us Saiyans. Gravity chamber can be postponed, but the 100 medical machines, I hope you can complete all of them within a month." Dr. Brief looked confused. "Mr. Lin, I can promise you these things because you showed kindness by saving my family and tights. It's just that whether it's medical machines or gravity chambers, I've never touched them in the past and I don't know if they can actually be built." Dr. Brief is indeed a genius who invented many amazing technologies, but geniuses also have their limits. What Lin Chen needs, one involves biotechnology and the other involves gravity technology. These are all things that Dr. Brief has never touched in the past, so his confidence was somewhat lacking. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded, "Dad, if it's a medical machine, if there is already a prototype machine, it shouldn't take long to copy one, and then let the robots mass produce them." "Oh?" Dr. Brief and Lin Chen turned around and saw Bulma running out from behind a tree. The little girl excitedly looked at the medical machine that Lin Chen took out, and then smiled at her father as if she wanted to be praised. "Really? Bulma, are you sure?" Dr. Brief asked with a dull look. "Yeah, by the way, brother Lin Chen, is there a ready-made prototype of the gravity chamber you mentioned? If there is one, I should be able to copy it soon. It just so happens that I have been researching anti-gravity systems recently." Brief said to Lin Chen with an embarrassed smile, "Sorry, Mr. Lin Chen, this is my daughter Bulma. Even though she is young, she is actually a genius even more impressive than me." "Really?" Lin Chen was not surprised by Brief's words. After all, Bulma should be regarded as the character with the highest IQ in the entire Dragon Ball world. "Thank you Bulma, you have helped me a lot. If you have any wish, you can tell me. I can fulfill it for you." Lin Chen smiled and stroked Bulma's head. Feeling her head being stroked by Lin Chen, Bulma's pretty face turned red. "Then brother Lin Chen, I heard from my sister just now that you can fly? Can you take me to fly once?" "That's it." Bulma nodded with certainty. "Dr. Brief, then I'll take Miss Bulma to fly for a while?" Lin Chen asked. Sure, please." Although Brief was a little worried, he didn't dare to refuse. Lin Chen immediately grabbed Bulma's hand and took her flying into the sky. "Oh my god! Ha ha ha, I'm really flying. Bulma is really Tight's sister. She is also not afraid of flying at all." Instead, she began to urge him, "Brother Lin Chen, can you be faster?" "Sure." Lin Chen pulled Bulma over, tightly wrapped his arms around her, and then started to speed up. Because he was protecting her with his aura, although the speed of the two surpassed a fighter jet in just an instant, Bulma did not feel any discomfort. However, her little face was red, and this flight clearly made her very impressed with Lin Chen. "Bulma, should we go back?" "No, brother Lin Chen, can we fly a little longer?" "Fly a little longer?" Lin Chen thought for a bit, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "In that case, let me take you to see gods, okay?" "God? Where? Are there really gods on Earth?" Bulma looked around. There are also legends of gods in this world. Although Bulma is a talented child, she is also a little curious about legends. "Yeah, wait, I'll take you over to see them." The place Lin Chen wants to take Bulma to is Koran Tower and Lookout. These two places were originally already in Lin Chen's planned itinerary. Now that he has brought Bulma out for a stroll, Lin Chen simply shifted the itinerary ahead of time. Koran Tower is located in a remote place, far from the human world, and it takes at least a few hours to fly there from West City. But at Lin Chen's speed, it didn't take long before the two of them saw the Koran Tower which was piercing into the clouds. Just as Lin Chen and Bulma approached, on the Koran Tower, Koran's body began to tremble, such a frightening aura. How did that alien learn about this place? On Lookout, the green face of Kami also turned pale. "Did that alien notice me?" "Wow!" Bulma looked at the tower in the distance, her jaw almost dislocating. After all, she is from Earth, but she had never known that there is such a place on Earth. That tower is probably taller than the tallest building in the world, right? Why has she never heard of it? Brother Lin Chen, is that where the gods live? That is the Koran Tower, the residence of an immortal, and the residence of the god is even higher. Do you want to go further up? Bulma felt that today was really exciting. Not only did she see aliens, but she would also be able to meet immortals and gods soon. Her small face was flushed with excitement. A moment later, Lin Chen brought Bulma over to the Koran Tower's main hall. Brother Lin Chen, where is the immortal? Where is the immortal? As soon as they landed, Bulma looked around, directly ignoring the startled Koran. Ahem, ahem. Koran coughed, excuse me, I'm the immortal. Hey? Bulma was shocked. Brother Lin Chen, the cat actually spoke. He's not a cat, he's an immortal. Chapter 23, Choices for Earth. Immortal? Bulma was stunned for a moment, then pounced on Koran amusingly, wanting to touch the big white cat. But how could Koran let her do as she wished? He was about to jump away, but unexpectedly an aura suddenly enveloped it, making it unable to move. Koran looked at Lin Chen, who was looking at him with his arms crossed in the distance, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Fat cat, are you an immortal? Bulma stroked Koran's fur and pinched its fat face. Brother Lin Chen, you lied. Isn't it just a cat? At this moment, Lin Chen took back the aura which was restraining Koran. As if he had come to life, Koran immediately gasped for breath while shouting, I'm an immortal. Not a cat. Wow, it can really talk. Okay, Bulma, I have something to talk about with it. Lin Chen walked up to Koran, his dangerous aura causing the hair on Koran's body to stand up uncontrollably. Aren't you an alien? Why do you know about this place? Koran asked in surprise. Not only do I know about this place, but I also know that you have senzu beans. Give me your senzu beans. Lin Chen said. Before the medical machine is finished, he can make do with the senzu beans of Koran Tower. Although it is a bit wasteful to use them like this, compared to being obliterated by the system, it is fine to be wasteful. No. You are of unknown origin, senzu beans cannot. Before Koran finished speaking, Lin Chen waved his hand, and a big fish that was completely different from those of Earth suddenly appeared in front of Koran. This is Planet Vegeta's fish, give me senzu beans, I have 100 more here. Meow. I'll give. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Koran immediately changed what he was going to say. No cat can resist the allure of fish, and even an immortal can't. Koran, in the future, I can bring you more kinds of fish from all over the universe. After cleanly sweeping away the remaining senzu beans from Koran, leaving only the seeds behind, Lin Chen took Bulma and again flew towards a higher place. Look out, just above. Easily piercing through the lookout's barrier, Lin Chen brought Bulma and softly landed on lookout. The little girl was excited, but was quickly taken aback. Because not far away, the green Kami and black Popo were already waiting. Lin Chen glanced at the two of them. Kami, whose real identity is a name Qian, has a reserved look on his face, but Mr. Popo next to him is still expressionless. Welcome, distinguished guest from an alien planet. Kami took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Kami, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen greeted the two of them. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Bulma looked surprised. Brother Lin Chen, they are gods? He's a god, I'm Popo, servant of the god, Mr. Popo said. Yes, he is a god. Are you a little disappointed? Lin Chen said. Yeah. Bulma nodded, feeling the fantasies of the legend in her heart shattering. Mr. Lin Chen, what brings you here? Kami asked cautiously. Lin Chen said, I want to ask, can you directly summon Shenron for me? To summon Shenron, you need to find the 7 Dragon Balls, but even for me, it is impossible to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Kami muttered. Hearing this, Bulma asked curiously, Brother Lin Chen, what are Dragon Balls? They are wishing balls that can make wishes come true. After a little explanation, Lin Chen said, since you can't summon Shenron, that's fine. The main purpose of my visit this time was to bring this Miss Bulma for a tour and obtain some senzu beans on the way. Kami was stunned for a moment before saying, since that's the case, do you need me to show you around here? No, we've been out long enough, it's time to go back. Hey? Brother Lin Chen, I want to take a look around. Well, Bulma, Dr. Brief and others should be anxiously waiting. Lin Chen took Bulma's hand and was about to teleport away, but at this moment, Kami took 2 steps forward and asked, Mr. Lin Chen. I want to know, don't you have any ideas about Earth? Ideas? Lin Chen turned around. With your strength, it should be easy to conquer Earth, right? But you just made some business deals with mortals. I don't understand. Don't understand, Lin Chen smiled faintly. With his current strength, it is indeed easy to conquer Earth, but why would he do that? Ding! Detected that the host is confused about how to deal with Earth. Creating the strongest choices. Choice 1, unify Earth and turn Earth into a Saiyan colony. Reward, unlock potential ability of Grand Elder of planet Namek. Choice 2, destroy Earth and turn it into dust of the universe. Reward, technique, key scythe. Choice 3, keep it unchanged, let the Dragon Ball storyline happen smoothly on Earth. Reward, increase power level by 100,000. Lin Chen was a little surprised on seeing the strongest choices that suddenly appeared in his mind. This system really wants to make troubles. From 3 choices, the reward given by choice 3 is almost useless. On the contrary, the first 2 choices, one can give Lin Chen the ability to complete the current task immediately, and the other can let Lin Chen learn a powerful unique technique. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, they are more worthwhile than the third choice. But Lin Chen didn't struggle too much and chose the third choice. System, I chose 3. As a transmigrator, familiarity with the storyline is Lin Chen's biggest gold finger, and it is disadvantageous for him to rashly change the storyline. What's more, there are many of his favorite characters on Earth. Ding! Confirm the host's selection, the reward has been issued. The next moment, Lin Chen's body became a little stronger. Lin Chen turned around and smiled at Kami, maybe, it's because I like this planet and the people on it. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Kami was stunned, while Mr. Popo still remained expressionless. After meeting Kami, Lin Chen brought Bulma back to West City. In the next few days, Dr. Brief and Bulma began to work on copying the medical machine. Lin Chen also went back to Planet Vegeta once. On one hand, it was to hand over the 3 big and full jars of senzu beans to King Vegeta and others for their use, and on the other hand it was to send the 50 times gravity chamber to Earth to be temporarily researched by Dr. Brief and others. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. And one day, Lin Chen came to a place called Mount Baozu. He floated in the air, staring below him. Lin Chen thought of Goku ever since he made the choice to keep Earth as it is. He wanted to come and see how the protagonist of the Dragon Ball is currently living. Although Planet Vegeta was not destroyed, before Lin Chen fell asleep, he had urged Bardock to send Goku to Earth. So Goku arrived on Earth at the same time as in the storyline. Seeing Goku, who was as immature as he remembered, practicing boxing, Lin Chen was filled with emotion. Like the original work, Goku in front of him currently only has a mere 10 power level. Although he lives alone and has no worries about food and clothing. But despite this, he is still honing his abilities. In the whole Dragon Ball story, only Goku can be regarded with the words fighting maniac. It is precisely because of his diligent spirit that little Goku could go from a low-level Saiyan warrior to one of the best experts in the entire universe in the original work. As for his current self, although he is better than Goku in terms of bloodline, but he seems to be much weaker in terms of diligence. There are clearly still many crises in the future. The closest one is Frieza, whose whereabouts in life and death are unknown, and the farthest one is God of Destruction Beerus, who will wake up in a few decades. How many challenges are there in the future? So, I can't slack off. Chapter 24, Galactic Patrolman Jaco. Time flies and 1 month has passed. During this month, Hanasia was chased back to Planet Vegeta by Lin Chen to train, while he lived in Bulma's house, spending the time by practicing in 50 times gravity chamber and waited for Dr. Brief to complete the research and development of medical machine and gravity chamber. Because he ate and slept with the Brief family, Lin Chen and the Brief family gradually became familiar with each other. Even Mrs. Brief teased Lin Chen and her 2 daughters about their relationship several times, saying that he could consider marrying one of them. It doesn't matter even if Lin Chen is already in a relationship with Hanasia. Anyway, Lin Chen is a king, and it is normal to have many wives. Towards this, Dr. Brief actually agreed with it, and even envied it. These 2 people are indeed as big-hearted as in the original work. Lin Chen naturally rejected it. Although he was originally a Dragon Ball fan, since he came to this world, he never thought about doing anything with the women from the previous storyline. Being with Hanasia is purely for physiological needs. However, Tights seemed to have other ideas, and from time to time, when Lin Chen left the gravity chamber, she would look for him to chat about Saiyan's story. Of course, she claimed to be collecting materials for a new novel. Unlike Dr. Brief and Bulma, Tights is a literary girl and is currently a well-known science fiction writer. As for the younger Bulma, although she pretended not to know what her parents were talking about, her face would be red every time she was alone with Lin Chen, and she was particularly meticulous in researching Lin Chen's medical machines and gravity chamber. Sometimes when she saw Lin Chen and Tights chatting, there was even a lonely expression on her little face. Anyone with discerning eyes knew what she was thinking. One day, in the 50 times gravity chamber, a huge explosion sounded and the room was enveloped in smoke. After the smoke dissipated, Lin Chen was lying on the ground with a pained expression on his face. But after a few breaths, the pain on Lin Chen's body gradually disappeared, and he was able to stand up. During this period, Lin Chen didn't even eat a single senzu bean. He was clearly seriously injured by the energy bullets that he created with all his strength, but in the end, nothing happened. Such powerful recovery ability is exactly because of the miraculous aspect of legendary Super Saiyan bloodline in Lin Chen's body. Through this 1 month's training in gravity chamber, Lin Chen has gradually confirmed that legendary Super Saiyan bloodline in his body is indeed somewhat different from Broly's. According to the system, the bloodline in his body is of legendary Super Saiyan of the old version of Broly's movie. Although growth rate of his strength is not as fast that of Broly in this world, but he has superhuman physical recovery ability and extremely high defensive powers. Such recovery ability and defensive power allowed Lin Chen to not need to eat senzu beans when he was training. As long as he lies on the ground and rests for a while, he can recover from the half-dead state, which is amazing. After a month of training, Lin Chen has gradually adapted to the highest 50 times gravity, and his power level has also increased by 200,000. At present, Lin Chen's power level is close to 1 million. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 890,000. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Key Control. Just then, the communicator in the room rang, and Tights' voice came from it. Lin Chen wiped his sweat as he walked to the door of the room, pressed the communicator and said, "What happened? Do you still remember Jaco I told you about last time? He is here." "Really? Wait a minute, I'll be out in a moment." Jaco, the galactic patrolman friend of Tights. Regarding Saiyans' future, Lin Chen had an idea. He just needed Jaco's galactic patrol organization to help him. So, Lin Chen asked Tights to find a way to contact Jaco and have him come to Earth. When Lin Chen was done with wiping off his sweat and came out dressed neatly, he saw that Tights was talking to an alien who looked like a mini Ultraman. And this alien is exactly Jaco that Tights mentioned. "Hello." Lin Chen walked over and greeted the two of them. "Hello." Jaco was replying to Lin Chen, but when he saw the tail on Lin Chen's waist, he was stunned. Saiyan. "Yeah, I'm a Saiyan, you can call me Lin Chen or Lynx." Lin Chen smiled. Jaco pulled out the laser gun with a vigilant look on his face, and said to Tights, "Tights, get out of the way, this person is a vicious Saiyan. I'll cover you, you run away with your family. It's better to escape from Earth, the farther they..." Boom! Tights brought out a frying pan from out of nowhere and hit Jaco in the head. "You idiot, I told you Lin Chen is a friend, and I asked you to come to meet him." "What? But he is..." Lin Chen interrupted the two, "Mr. Jaco, what you are saying isn't wrong, but Saiyans are not the same as before. I had Tights call you, because she said you are a super elite from Galactic Patrol, and there is something I need your help with." If he doesn't remember wrong, Jaco is extremely prideful and has inflated self-esteem. Hearing Lin Chen's praise, he immediately became immensely pleased. "Super elite? Well, she is right, then Mr. Saiyan, why did you look for me? I want to meet the Galactic King." "Galactic King?" Jaco immediately looked vigilant. "What do you want? Do you want to assassinate His Majesty the Galactic King?" "Of course not. In fact, I am actually also a king. I am the current king of Saiyans, and I want to discuss cooperation with your Galactic King." Lin Chen smiled at Jaco. "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. I have no time to delay. I hope you can agree to it right away." As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his right hand and in his palm, he was holding Jaco's laser gun from don't know when. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chen kneaded Jaco's laser gun into an iron ball and threw it back to him. Looking at the iron lump in his hand, Jaco laughed dryly, "2 didn't expect you to be actually the king of Saiyans. Well, we can set out right away." Although he is a galactic patrolman, Jaco's strength is actually only a little higher than that of Earthlings. Now that Lin Chen has revealed his skills, he immediately became honest, obedient, and does not dare to act arrogant. Not long after, under Jaco's guidance, Lin Chen locked onto Galactic King's position, and together with Jaco and Tights, teleport. Not long after the three disappeared, Bulma ran over excitedly, "Brother Lin Chen! The medical machine and gravity chamber are all done." "Brother Lin Chen!" Seeing the gravity chamber's door wide open, Bulma stopped. Just then MRS brief passed by. "Mom, where is Brother Lin Chen?" "Lin Chen?" Tights said, "They're going somewhere far away. I don't know when they'll be back." The excited look on Bulma's face immediately collapsed. Seeing this, Mrs. Brief squinted her eyes and smiled, "Oh, Bulma, are you feeling jealous?" "No way. Mom, don't talk nonsense." After that, the little girl ran away angrily. Chapter 25, Saiyan Peacekeeping Force. After a space fluctuation, Jaco and Tights found that their surrounding environment had greatly changed. The place where the three people were at the moment had turned from Earth to Galactic Patrol headquarters that Jaco was most familiar with. "What sorcery is this? It's so magical!" Jaco exclaimed. "It's Lin Chen's teleportation." Tights has teleported with Lin Chen several times, so she was used to it. Lin Chen turned around and looked at Jaco with a smile, "Mr. Jaco, please take me to see the Galactic King." "Lin Chen, you better not have any wicked ideas. This is the headquarters of Galactic Patrol. If you dare to commit any crime, Galactic Patrol will not let you off." Jaco reminded him. "Don't worry, I'm really here to talk about cooperation." Lin Chen naturally wouldn't act rashly. He could remember that a super expert named Meruz with unknown strength was hiding in Galactic Patrol. This guy is suspected to be from the angel race and at the same level as Whis. With Lin Chen's current strength, to cause trouble in front of him, isn't that courting death? The three of them then walked towards Galactic King's office. Along the way, many people saw that Jaco had returned and found it a little strange. "Jaco, didn't you go to Earth? Jaco, you are back? Why didn't I see your spacecraft?" Jaco. Tights looked at everything and said, "Jaco, it seems you are quite popular." "Of course, I'm a super elite." Lin Chen chuckled. It wasn't long before the trio finally saw the Galactic King. Although Tights had known Jaco for many years, it was still the first time she was seeing his boss and was a little dumbfounded. Because unlike the impression she had of Galactic King, the real Galactic King turned out to be a green octopus man wearing a crown. "Jaco, why are you back? And who are they?" Galactic King quickly noticed the strangers who had suddenly appeared. Jaco solemnly saluted Galactic King, trotted over, and whispered in his ear. Saiyan?" Galactic King was startled and his body couldn't help but shiver. And a guard beside him sneakily moved towards a button in the room. "Hey?" Lin Chen suddenly glared at that person, and shot out an energy bullet while restraining his strength, and knocked the guard down to the ground. "Don't be nervous everyone, although I'm a Saiyan, I'm here with good intentions." What do you want?" Galactic King asked. "Galactic King, I've come because I want to have Saiyans work for Galactic Patrol," Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Galactic King was taken aback for a moment. "Work for us? What does that mean?" Lin Chen then explained his plan. Now that Saiyans are under his control, they have been forbidden to loot and invade other planets. But in that case, Saiyan also lacks actual combat experience. After all, power level tempered in the training room has its limits, and to break through the limits, actual combat is essential. Now that Saiyans can no longer do bad things, Lin Chen intends to let Saiyan follow the path of Saiyans of Universe 6 in the original work. In that universe, Saiyans would be hired to protect other planets by taking out bad guys. Lin Chen, who is familiar with the original work, knows that, apart from Meruz, Galactic Patrol is actually not very strong. Most of the time, they could only deal with some wandering pirates and the like, but if they are even slightly stronger, such as the bad guys like Frieza Force, they could do nothing. But while they don't have the means to do it, the current Saiyans have. How about it? Your Majesty the Galactic King? Saiyans can become a special combat force of the Galactic Patrol as long as you agree. I call this peacekeeping force. If you think you can't deal with a troublesome criminal, you can send Saiyans out. After listening to him, Galactic King couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is that so? It's a good idea, but can you guarantee that Saiyans won't cause trouble? You guys had a bad reputation in the past. That's in the past, now Saiyans are ruled by me and I will put them on the right track. The neat's fine. Thank you, Galactic King. For the specifics, I will let my people get in touch with you. After negotiating with Galactic King, Lin Chen didn't stay long and returned to Earth with Tights and Jaco. Soon after they left, a galactic patrolman hurried over with a laser gun. Your Majesty the Galactic King, where is the Saiyan hoodlum? I heard that a fierce Saiyan came to attack you? Ah, Meruz. Don't worry, it was all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, the galactic patrolman named Meruz was stunned for a moment, and when he heard about Lin Chen's intentions for coming, a surprised look flashed in his eyes. King of Saiyan wants to lead Saiyans to turn over a new leaf? A person like that has appeared among the Saiyans of this universe? A month later, Planet Vegeta. The training spree on Planet Vegeta has once again started. In the gravity chambers produced by Capsule Corporation, Saiyans, large and small, were all training hard. Occasionally someone would get seriously injured in the gravity chamber and was immediately sent to the medical machine also provided by Capsule Corporation for treatment. Thanks to Dr. Brief and Bulma, Lin Chen's Saiyan strengthening plan was back on track. The first of the 3 tasks he received from the system is, within 1 year, more than 1,000 Saiyans have to surpass 10,000 power level, which was already more than half complete. The other 2 tasks were also progressing smoothly, and it seems that it is only a matter of time before they can be successfully completed within a year. In view of all this, Lin Chen also started his own training after transporting the machines from Earth to Planet Vegeta, but he soon discovered that he seemed to have encountered a bottleneck. 50 times gravity chamber could no longer satisfy him. On this day, after Lin Chen walked out of the training room, he looked at his current power level. 1 million. 2 months ago, he raised his power level by more than 200,000 in 1 month. But in this month, he spent the same amount of time, but could only raise his power level by a little over 100,000. The growth rate has dropped significantly. Sure enough, 50 times gravity chamber is already almost useless to me. Maybe it's time to go to Earth. I wonder if Dr. Brief has completed the development of the 100 times gravity chamber? Before leaving Earth, Lin Chen used Saiyans spaceship technology as payment and entrusted Dr. Brief to develop a gravity chamber with a higher multiple as well as some technological equipment helpful to Saiyans. Now that a month has passed, it is time to visit Earth. But before leaving, Lin Chen naturally had to confirm the situation on Saiyans' side. Chapter 26, Broly and Vegeta. After reaching an agreement with the Galactic King, Saiyans on Planet Vegeta officially become the Special Combat Force of Milky Way Galaxy. During this 1 month, Saiyans, who began to reach a bottleneck, were assigned to take part in peacekeeping operations to deal with heinous enemies that Galactic Patrol could not deal with. Bardock was appointed commander of this force and has full responsibility to contact and make arrangements for missions with Galactic Patrol. Before Lin Chen was about to leave for Earth, he specially looked for Bardock to confirm the situation of the peacekeeping force. Your Majesty, we have already carried out 3 missions this month, all of which have been completed brilliantly, and just as you said, the people who participated in the mission successfully broke through their limits during the battle. Bardock reported. Are there any complaints? Lin Chen asked. Before, Saiyans used to be conquerors, invaders, and slaughterers. Now that their identities have suddenly changed, becoming guardians of peace. Some people will definitely not be used to such a change. But Bardock's answer surprised him. Your Majesty, there are not many complaints. For those who participated in the missions, as long as there is a battle, they don't care what the purpose of the battle is. Lin Chen thought about it for a bit and understood. In fact, although the outside world has always thought that Saiyans are warlike and inherently violent, not all Saiyans are inherently evil. During the Tul's rebellion, those who were evil by nature and unwilling to live peacefully had already died together with Tuls at Lin Chen's hands, so now most of the remaining people are either neutral or kind-hearted people. When I have a chance to go to Underworld, maybe I should thank Tuls. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said to Bardock, well, you can take care of this from now on, but remember to pay attention to safety during every operation. The number of Saiyans are not much, and they can't just rashly sacrifice their lives as they used to. Bardock nodded, don't worry, Your Majesty, we will pay attention to this. Lin Chen nodded and then waved his hand, indicating for Bardock to leave. Not long after Bardock left, Hanasia came over. Your Majesty, are you going to Earth? That's right. Hannah, you should train more while I'm away. From those who ate Tree of Might's fruit, only your power level hasn't broken through 500,000. Hanasia's face turned red. Your Majesty, I know. After going to Earth for the first time, Hanasia was attracted by the culture there, and when she returned to Planet Vegeta, she smuggled over a computer full of various kinds of TV shows. While others were training, she was busy watching TV shows, thus delaying her training. Being told off by Lin Chen, Hannah might not have just wanted to leave at that and said, Your Majesty, you are again going to Earth, is it for that little girl Tights? What nonsense are you talking about? Your Majesty, don't deny it. If you think Tights isn't bad, you can bring her to warm your bed. And her younger sister also seems to be very interested in you. I think she will grow into a beauty when she grows up. Your Majesty, didn't you say that a hybrid of a Saiyan and an Earthling is a naturally gifted warrior? In that case, as the King of Saiyans, shouldn't you set an example and give us a hybrid first? Lin Chen was speechless. Okay, I'll give it a try when I get a chance, but only if they agree to it. Hanasia smiled charmingly, why won't they agree? Although we are not from the same planet, we are all women. I can see through the thoughts of the two sisters at a glance. After dealing with the harem and government affairs, it was time for Lin Chen to leave, but at this time, someone came looking for him again. Broly wants to see me? Lin Chen looked at Paragus in front of him in surprise. Yes, Your Majesty. Broly, that child seems to be a little troubled lately. He doesn't seem to want to stay on Planet Vegeta anymore. Paragus explained. Broly hasn't had even a few quiet days on Planet Vegeta during these days. He heard that there are a few Saiyan children who are looking for Broly to challenge him every once in a while. Although their strength was insignificant in front of Broly, they couldn't resist taking Broly as the best training partner. Every time they are beaten within an inch of their life by Broly, they enter the medical machine to rest for a few days, and then brimming with energy, again look for him to challenge him. Bardock and the others didn't stop them because it helped those kids improve their strength. But Broly was a little annoyed. His life nowadays is completely different from when he was on planet Namek. Broly, who has a soft nature, doesn't like this kind of life at all and has complained to his father several times. In this life, because Paragus was not exiled, his nature did not change to extremes. He only had pure fatherly love for Broly and had no intention of exploiting him. Seeing that his son was troubled, he couldn't help looking for Lin Chen. As a Saiyan, he is not used to the life on Planet Vegeta. Hearing his words, Lin Chen said, Okay, let's go and have a look. At this moment, on the outskirts of the capital, on a green verdant hill, a small and plain house was erected all alone on the mountainside. The small house looked very different from Saiyan buildings. It is somewhat similar to Namekian buildings. And it was Broly's residence. Because he didn't like Saiyans who were noisy and competitive, Broly left the capital shortly after returning to Planet Vegeta and has been living here by himself. Except when Lin Chen has a business, he rarely returns to the capital. But today, outside Broly's house, two young Saiyans were standing. Hey! Broly! Come out quickly! Let's fight again! I must let you understand that the second strongest Saiyan after His Majesty Lynx can only be me, Vegeta. Not you. Vegeta, let's go back, you've already lost to Broly 4 times. Raditz, go if you want to go. I must fight him to ascertain who is stronger and who is weaker. Broly, don't pretend to be deaf, I know you're in there. If you don't come out, I will destroy this place. After saying that, Vegeta, who was still a child, started to gather energy in his palms, really planning to attack. At this moment, the small house that had been silent all along finally opened, and Broly walked out. Vegeta, I don't want to compete with you, whether you want to be the second strongest or the strongest Saiyan has nothing to do with me, please don't disturb my life. Then what should I do? Among the younger generation, you are the only one I can't defeat. If I can't even surpass you, how can I surpass His Majesty Lynx? Broly, come and fight me. Chapter 27, Completing the Tasks Within 1 Year. Whoosh! At this moment, a loud whistling sound rang out. Who? Vegeta and Raditz's countenance changed and they turned to look. When a familiar voice entered their ears, they both immediately knelt down. Vegeta! Raditz! Your Majesty! Get up! Lin Chen replied indifferently and his eyes fell on Vegeta before narrowing slightly. I didn't expect that the child Paragus said was bothering Broly would be Vegeta, the second protagonist in the original work. No wonder that among the younger generation, only Vegeta could exchange 2 moves against Broly. Since Lin Chen handed over the training method in the original work to Saiyans, many people's strength has made rapid progress. As a talented warrior who is second only to Goku in the original work, Vegeta's power level has naturally, because of the new training method, increased a lot. The current Vegeta's power level has exceeded 20,000, making him the youngest Saiyan other than Broly who has the hope of breaking through to 100,000 power level. However, even so, compared to oddities like Lin Chen and Broly, Vegeta is much more lacking. Vegeta, I need to talk to Broly, you and Raditz leave first. That your majesty, can I please ask you one thing? Vegeta suddenly stepped forward and looked at Lin Chen extremely nervously. What is it? Your majesty Lynx, I heard that Broly lived with his majesty for 5 years and became his majesty's disciple. So, I want to be his majesty's disciple too. Vegeta said. Oh? Lin Chen's brows twitched and his face revealed a slight surprise. I didn't expect that the prideful Vegeta would look for me to become my disciple. Has the arrogant and prideful Vegeta ever been subdued by anyone? Being able to subdue that 1,000-year-old tsundere in the original work, Lin Chen felt a little happy. He smiled and then said, Vegeta, you have great potential, and in time, you will definitely become a powerful warrior. But... Sorry Vegeta, I can't teach you anything. Hey? Vegeta immediately revealed a disappointed look on his face. But Lin Chen's next words again made him cheer up. Vegeta, in fact Broly is not my disciple. He and I are able to become so powerful because of our talent, it's innate, even if you want to learn, you can't learn it. Talent? Vegeta found it hard to believe. Because in the past, his father King Vegeta has always taught him that he is the king of Saiyans, a talented warrior with royal blood flowing in his veins, the most gifted warrior. Unexpectedly, it turned out that his talent, compared with Broly, was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing the shocked expression on Vegeta's face, Lin Chen smiled and continued, but you don't have to feel disheartened. No matter how powerful one's talent is, it only determines a person's starting point and the speed of growth. If you train diligently, given time, you may be able to catch up with Broly. Really? Can I really catch up with Broly? Then what about you? Your Majesty Lynx, can I catch up with you? Perhaps, can't say for sure. Lin Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. After encouraging the future tsundere Vegeta, Lin Chen sent the 2 children away. He then turned to Broly. After not seeing him for over a month, Broly's face was indeed a little haggard. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't think much about it and said, Broly, do you want to go to Earth with me? Earth? Yes. It was clear that Saiyan's life was not suitable for Broly. Ever since he was placed on planet Namek by Lin Chen for 5 years, Broly's nature has become completely incompatible with typical Saiyans. He is too calm and introverted. Although he is still young, he is already like an old man who could achieve inner peace at any time. But that's fine, at least Lin Chen doesn't have to worry that Broly will suddenly go berserk one day. But now that Broly doesn't want to live on planet Vegeta, it's better to go to Earth because of his character. It just so happened that Lin Chen knew that there was someone there, who would definitely get along with Broly. Not long after, Lin Chen and Broly suddenly appeared on the lookout. Looking at the quiet hall, Broly was a little curious. Kami! Lin Chen shouted. After a while, Kami and Mr. Popo walked over. Mr. Lin Chen, why are you here again? Seeing Lin Chen, Kami started to sweat. He feels too much pressure in front of him. Without waiting for Lin Chen to explain, when he saw Kami, Broly shouted in surprise, Name Kian. Hearing this word, Kami was stunned. Little guy, do you know me? Yeah, aren't you a Name Kian? Why are you on Earth? Name Kian? I am a Name Kian? Finally knowing his identity and origin, Kami felt unprecedented joy. So when he heard Lin Chen's request to let Broly stay in lookout, he readily agreed. Lin Chen was at ease on leaving Broly under Kami's care. Kami was originally a Name Kian, and Broly was no stranger to them. Moreover, in terms of personality, the soft personality of Kami and Mr. Popo is also just right to Broly's liking. I believe that he will have a very happy life here. After settling the worries in his mind, Lin Chen went to West City to continue his training, free of worries. Not long afterwards, time passed and in the blink of an eye, more than 9 months passed. Ding! Congratulations host for completing the task. Within 1 year, more than 50 Saiyans power level has exceeded 100,000. Ding! Congratulations host for completing 3 choices at the same time. All the rewards will now be distributed, 5 tubes of S-cell reagents, a hyperbolic time chamber, and beginner martial arts talent. In the gravity chamber with 50 times gravity turned on, Lin Chen was lying on the ground and sleeping. However, when he heard the system's prompt sound, he immediately got up from the ground, waking up. System, are my tasks completed? Ding, the tasks have been completed, and the reward has been sent to the system space. Host, please receive them. As Lin Chen thoughts moved, he saw that there were indeed 2 more things in his system space. One was a set of 5 tubes of S-cells. These cells can help a Saiyan transform into a Super Saiyan. Under normal circumstances, only Saiyans living in a peaceful environment can slowly grow these cells. The other was a capsule holding the hyperbolic time chamber. In addition, Lin Chen's skill column has an additional beginner martial arts talent. As long as others use their unique skills in front of him in the future, Lin Chen has a 30% chance of being able to learn it immediately. To get 3 rewards at once, these 1-year tasks were really worth it. Chapter 28, Birth of a Super Saiyan and Power Level Correction. Lin Chen flipped over his right hand and a test tube fell into his hand. In the test tube, a light golden liquid could be seen, which was the solvent filled with S-cells. System, how to use it? Just drink it to increase S-cells. Hearing its answer, Lin Chen couldn't help sighing. The system is, sure enough, quite convenient. Under normal circumstances, it is extremely difficult for Saiyans to increase their S-cells, otherwise it wouldn't take 1,000 years to create a legend of Super Saiyan. However, Lin Chen can't use S-cells himself. His power level has exceeded 1 million. According to the system's past hints, Lin Chen already has enough cells in his body to transform into Super Saiyan. In that case, these S-cells should be used by others. Thinking of this, Lin Chen picked up the flask and teleported directly to the Saiyan King's palace on Planet Vegeta. Because he doesn't come back often, the palace was a bit deserted. However, he could hear noisy conversations in Hanasia's room. When Lin Chen pushed open the door and went inside, he saw Hanasia watching a soap opera. Seeing Lin Chen come in, Hanasia cried out in surprise and hurriedly stood in front of the computer. Your Majesty, why are you back? Hana, you're goofing off again. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but don't I already have 500,000 power level? Forget it, since you don't like training, I'll just give you something good. Saying that, Lin Chen took out all 5 test tubes of S-cells from his pocket and handed them over to Hana. Hana curiously looked at them and couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, what are these? Drink them all. I'll tell you later. Lin Chen said. Hearing this, Hanasia drank all the 5 test tubes of S-cells without hesitation. After drinking all the 5 tubes of solvent, Hanasia looked nauseous, as if the S-cells didn't taste good. But other than that, she didn't have any other changes. Your Majesty, can you tell me now, what is it? Looking at Hanasia who didn't have any reaction, Lin Chen was puzzled. The things given by the system shouldn't be useless. Hana, don't you feel any changes in your body? No, Your Majesty, did you give me poison? Lin Chen thought for a while and said, Hana, why don't you try to be angry? Angry? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I can't be angry at you. Hanasia smiled embarrassedly. But at this moment, a whistling sound suddenly appeared in the room, followed by the sound of something exploding. Hanasia's face stiffened. The thing that just exploded was the computer that had become inseparable from her during this period of time. The computer she brought back from Earth contained at least 300 episodes of TV dramas that she hadn't had time to watch. Unforgivable. Even if it is His Majesty, it's unforgivable. Hanasia's eyes turned crazy, and the next moment, her hair suddenly moved even though there was no wind, and her originally black hair suddenly began to turn golden. When Hanasia's hair all turned golden, an earth-shattering aura erupted out of her body. At this moment, on the entire planet, all the scouters that were using the power level detection function suddenly exploded. And those scouters whose power level detection function weren't turned on also detected high-energy signals one after another. Ah! With a scream, the part of the outer wall of Saiyan King's palace was blown away, and Hanasia jumped into the sky from the broken outer wall. A violent aura gushed out of her body, the powerful energy causing the entire to shake. At this moment, all the Saiyans on the planet could feel a heavy and oppressive atmosphere in the air. They stopped what they were doing and one by one looked towards the palace. Immediately, everyone saw a blonde-haired Hanasia floating in the air. Who is that? She looks like Queen Hanasia? How did her hair turn blonde? Blonde hair? Don't we Saiyans all have black hair? How come the queen's hair turned blonde? Everyone was confused about Hanasia's changes. But there were still some people who thought of an ancient legend. Your Majesty! You are back? Queen Hana, she is. King Vegeta rushed to the scene after hearing the news. He was a little surprised that Lin Chen had come back, but then he was surprised by the scene in front of him. Blonde-haired Saiyan. Your Majesty, could it be that Queen Hanasia? She has transformed into Super Saiyan. Lin Chen said. King Vegeta's breathing suddenly stopped. The legendary Super Saiyan? Isn't that the most powerful Saiyan that only appears once in 1,000 years? Their queen transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? How can that be? Isn't Queen Hana's power level lower than his? How did she transform into Super Saiyan? Compared to the surprise of others, Lin Chen was a little puzzled. Why is after transforming into Super Saiyan Hanasia's power level so low? The best large-scale scouter on Planet Vegeta has a maximum detection range of only 1 million. Therefore, Lin Chen used the pre-installed function of his system to detect Hanasia's strength after transformation. According to the system's observation, Hanasia's power level at the moment was only 11 million. Her power level has only increased by less than 20 times. When Lin Chen transformed into false Super Saiyan before, he noticed that his power level increase was somewhat different from the one in the original work, and currently it's like that as well when Hanasia transformed into Super Saiyan. There really is something wrong here. Thinking of this, Lin Chen asked in his mind, System, I need a reasonable explanation. Ding! Host has no need to be skeptical. In this world, power level amplification of a Super Saiyan is only 20 times in the first form, and after that in the higher levels, power level amplification will increase. But the first form of Super Saiyan has a limit on power level, and beyond the limit, the transformation will only increase a little strength. What? There's such a thing? Then what about my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Ding! Host's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is the same as normal bloodline, but as long as you transform into legendary Super Saiyan form, power level amplification will reach 50 times, and there is no limit to the power level. So it was like this. Lin Chen began to understand that the transformation effect of Super Saiyan in this world is not the same as the transformation effect of Super Saiyan that he knows of, or to say it is more logically reasonable. Fortunately, his legendary Super Saiyan form is still domineering and unmatched. The setting without limits can completely crush an ordinary Super Saiyan. Chapter 29, Fight of Super Saiyans and Giving Hope to Saiyans. Wah! Your Majesty, what did you give me? What's happening with me? Hanasia had regained her senses, and as she felt the power surging within her body, she couldn't help being curious but also a little flustered. Whoosh! Lin Chen took a step forward and appeared in the sky. Hana, you're already a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? What is that? Actually, the legend of Super Saiyan in this era, even Saiyans themselves don't remember much about it, and there are only a few people who know it. Lin Chen took a deep breath and deliberately used a voice that could be heard in the entire capital as he explained to everyone including Hanasia, Super Saiyan is a legendary super soldier who only appears once in 1,000 years. But in fact, it is just a special transformation of Saiyans, just like the Great Ape transformation. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can increase your power level by dozens of times. By the way, Hana, your power level is now 11 million. 11 million? Me? Hanasia looked at herself in disbelief, and then she looked towards a barren mountain far away from the capital. An energy bullet that didn't use much strength shot towards the barren mountain. After a while, a mushroom cloud with great visual impact rose up in the distance. The shock waves from the explosion caused everyone in the capital to almost lose their balance. When the shock waves dissipated, the barren mountain had disappeared. The sound of cold air being sucked could be heard all over the capital. Easy Hana, this is our home. Don't destroy it. If you want to learn about your strength, I'll accompany you. Your Majesty, you. When Hana heard his words, she immediately thought of something and looked at Lin Chen. Immediately afterwards, she saw Lin Chen's pupils turn blue and his hair spiked upwards. With Lin Chen as the center, an aura that was more terrifying than Han-Asia erupted out in all directions like a storm. As Lin Chen's aura erupted out, the Saiyans, who had gotten frightened by Han-Asia's aura, finally couldn't endure it. And many of them fell to their knees, suppressed by this terrifying force. Boom! Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed across the sky. After the lightning flashed, Lin Chen's hair turned completely golden. Super Saiyan? Your Majesty, you can also transform into Super Saiyan? Of course, otherwise how can I control my wife? Lin Chen smiled faintly. After a bitter training, his power level broke through 1 million, and he also broke through the limits of the fake Super Saiyan and gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. It's just that what he could transform into at the moment is just ordinary Super Saiyan, and not the legendary Super Saiyan form unique to his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Like Han-Asia, his power level in this form increased by 20 times. He previously thought that this multiplier might be due to the fact that because of his bloodline, his real Super Saiyan form was legendary Super Saiyan and not the normal Super Saiyan form. But after seeing Hana, he realized that power level multiplier of Super Saiyan in this world increases by 20 times, and there was a limit. However, it seems that he is far from reaching this limit, so his power level was a whole 20 million, almost twice that of Han-Asia. Hana, let's go and have a spar high up in the sky. After becoming a Super Saiyan, I haven't fought anyone yet. Okay, Your Majesty. I am going to fight you for 300 rounds. As soon as her words fell, Han-Asia flew into the sky like a rocket, and Lin Chen followed. The two were like rockets soaring into the sky, flying all the way to the stratosphere of Planet Vegeta before stopping. There was no starting signal, but both of them moved at the same time. Rumble! They just fought with their hands and feet as loud noises like violet thunderclaps continued to echo in the sky. Two golden energies collided and even the air vibrated. Saiyans on the ground were all stunned by the fierce battle in the sky, which was beyond their imagination. Is this the strength of a Super Saiyan from Legends? Father! King Vegeta, who was standing in daze, suddenly heard the voice of his son from the side. He turned around and saw that his son Vegeta was standing beside him, looking depressed. Vegeta! Father, is it impossible for me to reach His Majesty's level in my life? Vegeta's young face was full of despair. King Vegeta took a deep breath. He didn't know what to say at the moment and could only grasp his shoulder. Originally, King Vegeta was still very optimistic about his son, and felt that with time, even if Vegeta couldn't compare to Lin Chen, he would definitely surpass himself and become an existence second only to Link's amongst the Saiyans. But now he realized that he was having too much wishful thinking. It turns out that Lynx and the others have already reached an unreachable level. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, two lightning bolts were colliding from time to time without stopping. After each collision, shocking sparks would flash, and at the same time, it would create fierce wind blades. If these wind blades fell on the ground, maybe it would have instantly killed those Saiyans whose power level was less than 100,000. The fight between Super Saiyans is so terrifying that even though Lin Chen and Han-Asia have deliberately controlled their strength, it can still destroy the world with just a raise of their hand. The two of them fought for nearly half an hour, until Han-Asia began to breathe heavily. So, Lin Chen ended the fight. Let's stop here for now. Lin Chen changed back to normal state and stretched his neck, causing it to make cracking sounds. Looking at his relaxed face, the shock in Han-Asia's heart couldn't be mentioned. She thought that after transforming into Super Saiyan, she would become invincible in the world. But not only Lin Chen can also transform into Super Saiyan, his strength also seems to be far above hers. Although it was just a fight with punches and kicks just now, Han-Asia could feel that Lin Chen probably only used less than half of his strength. Sure enough, it's because it's His Majesty. Even though she could also transform into a Super Saiyan, she still can't compare to him. Thinking of this, Han-Asia also changed back to her normal state, and then drifted over to Lin Chen's side. When the two of them returned to the ground, they saw a group of Saiyans, who were all kneeling on the ground. Seeing the fear on their faces, Lin Chen had another idea in his mind and suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, you all saw it just now, that's the power of a Super Saiyan. But do you know? Han-Asia could become Super Saiyan because of me. I helped her transform into Super Saiyan." What? Hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone was shocked before they became fascinated. Since Lin Chen can help Han-Asia transform into Super Saiyan, doesn't that mean that he can also help others with transforming into Super Saiyan? Seeing their faces, Lin Chen smiled slightly and then gave them hope. Actually, as I see it, transforming into Super Saiyan is not a difficult thing. As long as you have enough understanding, each of you will have the opportunity to become that legendary character in the future. But it will all depend on your own performance. Can we transform into Super Saiyan too? Sure enough, after hearing Lin Chen's words, the expressions on many people's faces changed. Not just Han Asia, even they have a chance? Lin Chen looked at their shocked expressions and smiled without saying a word. As long as they obey him and diligently work for him, all of them would be able to transform into Super Saiyan, which isn't that hard to achieve. After all, there is a system in his body. Chapter 30, Confusion about Power Level and Martial Arts Choices. Time passed and another year went by. West City. Lin Chen walked out of the 100 times gravity chamber with a gloomy look on his face. He seemed to have encountered a bottleneck in his training again. In the past 3 months, although Lin Chen's power level has been slowly increasing, it is strange that he has not been able to completely transform into legendary Super Saiyan. He doesn't know what the reason is, but he can only transform into a normal Super Saiyan form no matter what. And couldn't transform into the legendary Super Saiyan form, which is exclusive to the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Lin Chen monitored his attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 1.28 million. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Skills, instant transmission, key control, beginner martial arts talent. Seeing his power level, Lin Chen thought of another strange thing. After breaking through 1 million power level, the improvement of his power level seems to have slowed down. Logically, with his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, shouldn't his power level have soared like a rocket? Why, even after so much arduous training, his power level only increased by around 200,000. How can one accept this? Thinking about it carefully, in the original works Cell Saga, Gohan also trained for 1 year but his power level, which was only a few 100,000, grew to several million. Look at the speed of others, and look at himself. Lin Chen has always felt that there seemed to be a problem here. It seems that in this world, once power level exceeds 1 million, it will become difficult to improve it further. This can also be seen from Broly. With the same legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, Broly's power level could increase every day even without training and at a much faster pace than Lin Chen's. But Lin Chen remembered that when he visited Camus Place 3 months ago, he found that Broly's power level had only increased to around 800,000, which was far less exaggerated than in the original work. Lin Chen was perplexed even after thinking about it for a long time. At this moment, the roof of the 100 times gravity chamber behind him suddenly collapsed. The loud noise alarmed Dr. Brief's family. Seeing the collapsed gravity chamber, the whole family was stunned. Tights came over and asked in concern, "Lin Chen, what happened to you?" "Me? Aren't I okay?" Only at this moment did Lin Chen regain his senses. He looked back at the gravity chamber and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, Dr. Brief. It seems that 100 times gravity chamber is already not enough." "What?" The cigarette fell out of Dr. Brief's mouth. "You've already gotten used to 100 times gravity?" "Actually, I got used to it 3 months ago." "Dr. Brief, could you please think of a way to make a gravity chamber with a higher multiple? How about a gravity chamber with the highest 500 times gravity?" Lin Chen said. 5.500 times? Lin Chen, 500 times gravity, your 100 kilograms weight will turn into 50 tons. Will you be able to handle it? "No problem, I can adapt to it slowly." "But 500 times gravity, Earth's materials may not be able to withstand such a high density." "Lin Chen, I can start to develop the gravity chamber, but you'd better find me some new high-density metals, otherwise I'm afraid I can't do it." "Okay, I'll have the people from Planet Vegeta prepare it." After agreeing to Dr. Brief, Lin Chen also made a decision at the same time. Since the gravity chamber is temporarily not useful, he should probably consider other training methods. Ding! Detected host's desire to improve strength, triggering the strongest choices. Choice 1, ask North Kai and learn any of Kai's techniques. Reward, Evil Spirit Bomb Technique. Choice 2, ask Turtle Hermit and learn any of his techniques. Reward, Instant Kamehameha Technique. Choice 3, ask Kami and learn any supernatural technique. Reward, Gigantification Technique. Lin Chen was stunned when he saw the strongest choices that triggered this time. Because with his beginner martial arts talent, the choices which have techniques as reward seem to be of little value to him. But Lin Chen quickly realized that the rewards this time are probably some techniques that he may not be able to learn in a short period of time or through his talent in future. The reward of choice 2 he could best understand. It should be the one Goku created after fusing instant transmission that he learned in the future with Kamehameha technique. The reward of choice 3 seems to be Namekian's innate skill and not an ordinary technique. Just like Namekian's cell regeneration ability, Lin Chen should not be able to learn it through normal means. As for the first choice, Lin Chen has never seen it before. System, what does evil spirit bomb means? Ding. Host, orthodox spirit bomb only absorbs a little bit of vitality of living beings, but the evil spirit bomb would disregard the safety of those providing the vitality and absorb all their vitality. Therefore, evil spirit bomb is more powerful, but every time it is used, it would take more time to absorb, and after using it, it will create a land of death. So it's like this, Lin Chen understood a little. If the orthodox spirit bomb borrows power from other people, then the so-called evil spirit bomb directly robs other people's vitality for its own use, and does not care about other people's life or death at all. So, with the same number of people providing vitality, the power of evil spirit bomb will probably be several times that of an ordinary spirit bomb. Spirit bomb, as the unique skill that Goku used countless times in the original work to turn the tides, its power was naturally beyond doubt. Evil spirit bomb is even stronger than spirit bomb. If he learned it, wouldn't it be a useful weapon to turn the tides during a fight? Lin Chen's heart was stirred. It's just after thinking about it carefully, Lin Chen still decided on choice 2. Although the power of evil spirit bomb is great, to use it, it would still take a long time to gather ki just like the ordinary spirit bomb. And if you use it once, it will suck the vitality of the people around you. If Lin Chen used it on Planet Vegeta, all his people would have died before he could kill the enemy. He doesn't want to be a big devil, so it's better to learn Turtle Hermit's technique. As for the reward of the third choice, although gigantification can increase power level, the disadvantage is also obvious. It would be easy for anyone to get into his mouth, so Lin Chen directly passed it. Forget it. System, choose 2. Ding. Host has selected the choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. After making a choice, Lin Chen said to Tights, Tights, I'm going to a faraway place to meet the Master of Martial Arts. Master of Martial Arts? Tights asked curiously. Yes, his name is Turtle Hermit, also known as Master Roshi. Master Roshi? I know him. Lin Chen, can you bring me with you? I also want to meet Master Roshi to learn martial arts. Chapter 31, Meeting Turtle Hermit for the first time and Turtle Hermit kneeling down. Hearing that Tights also wanted to train, Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then he raised his hand, pulled Tights to his side and kissed her. Silly girl, what martial arts do you want to practice? During more than a year of training on Earth, the relationship between Lin Chen and Tights grew by leaps and bounds, and the two have already established a relationship. It's just that the two of them haven't married, and Tights also did not ask for it. It's not impossible for you to train, but if you really want to train, why didn't you look for me first? Lin Chen asked. Tights smiled and said, you are not from Earth, what can you teach me? Master Roshi is renowned all over the world, so it is much better to look for him. Lin Chen thought for a while, then nodded, yet. They had just reached a decision, when surprisingly Bulma suddenly said, Brother Lin Chen, I also want to learn martial arts. Bulma? Both of them exclaimed. Tights put hands on her hips, Bulma, why are you causing trouble? Where did I cause trouble? Sister, I just want to practice martial arts, that's all. Bulma explained. However, in fact, she just wanted to stay with Lin Chen for a few more days. Although still little, Bulma was already showing signs of first awakening of love. In the original work, Bulma was a little mynx from the beginning. Although she is younger than when she first appeared in the original work, Bulma has long been attracted to Lin Chen. It's just that her sister Tights got together with Lin Chen first, making the little girl suppress her emotions all this time. Lin Chen didn't think about this, he just thought that it wouldn't be bad for Bulma to also train. Although, it was never revealed in original work whether Bulma has any talent for martial arts or not. But if Bulma can train a little, she will be able to protect herself somewhat when she and little Goku adventure together in the future. Moreover, with his strength, he definitely won't stay at Turtle Hermit's place for too long. Even if Tights gives up early on and if she still wants to persist with it, with Bulma around, the two sisters would not be bored. So Lin Chen persuaded Tights to agree to take along Bulma. After saying goodbye to the brief couple, Lin Chen took the two sisters and flew towards Turtle Hermit's island. Because he didn't know the location of Turtle Hermit's house, Lin Chen couldn't use instant transmission to go there directly. Fortunately, he remembered that Turtle Hermit's house should be on sea, so he flew directly over with the sisters. Moreover, Lin Chen was also wearing a new scouter made by Bulma. It was remodified by Bulma based on Saiyans' portable scouter's design idea. Although its size was a little larger than the original, it has no detection limit. In other words, this scouter will not explode because the power level of the target is higher than the upper limit. In order to fine-tune the accuracy of this scouter, Lin Chen especially gave Bulma a few days to make a test product. Turtle Hermit knows about Ki sense. In a non-combat state, he is just an ordinary old man. If Lin Chen wants to rely on Ki to find Turtle Hermit, it will be very difficult. But with Bulma's new scouter, Lin Chen quickly found Turtle Hermit's place. Bulma, your scouter is so useful. Really? Bulma blushed slightly after being praised by Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, there are still 100 of them in the capsules I gave you, you can use them first. My dad has the blueprints, if you need more in the future, you can ask my dad to make it for you. At this time, on a small island in the vast sea, Turtle Hermit was sitting in front of the TV with a roll of paper, watching a sexy yoga trainer teaching a class. He was using the roll of paper to stop his nosebleed. On the side, a turtle lay under the window, basking in the sun leisurely. At this moment, Turtle Hermit quivered, and abruptly stood up and hurried out of the room. Master Roshi, what's wrong? The turtle chased after him in surprise. There is a powerful and frightening Ki approaching our place. Cold sweat broke out on Master Roshi's face. The aura he felt was hundreds of thousands of times bigger than the nightmare-like Great Demon King Piccolo he had seen before. Who is it? There is actually someone who has such terrifying strength? It's here. As Turtle Hermit said that, his muscles bulged out. The approaching unknown and powerful presence made him instinctively react like an animal who has sensed danger. At this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky and stepped on the beach. Wow! This is where Master Roshi lives? What a remote island! It's no wonder no one knows where Master Roshi lives. Turtle Hermit, whose muscles were bulging out, immediately deflated like leaking air, and his originally solemn face was also replaced by a lascivious face. Hello beautiful ladies! What brings you here? Turtle Hermit's eyes fell on Tights and Bulma, and then he focused on Tights, who was dressed in a revealing dress and had a curvaceous figure. But the next moment, Turtle Hermit noticed Lin Chen, who was walking behind Tights and Bulma. His face immediately broke out in sweat. It turned out that the terrifying aura he felt just now came from this man. Lin Chen looked at the scouter, and it showed Turtle Hermit's power level to be only 20. As expected, Turtle Hermit normally always conceals his aura. If it wasn't for Bulma's scouter, it would have been really difficult for him to notice Turtle Hermit's aura of 20 power level in this vast sea. Hello, Master Roshi. Lin Chen smiled gently. What can I do for you? Turtle Hermit asked nervously. Lin Chen said, Master Roshi, my name is Lin Chen and this is my girlfriend Tights, and this is her sister Bulma. We are from West City and want to become your apprentice and learn from you. Become my apprentice? Turtle Hermit looked stunned. Young man, you are so much stronger than me, do you still need to become my apprentice? Lin Chen replied, of course. Master Roshi is known as the god of martial arts and knows many kinds of martial arts. In contrast, I only know brute force and can't compare with teacher at all. Besides, it's not just me who wants to become your apprentice. Tights and Bulma also want to learn from Master Roshi. Cough, cough. Turtle Hermit coughed and felt a little smug. He didn't expect that he would be so famous that even a guy with such terrifying strength would want to be his apprentice. If I see Crane Hermit in the future, I will be able to brag about it. Apprenticeship, it's not impossible, it's just that I, Master Roshi, have conditions to accept an apprentice, you. Turtle Hermit was about to propose the conditions for apprenticeship when suddenly a white light flashed in front of him. He saw Lin Chen raise his hand and release an energy wave towards the sea in the distance. Boom! An astonishing mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the sea. Lin Chen turned around and innocently said to Turtle Hermit, Master Roshi, what did you just say? Hey? Teacher, Why are you kneeling on the ground? Turtle Hermit took a deep breath. Welcome to Turtle School. Chapter 32. In the vast sea, an uninhabited island. Lin Chen stared at the scorching sun while holding aloft a large stone that weighed at least dozens of tons in both hands. Suddenly, he threw the boulder in his hand into the sky, and at the same time, he cupped his hands, and deep blue light rays appeared between his palms. Kamehameha! Just before Lin Chen uttered the last word, he suddenly disappeared from his place, and when he reappeared, he was already high in the sky, almost parallel to the flying boulder. Ha! Lin Chen shouted the last word, and an energy wave shining with deep blue radiance blasted out at the same time, directly engulfing the boulder. The energy wave shooting across the sky was also reflected in the eyes of 3 people below. Looking at the energy wave that was several times thicker and stronger than when he uses it with his full strength, Turtle Hermit was shocked. While Tights and Bulma, who were carrying 2 turtle shells on their back, cheered excitedly. Brother Lin Chen is so powerful. In the sky, Lin Chen looked at the result of his technique's use and was very satisfied. As expected of a unique technique rewarded by the system. This move Instant Kamehameha not only has the effect of Turtle Hermit's Kamehameha that can attack with a power level far beyond the limit, but also the accompanying instant transmission is more flexible than instant transmission of Kibito that Lin Chen knows. Kibito's instant transmission is only used to serve Supreme Kai's movements around the universe, so its usage speed was not fast. If the disparity in strength is large, it is not a problem, but if it is against an enemy with similar strength, this technique shouldn't be used in battle at all. But instant transmission of instant Kamehameha is completely suitable for combat use, which is different from Kibito and Goku's instant transmission as it can instantly arrive wherever you want, as long as it is a place within one's line of sight. In a battle, it can definitely be used as an unexpected counterattack. Returning back on the ground, Lin Chen said to Turtle Hermit with a smile, Master Roshi, how was my use of Kamehameha? Turtle Hermit sighed, Lin Chen, I already said there is nothing I can teach you, but you didn't believe me. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. In the past month, Lin Chen instigated Turtle Hermit to demonstrate his techniques in front of him and stealthily learned all his techniques including Kamehameha and Afterimage Fist. Beginner martial arts talent is really useful. Lin Chen's task has been completed, but the training path of Tights and Bulma has only just begun. But Lin Chen, who had nothing else to learn, naturally couldn't waste time on Turtle Hermit's place. Just when Lin Chen was thinking about whether he should go to King Kai's place next, the scouter that he has been wearing all this time suddenly sent a communication request. The original scouter, besides detecting power level and life forms, could also be used as a communicator. The communication function far surpasses Earth's technology. Even if one is separated by tens of thousands of light years, it can still achieve real-time communication. And Bulma naturally copied this function to the new scouter. The communication request was from Planet Vegeta. Most of the 100 scouters that Bulma produced earlier on, Lin Chen gave them to King Vegeta and others. As there were more and more Saiyans whose power level has surpassed 30,000, those outdated scouters left over from Frieza Force have become useless and this batch of new scouters just meet the needs of King Vegeta and the others, and are all given primarily to troops who go outside to carry out peacekeeping missions. Beep. Lin Chen picked up the communication and said, King Vegeta, what's the matter? Your Majesty, we've received a report from Galactic Patrol just now. Queen Hanasia and the others, who were currently on a mission, may have gotten ambushed by the Frieza Force. Frieza? He finally couldn't hold back? Lin Chen frowned. Ever since Saiyans have formed the peacekeeping force under the jurisdiction of Galactic King, they have fought Frieza Force several times. As Universal Emperor who once ran rampant in the universe, Frieza Force has always been the dreaded enemy of Galactic King and Galactic Patrol. Galactic Patrol has always been helpless when it comes to Frieza Force invading planets and destroying civilization. But with the formation of Saiyan Peacekeeping Force, Galactic Patrol finally has the strength to fight back. So after that, Saiyan Force on Planet Vegeta has half of the missions all related to Frieza Force. From preventing the other party from invading planets, to liberating the colonized planets, Saiyan and Frieza Force have already fought dozens of times. During this period, Saiyans finally got the exact information. Frieza, who was defeated by Lin Chen in Planet Vegeta's moon orbit, did not die, instead he was rescued by his father King Cold's subordinates. However, because of his serious injuries, Frieza hadn't recovered in the past few years. His father, King Cold, not only reorganized the Cold Force for the sake of his children, but also kept sending out his and Frieza's forces on expeditions outside, looking for ways and technologies to revive Frieza. And only until recently, he heard that Frieza had not only regained his mobility, but also his combat ability. After knowing this news, in order to guard against Frieza's retaliation, Lin Chen specially warned Bardock that Han Asia has to be personally in charge of every operation of the peacekeeping force in the future. Although the strength of Saiyans now is not what it used to be, the only person who can face the Universal Emperor is Han Asia, who can transform into Super Saiyan. But Lin Chen thought of the Dragon Ball's power level analysis he had read and was a little worried. Frieza's power level in his strongest state is more than 100 million, while Han Asia's power level, who has just become Super Saiyan, is only around 10 million. Thinking of this, Lin Chen explained to Turtle Hermit and the others, and then immediately performed instant transmission and returned directly to Planet Vegeta. After returning to Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen realized that the situation seemed to be much worse than he thought. In Saiyans command center, Lin Chen saw a panicked King Vegeta. "What's the matter? Did something happen?" "Yes, Your Majesty, we've just received the latest news that all contact with Queen Hannah and the warriors assigned to the current mission have been lost." King Vegeta said worriedly, "We are at the moment contacting Galactic Patrol to confirm the situation, but it is very likely that Queen Hannah and the others have been killed by Frieza." "Han Asia is dead?" Chapter 33. Han Asia is dead? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. His wife Han Asia, who can transform into Super Saiyan, was killed by Frieza? At this time, knowing that Lin Chen had hurriedly come over, Bardock and Paragus both rushed over. Paragus said in a heavy voice, "Don't be too sad, Your Majesty, this is just a speculation from Galactic Patrol. The actual situation hasn't been confirmed yet, it may be that their communicator has malfunctioned." Lin Chen frowned, not much hopeful about it. After all, Han Asia's power level is only around 10 million, which is far from being compared to what he knows about Frieza's power level. In the Dragon Ball world that he knows of, although Frieza never spoke of his power level in final form, the general opinion is that in the final form, when Frieza uses 100% of his power level is around 120 million. If Frieza's power level in this world is the same, then Han Asia naturally wouldn't be his match. And even the current Lin Chen may not be able to defeat Frieza, because with Lin Chen's full strength, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he can only reach around 20 million power level. 20 million versus 120 million. This is a sure to lose battle. However, Lin Chen had already decided that he would go over to look for Han Asia. If they are still alive, immediately bring them back to Planet Vegeta. If Han Asia and the others are dead, he will avenge them. Even if he clearly knows that he is not Frieza's match, he would still do it. In the original work, Goku only had a few million power level and he dared to fight Frieza, the great tyrant, while Lin Chen has the bloodline of legendary Super Saiyan, so how could he cower? Fighting to the death is the style of the owner of legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Which planet did Han Asia and others go to? Give me the coordinates. Your Majesty. Bardock grabbed Lin Chen. Your Majesty, please think carefully. You are the king of Saiyans, you must not act rashly. Bardock, step back. Lin Chen shouted loudly. But not only did Bardock not back down, even King Vegeta tried to persuade him, Your Majesty, the situation is unclear at the moment. You should wait for the Galactic Patrol to investigate before making a decision. Lin Chen glanced at him and said, King Vegeta, don't forget, besides Frieza, we Saiyans have another more powerful enemy. If we are cowering even in front of Frieza, how will we fight against it in the future? Send me the coordinates. King Vegeta was taken aback. Of course, he knew that the powerful enemy Lin Chen was talking about is naturally the god of destruction Beerus. Indeed, what is even Frieza compared to Beerus? Thinking of this, King Vegeta finally lowered his head and said, I understand, Your Majesty. Soon, King Vegeta sent the coordinates of the planet that Han Asia and others went to. The mission that Han Asia and the others were carrying out this time was to go to a planet called Tiu. The civilization on this planet is more primitive and backward than Earth, but the planet produces a special metal that is extremely suitable as a material for spaceships. According to the information obtained by Galactic Patrol beforehand, there was a group of space pirates who were eyeing this metal, intending to destroy the civilization on the planet, and then take those metals for themselves. Because the members of these pirates were from a powerful race, Galactic Patrol couldn't deal with them, so they called Saiyans for support. However, shortly afterward, Galactic Patrol got a tip-off. It turned out that there was another conspiracy behind the attack. Those space pirates were just bait. Not far from Planet Tu, Frieza force was already waiting in hiding. After getting the coordinates of Planet Tu, Lin Chen immediately locked onto its location and then teleported over. At that time, Planet Tu, or to say, in the space region where Planet Tu was supposed to exist. The planet named Planet Tu had already disappeared, and all that could be seen at the scene were huge rock fragments like a meteorite belt, floating aimlessly in the empty darkness. And a huge but ugly figure was laughing wildly in front of the rock fragments. Ha ha ha! What beautiful fireworks! Stupid Saiyan monkeys! You are buried with such beautiful fireworks, thank me when you arrive in the underworld. Ha ha ha! Frieza, with half of his body of flesh and half of machinery, was in his third form and laughing wildly, a tyrannical look on his face. Although the battle just now caused him to be battered and exhausted and the wounds on his body were still aching, but in the end, he still had the last laugh. Even the Super Saiyan who was so powerful wasn't his match. Now, you wild monkeys should understand it. I, Frieza, am the most powerful person in the universe. Ha ha ha. In space far away from Frieza, the disc-shaped mothership of Frieza Force was floating. The aliens on the spaceship also had an expression of surviving a disaster on their faces. None of them expected that what was supposed to be a meticulously planned ambush would turn out to be the reason for their Frieza Force near defeat. Fortunately, their leader Frieza ultimately came out on top. I didn't expect there to be a Super Saiyan from Legends among those Saiyans. Yet, no wonder King Frieza was almost killed by Saiyans back then. Those Saiyans are really terrifying. It's fortunate that Saiyan can survive in space. That female Super Saiyan was too careless, otherwise Lord Frieza may have died once again. It's a pity that all the combatants on the planet are buried with those Saiyans. Yet. Shut up! On the spaceship, a purple-skinned alien with two black horns on his forehead shouted. His voice caused the others to shut up immediately. Because this alien, besides Lord Frieza, is the #1 expert in Frieza Force, Captain Ginyu of Ginyu Force. Captain Ginyu unhappily looked at the others with a cold look on his face. Don't you know how Lord Frieza's temper is? If he heard what you just said, we would all die here. I managed to survive with great difficulty. If anyone wants to drag me to hell together, I'll kill him first. Captain Ginyu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. When they ambushed Saiyans, everyone thought that it would be completely safe. King Frieza, who has been reborn using high technology, retains his original memories. He clearly remembers that at that time Saiyans defeated him only by relying on transforming into Great Ape and launching a sneak attack. So this time, Frieza was confident in his revenge plan. It's just that they didn't expect that Saiyans, who Frieza Force hadn't been in contact with for several years, would turn out to be much stronger than before. Chapter 34, Shocked Frieza and Another Super Saiyan. In the past, although Saiyans called themselves a fighting race, but in fact, within the Frieza Force, they were always regarded as a laughing stock. Because most Saiyans' power level didn't even surpass 10,000. If they didn't have the ability to transform into Great Ape, Saiyans would have probably been treated like miscellaneous soldiers in the Force. But this time, when hundreds of soldiers from Frieza Force attacked the Saiyan squad with less than 10 people on Planet Tu, the Saiyans burst out with a completely different strength from the past. It was just a few trifling Saiyans, but Frieza Force was sent fleeing helter-skelter, and even the Ginyu Force that participated in the attack was almost wiped out. Rikum, Berter, Jees, Guldo. Jinyu's 4 subordinates were also killed instantly by a female Saiyan during the battle. If it wasn't for Frieza, who has been watching all along, discovered that something was wrong with the female Saiyan and personally took action, even Ginyu would have been killed. And the fight that followed showed Ginyu why that female Saiyan was so powerful. It turned out that she was Super Saiyan from Legends. Even Lord Frieza, in front of her, was beaten till he could not fight back at all, and even after he underwent 2 transformations in a row and his power level increased drastically, he was beaten badly. Fortunately, in the end, the angered Frieza took advantage of her being off guard and suddenly used his unique skill, Planet Destroying Ball, to destroy Planet Tu. Otherwise I'm afraid that Lord Frieza, who has just been resurrected not long ago, would have been beaten to death by Super Saiyan again. Damn it! Damn Saiyan, now I have to recruit members for the special squad again. I wonder if I can find outstanding team members like Rikum and others. Ginyu gritted his teeth. At this moment, the energy scouter on the bridge suddenly issued an alarm sound. Ginyu raised his head and asked, what's going on? Captain Jinyu. A high-energy signal has been discovered ahead. What? Where? It's right next to Lord Frieza. It looks like a Saiyan. Whoosh! Lin Chen left the instant transmission state and appeared at Planet Tu's location. But the next moment, he found that there was nothing underneath his feet, and at the same time, a feeling of suffocation instantly enveloped his body. Lin Chen held his breath in panic, and discovered that he was actually in outer space. Where is Planet Tu? Lin Chen looked around and immediately understood what was going on. No wonder everyone including Han Asia lost contact, it turns out that Planet Tu has been destroyed. And Frieza is the only one who can instantly destroy Planet Tu such that even a strong expert like Han Asia couldn't escape in time. Where is Frieza? Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a vast aura around him. Turning his head around to look, sure enough, not far away, he saw Frieza, who was also looking surprised. After scanning Frieza from top to bottom, Lin Chen understood that Frieza really hadn't died at that time. Right now, he should be Mecha Frieza restored with alien technology. It's just that compared to in the original work, Mecha Frieza was in the third form, and not the final form like in the original work. Oh hoo hoo! In Lin Chen's ears, Frieza's signature sinister laughter suddenly drifted over. Because Planet Tu has just been destroyed, there were still some gases in the surrounding space region. There was no oxygen in these gases and could not help people breathe, but they could transmit sound. Let's see, who is this? Isn't this the Saiyan who almost killed this king back then? Frieza sneered before his face turned cold and he roared at Lin Chen, "Damn monkey! You dare to show up in front of me? Die!" Saying that, without listening to his explanation, Frieza suddenly pointed his finger at Lin Chen and a purple beam shot out. When two enemies meet, their eyes turned red from hate. The last time Frieza almost died under Lin Chen's hands, so seeing Lin Chen, he didn't think about how Lin Chen suddenly appeared, and immediately used a killing move. The killing move that has instantly killed millions of people in the past, directly slammed into Lin Chen, bursting into shocking radiance. Amidst the radiance, Frieza sneered, "Damn monkey, now I can finally take my revenge. Next will be Planet Vegeta, all Saiyans will die." Die? The only one who will die today is you, Frieza. Suddenly, a voice entered Frieza's head. The next moment, he saw Lin Chen emerge from the radiance, and seeing Lin Chen's appearance, Frieza's face couldn't help but turn panicked. Blonde hair. The Saiyan in front of him can also transform into golden-haired like the previous female Saiyan. You are also a Super Saiyan? No, impossible. How can there be so many Super Saiyans in this world? It's just a legend, how can it be true? Death beam. As soon as his words fell, Frieza's right hand's two fingers condensed three purple light beams which again shot towards Lin Chen. But this time, Frieza saw Lin Chen's eyes open wide as he raised his palm and slapped away his sure-kill unique skill. Boom! The flying beam collided with a floating meteorite before exploding into astonishing radiance. What? What happened to my death beam? Frieza, is this just what you are capable of? Lin Chen used his ki to directly transmit his voice to Frieza in space, "Hurry up and use your full strength. I want to avenge Han Asia and those Saiyans who were killed by you." Full strength? Saiyan Wild Monkey. The corner of Frieza's mouth twitched, and the two fingers of his right hand condensed three purple light beams, which he shot at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen raised his hand, and like swatting a fly, slapped the three beams away easily again. Not long afterwards, three flashes lit up in the distance. Ding! Beginner martial arts talent activates, learning the technique Death Beam. Seeing his beginner martial arts talent take effect for the first time, Lin Chen was neither sad nor happy, he just sneered. "I let you attack so many times, it's time for me to hit back." After saying that, Lin Chen retracted his smile and immediately attacked Frieza. Boom! Before Frieza could react, Lin Chen had raised his fists and continuously punched Frieza's head. Whoosh! Frieza was sent flying like a cannonball before crashing into a rock several stories tall, burrowing out of it and flying into another rock again. Just like that, one rock after another, Frieza didn't stop until he collided with the seventh rock. How could it be? How could it be? Why is he so strong? Why is a Saiyan so strong? Frieza screamed, not able to make sense of what was happening in front of him. Chapter 35, The Truth and Frieza's Real Power Level. On Frieza's spaceship, Captain Jinyu and the others gasped. Why? Why are there two Super Saiyans? Have Saiyans already become so strong? Can King Frieza win? These Saiyans are too powerful. Nonsense. King Frieza just killed a Super Saiyan. This Saiyan will be no exception. When an alien uttered this sentence, the people on the spaceship suddenly became quiet. Immediately afterwards, someone said while trembling with fear, "By the way, that Saiyan, why isn't he dead yet? When were Saiyan able to survive in space?" When they heard this, the people on the spaceship gasped. Yet, it's outer space outside, and Planet Tu had long disappeared. In that case, how did that Saiyan survive in space? At this time, Frieza on the battlefield also thought of this problem. With a surprised expression on his face, he looked at Lin Chen, who had flown over, and said angrily, "Why? Why aren't you dead yet? When were Saiyan able to survive in a vacuum environment? Of course, ordinary Saiyans can't, but I'm not an ordinary Saiyan. I'm a legendary Super Saiyan." Lin Chen looked indifferent as his voice was transmitted through the surrounding gases. Legendary Super Saiyan? Ridiculous. Do you think this king will believe this nonsense? Frieza waved his hand and said. However, at this time, his keen eyes noticed that around Lin Chen, there was a faint barrier of light covering his whole body. That should be some kind of energy shield, Frieza guessed. Frieza has guessed right. The energy shield was the innate bloodline affinity of Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Since the vacuum can't kill you, then this king will kill you himself. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, he suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen and punched Lin Chen heavily in the stomach. But to Frieza's surprise, his fist seemed to have hit an iron block. Lin Chen didn't react at all, but his own fist was hurting. Is that all the strength you have? Frieza, don't you have another transformation? Use it, or like last time, you want to be killed by me without even showing your full strength? Lin Chen said indifferently. But there was a hint of fury in his eyes. This time, Lin Chen was really angry. Not because Frieza killed Han Asia, but because Frieza killed Han Asia not in a fair fight, but by destroying the planet. How could my wife be killed in this way? Come on, Frieza. Use all of your strength. For the sake of those you killed, I will defeat you fairly this time. A mere Saiyan is worthy of this king using his full strength? An evil aura exploded in an instant, and Frieza's entire body was surrounded by white aura, and he started punching Lin Chen crazily. Bang, bang, bang. Although no sound could be heard in the space, the fluctuations caused by Frieza's fists continued to reverberate through the space. Come on, King Frieza. King Frieza is invincible. On Frieza's spaceship, the aliens shouted with excitement when they saw Frieza's continuous attacks. Among them, Jinyu was the only one who kept backing away with a look of fear. As the strongest expert on the ship, Jinyu could see that although Frieza kept attacking, the Saiyan was completely fine. The disparity between the two sides was completely overwhelming. Super Saiyan is actually so terrifying. How is it possible? How is it possible? When Frieza had punched thousands of times, he discovered that he hadn't injured Lin Chen at all. This king's power level is 3 million. Why can't I destroy your body? Hearing Frieza's words, Lin Chen frowned slightly. At this moment, Frieza suddenly stopped attacking and distanced himself from Lin Chen. Good, good. Damn monkey. Since you want this king to use his full strength, I'll do as you wish. Prepare to experience terror. This king's power level in final form is more than 100 million. Ha! The next moment, an evil aura erupted out and Frieza's body began to undergo new changes. However, those changes looked a little disgusting to Lin Chen. Because he saw Frieza's body twist and deform and his flesh fall out. Lin Chen didn't know that, in fact, Frieza himself was extremely reluctant to undergo the final transformation. However, the reason why he is unwilling to transform is different from before. Because it was not easy to control the powers after transforming into final form, he previously did not like to transform. But now, transforming into his final form would cause him to suffer great pain. When Frieza was heavily injured by Lin Chen, he was injured in the first form. Therefore, when Frieza's body was reassembled using high technology, Frieza's body was also restored in the first form. Although the technicians who repaired Frieza worked hard to ensure that Mecha body would not affect Frieza's transformation, Mecha body is not the original body after all. Especially when he transforms into final form, the pain is the worst. Therefore, even when facing Han Asia before, Frieza only transformed into third form, and then when he found that he could not defeat Han Asia, he chose to destroy the planet instead of transforming into the final form to win. But now facing Lin Chen who can survive in vacuum, Frieza could only choose to endure the pain and undergo the final transformation. Ha! When the aura surrounding his body exploded completely, a petite Frieza finally appeared in front of Lin Chen. Frieza was breathing heavily and his face was dipping with cold sweat as he said, "I've kept you waiting. Saiyan. This is the strongest form of this king you wanted to see." Frieza raised one finger and sneered at Lin Chen, "Let me tell you in advance, my current power level is over 100 million. Hearing Frieza's words, Lin Chen's doubts finally became clear. He couldn't help but smile, 100 million? Frieza, I didn't expect you to be so good at bragging. Hey? Frieza was stunned for a moment before saying with a gloomy look, "What do you mean?" Hehe, Frieza, can you tell me, how did you know that your power level is 100 million? As far as I know, the highest that Frieza Force's scouter could detect is max 2 million battle power, then how did you get this 100 million power level? Lin Chen laughed. That Frieza's face stiffened. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Frieza, if I am not mistaken, the so-called 100 million power level you just said was completely bragging, right? In fact, you don't even know what your power level is. 100 million power level, you just made it up, right? As for your real power level, unfortunately, it is only 11 million, which is almost 1/10 of the power level you guessed yourself." Author's digression, this is a second setting of the author. In the original work, Frieza's power level was 120 million, but the author has always found it strange, because a portable scouter would explode if power level is beyond the range of 100,000s, and even if it is a large scouter, judging from the fact that 100,000 will cause the previous one to explode, this may only have a range of a few million before it explodes. There was such a description in the original Dragon Ball Z anime, so how did Frieza know that his power level is more than 100 million? Hence the author believes that Frieza is bragging and his real power level is not that high. Chapter 36, Crushing and the End of the Emperor. What nonsense! Frieza exclaimed angrily. But he was low in confidence. Because what Lin Chen said was not wrong at all. Frieza had indeed guessed the power level of his strongest form. In fact, since the invention of Scouter, the maximum power level that they can detect is only a little over 2 million. This measurement value was enough for more than 90% of the living beings in the universe, but it is of no use towards frost demons. Because once they transform back to the final or to be more precise, original form, the power level of frost demons far exceeds the maximum value that Scouter can detect. So all along, Frieza, his father and others only made a rough estimate of their power level. Just like Frieza, who thought that his final form was dozens of times stronger than third form, so he guessed that his power level should be around 120 million. But in reality, Frieza's judgment was miles away from the real value. When Lin Chen heard Frieza claiming that his power level in the third stage was 3 million, he felt something was wrong, because according to the scouter created by Bulma, Frieza's power level in third form was only 2.4 million. Later, when Frieza transformed into his final form, he discovered that Frieza's power level had only increased to 11 million, which was far from the 100 million power level that Frieza claimed to have. He initially thought it was Bulma's scouter that was malfunctioning, but when he checked Frieza's power level with his system, it was also just 11 million. The 100 million power level that Frieza kept saying over and over in the past was really fishy. At first, Lin Chen was thinking of getting revenge for Han Asia and was preparing to fight to the death with Frieza, but now it turns out Frieza's strength is not even half his own. What a bunch of nonsense! At this moment, Frieza kept roaring in anger, "How could my power level be only 11 million? Lin Chen pointed to the scouter he was wearing on his head. "Frieza, I'll tell you one thing, my scouter is the latest one invented by a genius. Its detection value has no limit, and it is telling me that your power level is only 11 million. What? Frieza exclaimed in shock. By the way, let me tell you, my power level is over 20 million, and the female Super Saiyan you killed before just had power level of 12 million. So, you are too weak. You wild monkey, how dare you say that I, Frieza, am weak? Damn it! I am invincible." Frieza suddenly bent his left hand and turned his body half a circle to charge up energy. The next moment, astonishing flame-like energy waves were shot by Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. All of them struck Lin Chen's body. But it wasn't over yet. Frieza kept waving his hands, and kept hitting Lin Chen with killer balls. Ding! Congratulations host for learning killer ball. The dark space, for almost a full minute, was constantly illuminated by crimson flames. When Frieza came to a halt while gasping for breath, a smirk appeared on his face. You dared to say that this king is weak. Now you know how powerful this king is? Sorry, you are too weak. Suddenly, a voice sounded, and Frieza froze for a moment as if struck by lightning. His pupils shrank and a cold chill rushed to his brain. When Lin Chen appeared from inside the smoke, he saw Frieza, who was already frightened out of his wits and could sense fear flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen sighed. With Frieza like this, Hanasia should have been able to defeat him if she was able to survive in vacuum. Unfortunately, this Frieza is just too evil and cunning. Meanwhile, the gears in Frieza's mind were turning fast. For the first time in his life, he has felt the taste of fear. Facing the threat of death, Frieza said in panic, "No, I have to leave immediately and go to my father's place. I am not his match for now and only father can protect me." After knowing that it was impossible for him to win against Lin Chen, Frieza was only thinking about escaping. "Trash, I want you to die!" Frieza shouted loudly as he raised his hand to create a purple-black energy ball out of thin air. The energy ball was full of violent powers. Frieza pushed his hand forward and the energy ball shot towards Lin Chen like a flying snake. Ding! Activating beginner martial arts talent, learning the technique Planet Destroying Ball. Just as the system prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind, Frieza's body turned into a beam of light, rushing away in the opposite direction to Lin Chen. Over there was Frieza's spaceship. Although Frieza can survive and move around in space, it is different from a planet. Moving between stars, the fastest method is to always rely on a spaceship, and not the power of their body. Frieza looked at the spaceship in the distance that was gradually getting bigger and muttered to himself, "When I get to my father's place, I must train hard. There are just a few Saiyan monkeys. This king will definitely not lose to you." Because Frieza was born strong, he has not trained since he was born. He believes that with his talent, as long as he trains a little, he can surpass that Saiyan. After a while, he had almost arrived near the ship, and Frieza could even see his terrified subordinates inside the ship through the porthole. But he realized that his subordinates were banging on the window with a look of fear, and at the same time, they were wildly waving their fingers towards Frieza's back. Behind? Frieza turned around his head to look back and saw a blue light as dazzling as the sun suddenly appear in the space behind him. Lin Chen put his palms together, stared at Frieza in the distance and silently muttered, "Kamehame." When he had just said the word "me," Lin Chen's figure suddenly disappeared and he just brushed past the energy ball thrown by Frieza. The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly appeared behind Frieza, making him startled. He turned around his head in disbelief. "How did you?" Frieza opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen had shouted the last word. "Ha!" Following a loud shout, Lin Chen pushed his hands forward, and a blue energy wave suddenly shot out, heading towards him with a terrifying might. "This king can't die." Knowing that it was too late to escape, Frieza shouted loudly and stretched out his arms, trying to push Lin Chen's Kamehameha back. However, his palms only persisted for a short while in front of the energy wave before being destroyed and engulfed by the terrifying energy. Ah! The next moment, even Frieza himself disappeared amidst the blue radiance. Chapter 37, The Rumor of Dragon Balls. Rumble. The moment the tyrannical energy appeared in space, it also disappeared quickly. Soon, everything calmed down. Lin Chen stared ahead with an icy look in his eyes, and saw that 1,000 meters away in front of him, a badly mangled body was floating in space. That was Frieza, the once arrogant emperor of the universe. It's just that only less than a quarter of his body was left. Frieza's lower body was completely gone, as were his hands, and the part of his body that had been mechanically repaired on his head was also completely gone. But even so, Frieza's vital signs were still present. Even after suffering an instant Kamehameha from Lin Chen in Super Saiyan form, Frieza wasn't dead yet. His vitality is really terrifying. Lin Chen now understands why even with the same name Qian's cell regeneration ability, even though Cell's upper body had completely disappeared, he could still be resurrected, but Piccolo was simply beaten to death by an energy wave from Nappa. The difference here is the powerful vitality of Frieza's Frost Demon race at work. Check K new oval chpters at novelbin.com. Floating over to Frieza, Lin Chen looked at him and raised his right hand, preparing to give Frieza the final blow. It seemed that he knew that he would not escape this time, so Frieza had an imploring look on his face. Please, please, save me, forgive me. Save you? I'm not Goku and am not soft-hearted like him. Lin Chen sneered. Although Frieza didn't understand who Goku was, he understood that Lin Chen seemed unwilling to let him go. So, the emotion of fear gradually turned into despair, and then into anger. Saiyan. You've won these time, but at least I've taken a lot of Saiyans with me to death, and that female Saiyan, she should be your lover. Ho ho ho, I will educate them well in hell. Idiot. They won't go to hell with you. Lin Chen said indifferently. What? Frieza stared blankly. After you die, I will go look for Dragon Balls and bring Han-Asia and the others back to life. Even Planet Tu can be restored. Dragon Balls? So, go to hell yourself. Lin Chen pointed his finger, and a beam of energy that was exactly the same as Frieza's death beam, but was golden, flew out and sliced off Frieza's only remaining right arm. Death beam? How can you use my skill? It's just an insignificant skill, I easily learned it after watching it once. Frieza, I'll let you die by your own skill. After saying that, Lin Chen shot out 5 more death beams, each of which completely evaporated Frieza's remaining body. When the last death beam shot towards Frieza's head, there was a miserable cry of "I don't want to die" from Frieza. In the world of Dragon Ball, the tyrannical emperor of the universe died just like that. This time, Frieza's body was completely shattered and evaporated, and no matter how high-tech the methods are, he cannot be resurrected. After taking care of Frieza, Lin Chen turned to look at Frieza Force's spaceship not far away and slowly extended his fingers towards them. Frieza's subordinates on the spaceship exclaimed in alarm. Escape! Quickly escape! Come on, it was King Frieza who annoyed you. You are such a powerful expert, why are you attacking us little lackeys? A group of aliens burst into tears. However, just when the huge spaceship had started, an energy wave ripped through the sky, bringing along with it tyrannical power, and rushed over. The spaceship exploded and shattered, and all the aliens in the spaceship melted because of the high temperature. Lin Chen suddenly frowned. Just before Frieza's spaceship exploded, he seemed to have seen a small spherical spacecraft escape. Should I chase? Lin Chen thought for a while, but didn't pay any attention. It's just a little lackey of Frieza Force, and it's not worth it for him to make a big fuss over it. In contrast, it's better to resurrect Han-Asia and the others as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Chen used instant transmission and immediately left. It's just that Lin Chen didn't know that on the little flying spacecraft that escaped early, it wasn't some insignificant little lackey, but Captain Jinyu. This elite subordinate of Frieza, when he saw Frieza being cruelly killed by Lin Chen, he reacted much quicker than others, and immediately escaped to the round spacecraft on which warriors could ride, thus narrowly escaping. Now watching his former mothership disappear amidst the blast wave, Jinyu gasped for breath with an expression of surviving a disaster. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Saiyans didn't expect Saiyans to have such terrifying strength. But, just you wait, Saiyan. I will definitely bring King Frieza back to life. We Frieza Force, will definitely be reborn. Captain Jinyu yelled. With the high-tech equipment on the spaceship, while Lin Chen told Frieza about the Dragon Balls, the people on the spaceship, including Jinyu, also heard about them. At that time, no one else on the spaceship reacted, but Jinyu thought of a rumor he had heard of in the past. According to a rumor, there is a mysterious race called Namekian in the universe, who have a magical ability to make wishing beads. It is said that as long as you gather 7 wishing beads, any wish can be fulfilled. The Dragon Balls that Saiyan spoke about should be wishing beads. It turns out that the legend is true, and there is really such a thing in the world. Just wait. I, Jinyu, will definitely get the Dragon Balls, resurrect King Frieza and the Jinyu Force. At that time, we will take our revenge. Captain Jinyu yelled from inside the spacecraft. Meanwhile, in the airspace tens of thousands of kilometers away from the place where Planet Tu used to be, a round spaceship of the same type as Frieza's mothership also began to accelerate, moving far away from Planet Tu. King Cooler, King Frieza's vital signs have disappeared. When an alien opened his mouth to report, there was a sound of sudden gasp on the spaceship. What? King Frieza is dead? Is Super Saiyan that powerful? An egg-shaped hovercraft was floating in front of everyone. A voice somewhat similar to Frieza came from the hovercraft. Quiet. Frieza has always been such an idiot. Last time he had suffered against the Saiyans, but he still didn't learn his lesson. He has only himself to blame for everything. Seeing the person on the egg-shaped hovercraft, all the aliens present knelt down on the ground. Because the person sitting on the hovercraft is their master, Cooler, the eldest brother of Universal Emperor Frieza. Chapter 38, New Choices, and the target is Broly? A blue-faced, purple-skinned, and white-haired short person said to Cooler, "King Cooler, should we go over and take a look? King Frieza may not be dead. After all, he is also." "No need. Frieza has to pay the price for his stupidity." "Salza, we're going back." The subordinate named Salza hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Although Cooler's temper is much better than the temperamental and tyrannical Frieza, this does not mean that anyone can disobey his orders. Hearing Cooler's order, the people on the ship immediately got busy. They steered the spaceship to turn towards the territory of Cooler Force. However, these people could not have expected that their leader, King Cooler, had a gloomy look on his face at this time, pulling on a long face. In fact, the reason why Cooler didn't let them steer the spaceship over there just now was not because he didn't want to help Frieza, but because he was afraid. If the enemy can survive in space and easily defeat Frieza, then even Cooler may not be his match. He did not dare to get near him, afraid that the person who killed Frieza had not left, nor did he dare to stay long, afraid that person would notice them. He, the dignified Cooler, has to flee in panic because of fear. He could have never imagined such a thing happening in the past. A strong sense of humiliation made Cooler make up a decision in his heart. "Damn it! We, Frost Demons, are the strongest in the universe. Saiyan, just you wait. I, Cooler, will definitely break through the limits of the Frost Demons. Well, meet when I've achieved my 4th transformation. At that time, I will protect the dignity of my Frost Demon race in place of Frieza." At this time, Lin Chen had also returned to Planet Vegeta and told King Vegeta and others what he had seen. While King Vegeta and the others were saddened at the death of Queen Hannah and others, they were also delighted at Lin Chen completely killing Frieza. "Your Majesty Lynx, since Frieza is dead, the threats we face are much smaller. I think we can now be completely bold and go big," King Vegeta suggested. "What do you want to do?" Lin Chen asked. "Do you still want to conquer the universe?" "Of course not." King Vegeta hurriedly shook his head. Having been with Lin Chen for so long, he also knows that His Majesty is completely different from Saiyans in the past. Although he also has ambitions, this ambition is completely different from Frieza's. Moreover, Lin Chen had already repeatedly told everyone including King Vegeta that Saiyans' future cannot go the way of conquering and destroying by relying on violence. King Vegeta then said, "Your Majesty Lynx, now that Frieza is dead, his subordinates are bound to fall apart. In the past, Frieza conquered and controlled hundreds of planets. The inhabitants of these planets have all controlled by Frieza like us Saiyans. Your Majesty, since you want to have us Saiyans become warriors of justice, why don't we go and liberate those planets?" "Liberate the planets?" Lin Chen was pondering over King Vegeta's words when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that host is facing new choices, triggering the strongest selection system. Choice 1, liberate more than 70% of Frieza Force's territory. Reward, 50 bottles of Frost Demon Serum. Choice 2, liberate more than 70% of Frieza Force's territory, and more than 50% of Cooler Force's territory. Reward, 20 bottles of Frost Demon Serum and 1 tube of 100% S-Cell reagent. Choice 3, liberate the South area controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan. Reward, a legendary Super Saiyan 2 form experience card. This time, you can only choose one of 3 tasks, multiple selections are not allowed. Seeing that choices have been triggered, Lin Chen immediately signaled King Vegeta to wait for a moment as he needed to think about it. Next, Lin Chen checked the 3 choices given by the system this time. There were several rewards that Lin Chen was seeing for the first time, so he needs to verify them. System, what is Frost Demon Serum? Ding! Replying to host, Frost Demon Serum can transform any intelligent race into a Frost Demon. Please pay attention. This Frost Demon is an original Frost Demon, not a mutant like the Frieza family. The original Frost Demon? Is it someone like Frieza's ancestor Chilled? Lin Chen remembers that these Frost Demons seem to have no transformation ability like that of Frieza and the others, so their power level was not high, but at least it should be above 400,000. So this serum was somewhat useless to Saiyans, but if Lin Chen recruits aliens of other races as his subordinates in the future, these serums can come in handy. However, compared to the Frost Demon Serum, Lin Chen is more interested in the legendary Super Saiyan 2 form experience card in Choice 3. System, what does this experience card do? Ding! Replying to host, the experience card can transform host into legendary Super Saiyan 2 form for 1 hour. Legendary Super Saiyan 2 form? This is definitely a little interesting. Lin Chen was very clear that the legendary Super Saiyan mentioned by the system should be referring to the legendary Super Saiyan transformation that he has not yet learned. This transformation is a special transformation that only Lin Chen and Broly can grasp because of their legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Legendary Super Saiyan 2 is a stronger variation of this transformation. In the original work, just the legendary Super Saiyan form had almost inexhaustible strength, and about the further transformation, Lin Chen has never heard of it. Currently, he hasn't even mastered the legendary Super Saiyan form, but now that he can have the opportunity to experience a stronger transformation, it was making him very eager. Choice 1 and Choice 2 can both enhance Lin Chen's forces, but Choice 3 is only an experience of becoming stronger for an hour. Which one to choose? After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Chen suddenly discovered another thing. Liberate the South area controlled by legendary Super Saiyan? Wait, South area controlled by legendary Super Saiyan mentioned in this choice, isn't this the plot of a Dragon Ball movie? And the legendary Super Saiyan in that movie, isn't that another version of Broly? Having lived in this world for so long, Lin Chen already knew that Broly in his world should be the Broly in Dragon Ball Super. If so, why would the task be to kill another Broly? What's going on? System, what's the name of the legendary Super Saiyan in Choice 3? Ding, replying to host, their name is Broly. So it is true. No, system, isn't Broly on Earth? How could he be in the South area? Lin Chen was doubtful. Chapter 39, Deciding. Making preparations before going to parallel universe. Ding. Replying to host, the target is Broly from a parallel universe and not the current universe of the host. Hearing the system's answer, Lin Chen was stunned for a while. So it's Broly of a parallel universe? This is so unusual. Fortunately, I asked, otherwise, how would I have finished the task? Lin Chen knows that Dragon Ball world is actually a very vast world. This world has the concept of multiple universes, and the whole world actually has a total of 12 universes. The universe where Lin Chen lives is one of the 12 universes. The relationship between different universes is just like different countries, and the difference between them is very big. Take Saiyans as an example. In the universe where Lin Chen lives, Saiyans were originally a warlike and brutal race, but in another universe, the Saiyans may be a group of people who love peace, and in the third universe, there may not even be a Saiyan race. On the basis of multiple universes, Lin Chen also knew that this world actually has a concept of a parallel universe. The so-called parallel universe refers to a similar but also dissimilar world which may have been born for some reason in the universe. Taking himself as an example, he is very clear that the world he is in must be a parallel universe of a certain universe. Because he showed up in this universe, Saiyan's home planet Vegeta was freed from the fate of being destroyed by Frieza. Besides this world, there should be a world that Lin Chen did not transmigrate to. In that world, because Lin Chen did not appear, Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza just like the plot in the original work. Then, the task the system gave Lin Chen now was to have him go to a parallel universe to deal with another Broly. The question is, how can he go to the parallel universe required by the system? System, how do I complete Choice 3? Will I be sent to that parallel universe? Ding. Replying to host, you have to find a way to complete the task by yourself, but system can point out to the host that in this universe, there is a way to go to the target's universe. System, then I will choose 3. After thinking about it, Lin Chen couldn't hold back his curiosity and chose the option that seemed the most difficult to achieve. After all, Frost Demon Serum given by Choice 1 and Choice 2 is not very helpful to Lin Chen, whose subordinates are still mainly Saiyan. And it's the legendary Super Saiyan 2 forms experience card, he wants to see how it is. Ding, host has selected the choice, please complete the task as soon as possible. Because this task is quite difficult, the time limit will be increased to 3 years. Having confirmed his new objective, Lin Chen also issued a new order to King Vegeta and the others. Starting today, Saiyans will begin to attack the territories of Frieza Force and liberate those planets that were ruled by Frieza in the past. Although there is no system reward for doing so, attacking the Frieza Force territories would allow Saiyans to accumulate some combat experience. The experience with Han Asia has proved that no matter how strong you are, sometimes it is of no use. 5 years of peace have made many Saiyans forget the cruelty of battle. And while the Saiyan force was launching attacks in all directions, Lin Chen returned to Earth. The time limit for the system mission this time is 3 years, so Lin Chen plans to revive Han Asia and the others first. Once back on Earth, Lin Chen first went to the Kame house. When he returned, Turtle Hermit was teaching Tights and Bulma martial arts. Turtle Hermit. Tights. Bulma. Lin Chen called out and again showed PDA with Tights, then directly stated his purpose for coming. You want this bead of mine? I've been researching this thing for years, do you know what it is? Turtle Hermit raised the Dragon Ball tied around his neck with a surprised look on his face. Yes, this thing is actually called Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total. If you gather all of them, one of your wishes can be granted. What? So amazing? Turtle Hermit exclaimed, but still handed the Dragon Ball to Lin Chen. You're already so strong and you still need this, it must be something urgent. I'll give it to you. Thank you, Master Roshi. Lin Chen took the Dragon Ball, and after saying goodbye to the 3, he again teleported to another place. However, after Lin Chen left, a strange light flashed in Bulma's eyes. So what Brother Lin Chen said about the Divine Dragon is true. After taking away Turtle Hermit's Dragon Ball, Lin Chen came to Mount Baozi the next moment. Little Goku, who was still living alone in the mountains, was hunting outside. Lin Chen inwardly apologized and took away his 4-star bead. Immediately afterwards, he arrived on lookout. Brother Lynx. The first person who came out to greet Lin Chen was Broly, who had been living here for more than a year. He was wearing a set of clothes similar to that of Kami. He was already beginning to grow tall and was almost unrecognizable to Lin Chen. Yo! Broly. Looking at kind-hearted Broly, who was completely different from the past, and then thinking about the Broly that he is going to deal with in this task, Lin Chen only felt that he was too powerful such that even Broly could be changed to become like this by him. Broly, how have you been? Excellent. Thanks Big Brother Lynx for bringing me here. Here, I can learn all kinds of new things every day with Mr. Popo and Kami. Broly replied. Lin Chen smiled, then raised his head to look at Kami who was walking over. After greeting him, Lin Chen explained the purpose of his visit. Kami, I've come in the hope that you can find the remaining Dragon Balls for me. I already have 2 here. Lin Chen took out the 2 Dragon Balls he had collected. Kami glanced over, but said, Mr. Lin Chen, I remember I told you, You really don't know where the Dragon Balls are? Lin Chen interrupted Kami, Kami, if you help me this time, I can bring you over to your birthplace. Planet Namek? Kami's eyes widened. The last time Lin Chen brought Broly over, Kami already knew that he was an alien from another planet. As an alien orphan, he has always wanted to go back to his birthplace to take a look. But Kami immediately frowned and shook his head, No, I'm Earth's Kami, I can't leave lookout for too long. Lin Chen immediately said, Don't worry, it won't take too long. We will teleport to Planet Namek, and it will only take a moment. This time, Kami was finally completely moved. If it's just a few hours, it's really not a big problem. So, with the desire to go home, Kami did not act in perfunctory manner with Lin Chen anymore, and immediately instructed Mr. Popo to gather all the remaining Dragon Balls. Chapter 40, Resurrection and the Eternal Dragons of 2 Planets. This is Planet Namek? Seeing his home planet Namek for the first time, Kami couldn't help but tremble. A familiar feeling came from the depths of his soul and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even the air seemed to have a familiar smell. Come on, Kami, I'll take you to meet the Great Elder. Lin Chen patted Kami on the shoulder, and then led him to Great Elder's residence. Shortly afterwards, Kami met the first Namekian in his life aside from Great Demon King Piccolo. The one who greeted the 2 of them was still Nail, Great Elder's bodyguard. He bowed to Lin Chen and said, Long time no see, Mr. Lin Chen. Great Elder has asked me to come and welcome the Namekian who has returned home. Then, it was a harmonious scene of paying respect to your ancestors. Kami also learned from the Great Elder that he is the child of the Namekian named Kataz who was sent to Earth because of the climate disaster on planet Namek. During this time, Lin Chen silently stood on the side, watching everything. After Kami had talked about the past with the Great Elder said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin Chen, have you come because of the Dragon Balls? Yes, Great Elder. I want to use Dragon Balls to make a wish. Do I need to face the trials again? Ho ho ho, Mr. Lin Chen, you are always welcome to use Planet Nameek's Dragon Balls. Great Elder can somewhat see the future, and he has seen in the past that Lin Chen might help Namekians. And as time went by, Great Elder also found that every time they met, Lin Chen would be much stronger than before. Great Elder thought it was worth it to have a good relationship with a strong expert like him. With the permission of the Great Elder, Lin Chen quickly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from the villages all over the planet. When the 7 Dragon Balls from Planet Namek were gathered, Kami also took out the 7 Dragon Balls he had brought with him. Are these the Dragon Balls you made? You really are an excellent Dragon Clan. When the Great Elder saw Earth's Dragon Balls, he couldn't help but compliment. Thank you, Great Elder, for the compliment. Lin Chen, can we start? Sure. Lin Chen nodded. Rise, Shenron. Fulfill my wish. Kami shouted. Immediately afterwards, Nail also used Namekian language and shouted the chant to summon Porunga. And the next moment, Planet Nameek's sky instantly plunged into darkness. 14 Dragon Balls flashed with golden light rays at the same time. Immediately afterwards, 2 dragons, one big and one small, mysteriously appeared out of thin air from the golden light rays. Earth's Eternal Dragon and Planet Nameek's Eternal Dragon appeared at the same time and in the same place. Such a scene that had never appeared in the original work suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen and the others. However, looking at this scene, the first sentence Lin Chen said was, Kami, your Eternal Dragon is so small. Kami broke out into cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, yeah, I am much lacking than the Great Elder. Great Elder chuckled and said comfortingly, it's okay, appearance is not important, the most important thing is that your Eternal Dragon is full of power, which is quite good. Thank you, Great Elder. Saying his thanks, Kami said to Lin Chen, tell me your wish. Lin Chen nodded and said to Nail first, Mr. Nail, for my first wish, please tell Porunga to restore Planet Tu. Then, he said to Shenron, please resurrect the living beings on Planet Tu that was destroyed by Frieza. This is why Lin Chen summoned 2 planets' dragons at the same time. It's not just Hanasia alone that Lin Chen wants to resurrect, but Porunga cannot resurrect multiple living beings at the same time, so Lin Chen can only use Shenron if he wants to resurrect people. But Shenron can only grant one wish at once, so in order to revive the people on Planet Tu must be restored first. So, Lin Chen gathered 2 planets' Dragon Balls at the same time. When Lin Chen stated his wish, he saw the eyes of Shenron and Porunga lit up one after another. Porunga said first, Saiyan, thy wish has been granted. Planet Tu has been restored. Then, Shenron also said, thy wish has been granted. Saiyan, thank you for letting me meet my brother, then, goodbye. After that, the hovering body of Shenron transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, and were about to fly to all parts of the planet. But right now they were on Planet Namek, so Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let them randomly fly to various parts of the planet, otherwise it would be difficult to bring the Dragon Balls back to Earth. Therefore, before the Dragon Balls flew away, Lin Chen jumped high and caught all the 7 Dragon Balls at once. At this time, on Planet Tu, many people stood up from the ground with a confused look on their faces, including Hanasia and those Saiyans who had already died. Frieza. As soon as she was resurrected, Hanasia screamed, but then she immediately realized that she seemed to be on Planet Tu. Strange? Where are Frieza and the others? Queen Hana. Near Hanasia, several Saiyans, who had also just been resurrected, gathered around and asked each other what had happened just now. Many of them remembered that they were supposed to have died already. Hearing their conversation, Hanasia suddenly remembered that she too seemed to have died. Because that cunning Frieza couldn't defeat her, he suddenly made a move to destroy Planet Tu. Then, how did they all survive? And even Planet Tu has been restored? At the same time that Hanasia and the others were feeling puzzled, there were other aliens on the planet who started scrambling to a nearby spaceship and escaped towards space. These aliens were all soldiers of the Frieza force. When they ambushed Saiyans, they had landed on the planet, but were killed by Frieza along with Planet Tu. Now suddenly resurrected, although they don't know what happened, they still recognized the Saiyans beside them. Among them was the female Saiyan, who is a powerful being who beat up King Frieza very badly. If they didn't run now, were they waiting for someone to kill them again? On the other side, Planet Namek. Nail said to Lin Chen, Mr. Lin Chen, your wish has been granted, what is your second wish? Second wish? I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Chen smiled embarrassingly. Hearing this, Kami and the others fell to the ground. Chapter 41, Captain Jinyu's Survival Story. Speaking of which, Lin Chen's original purpose for summoning Shenron was to resurrect Han Asia and the others. And because Porunga couldn't revive multiple people at once, he had to summon Shenron too. But apart from the resurrection wish, Lin Chen really hadn't thought about it. What should I wish for? Because he hadn't prepared beforehand, Lin Chen had to think about it now. Got it. Porunga, my second wish, please strengthen Planet Vegeta so that it will not be easily destroyed by external forces. Lin Chen had learned from Hanasai's experience. Even for a Super Saiyan, sometimes it can be too late to save the planet. Although Frieza is dead now, there are countless unknown and powerful enemies in the universe. It is very likely for planets to explode in the Dragon Ball world. Even someone with only tens of thousands of power level has the ability to destroy a planet. Lin Chen is not afraid of encountering a strong enemy, but he is afraid that someone, in a berserk state, will attack Planet Vegeta in the future while he is not present, directly blowing up the entire planet, which will be disastrous. This is easy. Porunga said in a deafening voice, and his eyes lit up. After a while, Porunga said, the second wish has been granted. The third, and last wish, please state it. Lin Chen, please state your third wish. Nail also said. My third wish is to get Great Elders unlock potential technique. Lin Chen said out his wish in a loud voice. Lin Chen has coveted this ability for a long time. Although Great Elders unlock potential ability is not as good as Old Kai's unlock technique which will appear in the future, but it is still very useful in the early stages. With this ability, Lin Chen can improve Saiyans' overall strength. This can also be regarded as compensation for not choosing a task to enhance his forces before. This wish is easy. As Porunga's eyes glowed with red light again, Lin Chen suddenly felt that something had fused into his brain, and then he saw a change in his personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 1.36 million. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Key Control, Beginner Martial Arts Talent, Beginner Unlock Potential Technique. Tricks, Planet Destroying Ball, Death Beam, Killer Ball, Kamehameha, After Image Fist. Saiyan, all your wishes have been granted, then goodbye. Saying that, Porunga rose into the sky, retransformed into 7 Dragon Balls, and scattered all over planet Namek. The whole sky became bright again, and the brilliant sunlight shone down on the ground, reflecting a warm and peaceful aura. Seeing his wishes being granted, Lin Chen smiled contentedly as he took out a Tree of Might's fruit from the system space and handed it to Nail. This is a fruit of Tree of Might which can improve power level, but its more important function is to strengthen the recovery of vitality and mental strength. You can bring it to the Great Elder as it can increase his lifespan. Lin Chen said. Really? Thanks then. Nail said gratefully. Lin Chen had a hunch in his heart that he might need to use Planet Namek's Dragon Balls again soon, so he gave the Great Elder a Tree of Might fruit to win over everyone. When Lin Chen was summoning the Eternal Dragons and fulfilling his wishes, in a corner of the universe, a round spacecraft landed on a planet. The name of this planet is Cold 001. As the name suggests, this place is the headquarters of King Cold, Frieza's father. When the spacecraft landed, a group of aliens immediately surrounded it. People inside the spacecraft immediately come out for inspection. Although this spacecraft had the identification signal of the Frieza Force, because its arrival was completely unannounced, the soldiers of the Cold Force were all on guard. Compared to Frieza Force, Cold Force's people were much better trained. Soon, the hatch of the spaceship opened, and a purple figure came out. Don't attack. I'm Jinyu from the Frieza Force, the captain of the Jinyu Special Squadron. Captain Jinyu? The aliens were stunned for a moment, but they soon recognized the famous Captain Jinyu. Captain Jinyu, this is King Cold's place, why is someone from the Frieza Force here? I have urgent news to report to King Cold. King Frieza was killed by someone. Jinyu said with a cold look on his face. Soon after, in King Cold's palace, King Cold, whose appearance was similar to Frieza's second form, heard the bad news of his son's death. Furious, King Cold could hardly control his aura. What? My son Frieza is dead? Sensing that the surrounding air was shaking, Jinyu knelt down on one knee in fear. I'm sorry, King Cold, His Majesty Frieza was killed by Saiyans. The other party seems to be the Super Saiyan from Legends. Cold gave a strong wave of his hand. Super Saiyan? Ridiculous. That's just a legend. That's not a legend. My lord, we met 2 Super Saiyans this time, and one of them could even survive in the vacuum environment, and King Frieza was killed by that Saiyan. What about you? Frieza was killed, then what are you doing? King Cold glared at Jinyu. My lord, I'm sorry, I was on King Frieza's spaceship at the time, and their fight was no longer something we could help with, but my lord, I have a piece of news. Jinyu was going to tell King Cold what he accidentally overheard about Dragon Balls. As long as they find the 7 Dragon Balls, they will be able to resurrect Frieza. However, Jinyu's words were not finished yet. Whoosh! And a death beam penetrated through Jinyu's body. Cold said with a gloomy look on his face, since you couldn't help my son, why are you still alive? PFFF. Co. Cold. Jinyu fell down on the ground, unable to believe that he was going to die just like this. He was clearly here to bring the news that Frieza can be resurrected to King Cold. He is clearly loyal and devoted to the Frost Demon race. Why? Why? King Cold left the place without looking back while throwing an order to his subordinates, burn that guy's body. I feel disgusted looking at him. Yes. An alien who looked like a lizard saluted, then it lifted Jinyu's corpse and walked towards a place in the palace which is used to burn corpses. But when the alien walked into the incineration chamber with Captain Jinyu's corpse, a voice suddenly sounded inside the room. Change. A purple light suddenly lit up in the room, but immediately, everything returned to calm. After a while, the lizard alien came out, but it was wearing the signature smile of Captain Jinyu on its face. He, I won't just die just like that. Chapter 42, Captain Jinyu's Ambition. A few days later, Planet Cold 001. At this time, there is no Captain Jinyu in the world. Everyone thought Captain Jinyu was dead. However, no one knew that the soul of an unknown alien soldier was replaced by Captain Jinyu, who died that day. The real Captain Jinyu, at this moment, was drinking by himself in a bar with a new identity. Jinyu has not been able to calm down until now, since even though he loyally came to report to Cold, he was mercilessly killed by him. After all, he had always been proud of being a member of the Frieza force, but he never thought that his pride and loyalty would instead almost invite disaster to him. Damn it, King Cold. I fully devoted myself to you Frost Demons, and I have been so respectful, but this is how you thank me in return? If I hadn't switched bodies, I'd already be dead. Your stupid son clearly died because of his own idiocy, but you blamed me. I can't take it lying down. Jinyu smashed the wine table in front of him with a punch, but at this time, a muscular alien came over and lifted Jinyu in the air. Hey! Boy! How dare you smash things in the bar? Hurry up and pay for it, or you will die. Bah! Jinyu spat at him dismissively. But he had forgotten that he was no longer Captain Jinyu with a power level of 120,000. The scouter on the face of the alien beeped a few times, and then he sneered, ha ha ha, an idiot with only 5,000 power level, but acting so arrogant. After saying that, the other party clutched Jinyu's head and walked towards the back alley of the bar. The people in the bar were not surprised by this. This is King Cold's territory. The weak are the prey of the strong, and the strong are respected, which is the basic law here. But a moment later, there was a voice in the back alley of the bar. Change. A purple light flashed. Soon, the muscular alien walked out of the alley. But at this time, Jinyu's soul has taken over the body of this alien. Just 10,000 power level? Such a little power level, what a trash. Jinyu spat in disdain. At the same time, a thought kept growing in his mind because of this conflict. I can't go on like this, I need a more powerful body, I want to get stronger. I won't let my life be controlled by others. I want. Suddenly, Jinyu froze in place, his eyes fixed on the huge statue in front of him. It was the statue of King Cold. Jinyu's eyes gradually became cold, and he smiled evilly, ha ha ha, I actually forgot. For me, isn't the best body right in front of me? King Cold. You betrayed me and humiliated me. If I snatched away your body, you deserve it. Ha 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 ha. Soon, on the planet COLD-001, mysterious attacks caused a lot of commotion. The experts of Cold Force were continuously being attacked and killed on the planet. These attacks are very strange, because from the corpse, the deceased were killed at close range, and the strange thing was that there were no traces of resistance on the bodies of the deceased. Because there were more and more deceased, and the power level of the people dying was also increasing, for a time, people on the entire planet were panicking. King Cold, who was angry at the death of his son, became furious when he knew about it. A bunch of trash. The intruder must be someone with a high power level, use Scouter to find him. Yes. Under King Cold's order, the entire Cold Force was dispatched to hunt down suspicious people on the planet. As long as they were not from the Cold Force and whose power level was higher than 10,000, they were all imprisoned as suspicious people and subjected to interrogation. Even so, the murderer hadn't been identified. One day, after listening to the report and knowing that the murderer was still unknown, Cold became furious again, leaving all his subordinates absolutely quiet. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you can't find the murderer within 3 days, you all can go die." "Yes, yes." Just as Cold's men left in a hurry, one of his personal bodyguards who had left suddenly returned. "King Cold, I actually have something to report." "Hey?" King Cold frowned slightly, but then a smile appeared on his face. "Okay, tell me about it." The personal bodyguard stepped forward, looked at the attendants around them who were guarding the room, lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty, I probably know the true identity of the murderer." "Oh? Tell me about it." "Your Majesty, can you let them go out first? I want to tell you the identity of this person alone." Hearing his words, King Cold lightly waved his hand. His attendants immediately lined up outside the room and closed the door. "Can you say it now? Who is the murderer?" Cold said. "The murderer is me." As soon as the guard's voice fell, he suddenly rushed over and threw an energy bomb at King Cold. Boom! The place where King Cold was standing suddenly exploded. The shock waves from the explosion spread out in all directions, making everyone in Cold's palace detect it. The attendants outside the door were also the first to notice that the explosion happened in King Cold's room. They yelled and tried to open the room, only to find that the door was locked from inside. "Hurry up! Quickly find a way to open the door." Just as these attendants were hurrying about, the bodyguard in the room, whose body had been occupied by Captain Jinyu, rushed towards the thick smoke. Although he knew that a single energy bomb couldn't hurt King Cold at all, he still rushed over. The next moment, Jinyu's neck was grabbed by King Cold from behind the smoke. "Ho ho!" King Cold sneered, "I didn't expect that the king's personal bodyguard was the murderer." "What the hell were you thinking? You want to attack this king?" "What was I thinking?" Jinyu smiled, "I just wanted to get closer to you." King Cold's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, he saw the guy who was caught by him, suddenly open his mouth and shout, "Change." Hearing this sentence, a guy who should have died instantly appeared in King Cold's mind. He vaguely remembered, as if his son had mentioned this person to him. "Dad, I recently discovered a very interesting guy. The race this guy belongs to is a rare race in the universe. They themselves don't have much power level, but they can swap bodies with other living beings. Before I met this guy, he had already swapped bodies with dozens of living beings. I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting guy in the universe. I have already planned to make him the captain and set up a special squadron. Cooler has a cooler armored squadron, I also want to have a special squadron." "Oh? That's a bit interesting. What's this person's name?" "Jinyu." "Jinyu. So this person is Jinyu." Chapter 43, Omniscient Master Zuno. Bang! When they heard King Cold scream from the room, the guards outside didn't dare to delay any longer, and immediately smashed the door of the room with blaster waves. King Cold. When they rushed into the room, what they saw was King Cold holding a bodyguard in his hand. It's just that the bodyguard's head was twisted to the side, clearly dead. "King Cold, he. You good for nothings. He is the murderer of the recent series of attacks." King Cold threw the body on the ground, "Clean up the scene and burn this guy's body." After saying that, King Cold walked out of the room. Yes. All the attendants knelt on the ground and watched King Cold leave. Then they looked at the corpse on the ground and said in slight surprise, "This guy is the king's personal bodyguard, how could he have the guts to attack his majesty?" "I don't know, maybe he was crazy?" He was the personal bodyguard, but he still didn't know how terrifying King Cold is. What a fool! These attendants didn't know that the King Cold they were talking about was actually the corpse on the ground. And the person who had just walked out was actually Jinyu, who had already taken over King Cold's body. When Jinyu returned to King Cold's personal room and closed the door, he finally couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Power. I can feel the power. Is this the body of a frost demon? The power in this body is surging and overflowing, as if about to explode. By the way, frost demons can also transform. King Cold, like Frieza, has always been suppressing his power. If I transform again, won't I be invincible in the world? Suddenly, Jinyu calmed down. No, I'm not invincible yet. Even if I transform into final form, I'm afraid I won't be the match of the Super Saiyan. Get stronger. I still need to get stronger. I should continue to train this body, it still has a lot of potential to develop. That's right. And those Dragon Balls? I will use them to live forever, as long as I can live forever, plus with the body of this frost demon. I, Captain Jinyu, will rule the entire universe. Just wait, Saiyan. When I surpass the limits of the frost demons, I will come look for you. The most powerful emperor in the universe will neither be Frieza nor you, Saiyan, but it will be me, Jinyu. Jaco. Does that Zuno or whatever really knows everything? Of course. Master Zuno is the most awesome person in the entire universe. His knowledge may be even greater than that eternal dragon of yours. Jaco said while driving the spaceship. At this time, Lin Chen and Tights were on Jaco's spaceship. Their goal is a mysterious planet somewhere in the universe. On this planet, there lives a mysterious person called Zuno. Based on Lin Chen's memory, this Zuno is a mysterious person who knows everything in the world. And the reason why he is looking for Zuno was to know how to travel to a parallel universe. So after returning to Earth, Lin Chen asked Tights to contact Jaco for him. Although he has instant transmission, he doesn't know the location of Zuno's planet, so he can only let Jaco lead the way. As for Tights, after hearing about Zuno, she also wanted to go see him. Is there anything more interesting than an omniscient alien? Originally, Bulma was also clamoring to come, but Lin Chen knew the little girl's true thoughts and refused directly. Zuno's planet is quite far away from Earth, and everyone has been flying for quite a few hours, so they were gradually beginning to lose patience. Jaco, how much longer would it take to arrive? Tights asked, feeling bored. 2 more hours? Jaco estimated. What? 2 hours? Your spaceship is too slow. Lin Chen's instant transmission is more convenient. Hearing Tights' words, Jaco was unhappy. Please. This spaceship was rewarded to me by Galactic King for the Battle of Planet Tu. I exchanged my life for it. Ah? Planet Tu? I heard about it from Lin Chen. So, Jaco, you died at that time? Hey, what is the world like after death? Tell me? Tights asked curiously. I don't know. Jaco turned away his head and said. Tights quickly grabbed his shoulder and asked, Don't be petty, tell me, I can use it in my new book. Jaco wondered, new book? Is Galactic Patrol Jaco finished? It's finished. Now the new book I'm serializing is called My Saiyan Boyfriend, and it is currently #1 bestseller among the new books, which is much better than Galactic Patrol Jaco. Humph. Then I won't say it. Jaco turned away his head again and pouted. As the two of them talked like they were doing a cross-talk, they finally arrived at Zuno's planet. Like Zuno, his planet is also somewhat mysterious. The planet is not big, only a few times larger than North Kai's planet, and it looks like a planet wrapped in a huge wooden box. The surface of the planet was colorful, with only Zuno's palace on it. Zuno's palace was full of Japanese style, but there was a huge escalator in front of the palace, which gave the whole palace a weird feeling. The three of them took the escalator to the passageway in front of the palace, and saw a long queue in front of them. As soon as the three of them came to a stop, several aliens who looked like samurai came over, holding a small notebook in their hands. Seeing these samurais, Tights asked, Hey? These guys look so strange, is someone among them Zuno? None of us is Zuno. We are attendants who serve Master Zuno. The samurai aliens spoke in unison. Then, they surrounded Lin Chen and others. Master Zuno said that uninvited visitors have arrived, so we came over to check. Uninvited visitors? Tights wondered. Yes, Master Zuno does not see anyone without an appointment, said one of the attendants. Ah? Jaco. Why didn't you tell us? Tights said furiously to Jaco. After flying for a few hours, they still couldn't see him. Anyone in their place would be angry. Jaco was also dumbfounded. It is the first time he has come to Zuno's planet, so he hasn't known about this kind of rule. At this time, the attendant opened the small notebook in his hand and said, "If you make an appointment now, you have to wait for 5 years, how about it? Do you want to make an appointment? 5 years?" Hearing this, Jaco had no choice but to say embarrassedly, "That I'm Galactic Patrolman, can you make an exception?" "No." Zuno's attendant refused without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 44, Zuno's Answer. What should we do? Jaco was at his wit's end. It's simple. Lin Chen smiled and stood up. "I have an appointment, let me see Zuno." "You?" Zuno's attendant was stunned for a moment, then he flipped through the book. "What's your name?" "I'll check it." "Lin Chen." "My Saiyan name is Lynx." "Lin Chen? Lynx?" After checking it carefully, the attendant said regretfully, "Sorry, you are not on the appointment list." Before he could finish his words, he noticed a golden light shine in front of him. The next moment, Lin Chen transformed into Super Saiyan, and then shot an energy wave out of the passageway. "It's ridiculous, Zuno's planet is protected by the powers of Master Zuno, you can't do any damage to the planet." Rumble. The energy wave slammed into a forest in the distance, penetrated through the ground, and came straight out from the other end of Zuno's planet. On seeing this, all the guards and the visitors' eyes widened. "Excuse me, have you found my name?" Checking. "Lin Chen, right? Please come in." The visitors who were lined up immediately moved to both sides, making way for Lin Chen. "Let's go." Lin Chen didn't transform back to normal state, and just like that with blonde hair, he walked towards the depths of the passageway. Tights was about to follow, but Jaco pulled her back. "Tights, that's Super Saiyan?" Tights replied, "Yeah. Don't you think it's cool? His hair can even turn blonde." Lin Chen also said that it can turn yellow-green, red and blue in the future. After saying that, she glanced at Jaco and said, "You wouldn't arrest him just because he destroyed a little, right?" Jaco hurriedly shook his head, "How can it be? Aren't we companions?" Ha ha ha. Soon, everyone arrived inside a hall in the depths of the building, and saw a man who looked like a Japanese samurai sitting on a bull-like flying vehicle. "He is the owner of this planet, Master Zuno." Beside Zuno, an attendant was whispering something to him, apparently reporting what had just happened outside. When Lin Chen walked in, Zuno immediately said with a straight face, "Are you the one who broke the rules and charged in?" "Why, any problem?" Lin Chen asked. Zuno didn't answer, instead looked ahead with a mysterious look. At this time, another attendant standing beside Zuno said, "Please make a tribute." In fact, Zuno's tribute requirements are very low. A kiss is enough to answer a question. If it is a beautiful woman, she may even ask more questions. But Lin Chen is the dignified king of Saiyans, how could he do such an undignified thing? What tribute? Is it this? Lin Chen raised a finger and condensed a death ball. This is one of Frieza's strongest moves, which has enough power to easily destroy a planet. As a person with mysterious powers, Zuno naturally immediately understood the power contained in this move and nodded in panic. "It's sufficient, sufficient. You can ask 1 no, 3 no, you can ask as many questions as you want." "Very good." Lin Chen flicked his hand and extinguished the death ball. "Then listen up, my question is, how do I travel to a parallel universe?" Zuno coughed and began to explain like chanting a scripture. To travel to a parallel universe, there are following methods. The first one is to use a time machine. In theory, a time machine does not actually exist. Every time you use a time machine, you are in fact traveling to a parallel universe. The second one is to become Supreme Kai and use the Supreme Kai's dedicated time ring. When the world produces a different parallel universe, a green time ring will be born, and you can use the corresponding rings to go to different parallel universes. Before Zuno could finish speaking, Lin Chen interrupted, "Wait. Zuno, what I want to know is how to get to a specific parallel universe." Lin Chen realized that he might have asked the wrong question, and Zuno's answer was not what he wanted to know. "In the parallel universe I want to go to, there is a legendary Super Saiyan who has conquered the entire South area. I want to know how to get to that universe." Zuno was stunned for a moment before replying, "Is the legendary Super Saiyan in that universe you are talking about called Broly? You know this as well?" Lin Chen was somewhat surprised and in disbelief. He didn't expect Zuno to know even this. Of course I know, my extensive knowledge is because I have a special ability similar to divination. As long as it exists in the world, there is nothing I don't know about. Zuno replied. Amazing. Lin Chen was really in admiration of this funny-looking guy. Then can you answer my question? Of course. There are two ways to go to the universe you mentioned. The first is with the help of Supreme Kai of Time Chrono. Supreme Kai of Time is the Supreme Kai who is in charge of all parallel universes. She has the ability to observe and freely enter all parallel universes. But by the way, Supreme Kai of Time is detached from all universes and is independent of Xeno's control. Unless the Supreme Kai of Time takes the initiative to summon, it is impossible for mortals to meet her. Lin Chen then asked, what about the second method? The second method. Zuno had just opened his mouth when he suddenly froze, and his body began to twitch non-stop. It was the first time that Zuno's bodyguards had seen Zuno like this. They rushed over in panic, but at this moment, Zuno raised his hand, indicating them not to approach. The second method is to find the temple's metal. Temple's metal? What is that? Lin Chen asked. This is an extremely rare metal in the universe, also known as metal of time. Supreme Kai's time ring is made of this metal. By the way, this metal has completely disappeared in our universe. It doesn't matter, I can look for eternal dragons to transmute it, and then? What should I do after finding this metal? Lin Chen continued to ask. Zuno said in reply, having metal of time is the first step. Next, you need to bring metal of time to a place where space-time is abundant, that is, space-time energy has to be poured into the metal of time. That. Without waiting for Lin Chen to ask, Zuno said, black hole is a place where space-time is abundant. To pour space-time energy into metal of time, you've to throw the metal of time into the black hole. That's it? Lin Chen frowned. Why does this method sound unreliable? Zuno nodded and said, yes, that's it. But in fact, doing so can only open a space-time door, and you can't control the universe that the space-time door leads to. However, Zuno suddenly said solemnly, my ability tells me that if a Saiyan named Lynx does this, he can open the way to the specified universe. Chapter 45 130 Days and Making Preparations Before Going to the Parallel Universe. Me? Lin Chen was a little surprised. How can he open the way to a specific universe? Hey! Are you talking nonsense again? Brother Lin Chen doesn't have superpowers, how could he do that? Tights yelled from the side. Zuno didn't even look at her, you don't have a tribute, you can't ask questions. What? You damned fatty, I woo woo woo. Before Tights could finish speaking, Jaco covered her mouth. Please, you are not Lin Chen, how can you speak to Master Zuno like this? Zuno said, if it is not someone with the same name, it is you. You have a special power in you, as long as you go to the black hole with metal of time, you can open the path to a specific universe. Could it be? Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he somewhat understands what Zuno means. The special power that Zuno was talking about was probably referring to the system in his body. In other words, as long as he takes metal of time to a black hole, his system might help him travel to the universe where another Broly is? System, is that what you meant? Lin Chen quietly asked in his mind. Ding! Replying to host, system prohibits the disclosure of relevant information before the new function meets the activation conditions. It's indirectly admitting. Lin Chen smiled and said, okay, I see, thank you. After that, Lin Chen was ready to leave. But when he had just turned around, he suddenly thought of one more thing. He turned back and asked, by the way, is there any way I can get powerful enough to rival a god of destruction in a short period of time? You've used up your chances to ask questions, Zuno said habitually, but he quickly saw an energy ball appear above Lin Chen's finger. The first method is to receive training from angels. Their training can make you get stronger quickly. The second method, no, you can only obtain such strength by training. No one has ever obtained it in one step. Zuno closed his eyes and sighed with emotion, then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen. No, if it is you, there might be a way to obtain it in one step. You really know everything. Lin Chen smiled, then turned to Tights and Jaco and said, let's go. Let's go back to Earth. Seeing Lin Chen and the others disappear, the omniscient Zuno breathed a sigh of relief. His attendant said angrily, Master Zuno, what background does that Saiyan have? Shall we ask Supreme Kai to deal with him? Forget it. He's not someone we can deal with, and not even Supreme Kai can. Afterwards, Zuno solemnly told his attendants to close the door, and decline visitors for today. After returning from Zuno's planet, Lin Chen began to prepare for his journey to another universe. Although Metal of Time Temples, as Zuno said, no longer exists in this world, Lin Chen knows that as long as he summons the Eternal Dragons, he can definitely get a block of it. However, the Eternal Dragons of the two planets had just been used not long ago. If Lin Chen wanted to use them again, he would have to wait 130 days at the earliest to make a wish on planet Namex Porunga. Although he has to wait for 130 days, these 130 days are just right for Lin Chen. After all, he is going to another parallel universe. Although Lin Chen is able to transform into Super Saiyan, he does not dare to guarantee that he will be able to return safely. 130 days is just enough time for good training. So, in the following period, Lin Chen was training on both Earth and Planet Vegeta. Sometimes, he would train in Earth's 500 times gravity chamber, and sometimes, he would fight with Han Asia as Super Saiyans. However, he felt that this kind of training was still not enough. After all, what he is going to face this time is the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who has the same bloodline as him. This Broly and the Broly that he knows, although they look similar, are two completely different people. Almost all of Saiyon's negative emotions were gathered on him, and because of the side effects of his bloodline, that Broly had nearly lost his rationality very early on and only knows fighting and killing. From what he remembers of the storyline, Goku and the others had gathered the power of 4 Super Saiyans, but they were unable to defeat the powerful Broly. In the end, they relied on all the Z warriors to concentrate all their ki on Goku to defeat him with difficulty. Lin Chen is very clear that with his current state, let alone those 4 Super Saiyans at the same time, even if he has to deal with 4 Hanasias at the same time, it will be quite difficult. If he can't improve his strength as soon as possible, when he goes to the parallel universe, he will most likely meet a bad end. Time passed, and there was not much time left until the Dragon Balls of Planet Namex will recover, but Lin Chen felt that he was still a little lacking. Compared with more than 100 days ago, his power level may have indeed improved, but this speed of improvement is far from enough for the difficulties he will face. Furthermore, Han Asia also lacks talent in combat. She was already weaker than Lin Chen in power level, so she could not give Lin Chen any new inspiration when he fought with her. Should I fight around with Broly of this world? A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Although the powerful enemy he will face in the future is Broly from another world, there is also Broly in this world. If he fights against the Broly in this world, maybe it would give him some help when he fights against another Broly? Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately went to look out, met Broly, and put forward his suggestion. Brother Lynx, do you want to have a fight with me? Yes. I may face a strong enemy soon, so I hope to improve my strength. Han Asia can't help me anymore, so I thought of you. Lin Chen happily looked at Broly in front of him. Although Broly was suppressing his aura and he could only see 5000 power level Viaduct Scouter. But with his system, he can clearly see that Broly's power level at this time has reached 1.2 million. Lin Chen knows that Broly has never trained since he was born, but he already has a power level of 1.2 million. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Broly's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline is somewhat different from Lin Chen's. If using the setting of the Dragon Ball world, Broly's bloodline is Dragon Ball Super's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, while Lin Chen's bloodline is from the movie Dragon Ball Z. Broly the legendary Super Saiyan. N0VEL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/I/N/CO/M. In terms of power level increase, Broly's bloodline is far stronger than Lin Chen's legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. So, if he can fight Broly, it will definitely help him. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, Broly was a little resistant after knowing what Lin Chen meant. Brother Lynx, I don't want to fight, even if it's you. Broly, well, just be training. Brother Lynx, have you forgotten why I came to Earth in the first place? Lin Chen was suddenly at a loss for words. Indeed, when Lin Chen brought Broly to Earth, wasn't it just to avoid the daily challenge requests of those Saiyans on Planet Vegeta? In the end, now Lin Chen is also like those people and wants to fight Broly. If so, isn't he the same as those people? Sorry Broly, I didn't consider your feelings. Realizing his mistake, Lin Chen immediately apologized. But immediately afterwards, he felt troubled. If he couldn't fight Broly, how is going to improve his strength? Chapter 46, The Mysterious Mr. Popo. Lin Chen, if you want to improve your strength, I may have a way to help you. Just when Lin Chen was feeling troubled, a voice spoke from the side. Lin Chen turned around to look and saw that it was Kami who spoke. Kami? You can help me? It's not me, it's Mr. Popo. Kami said with a smile. Mr. Popo? Lin Chen turned to look on the side, but could hardly see any expression on Popo's face. He can help me? Popo's coin-like pupils were calm as he stared at Lin Chen expressionlessly. Since Kami is saying so, Popo is willing to give you some pointers. What pointers do you plan to give? Mr. Popo, by the way, I don't have much time here. Lin Chen didn't immediately refuse. Although on the surface, he didn't know what Mr. Popo could teach him with his mere several hundred power level, but he knows that Mr. Popo is definitely not so simple. Perhaps, he can really teach me something. Popo roughly knows about your strength and that conventional methods won't help you. Popo intends to give you pointers on something else. As for the issue of time, Popo will bring you to a place. Kami, is it okay? Popo turned to Kami and asked. Kami nodded and said, Mr. Popo, are you going there? Well, you can take Mr. Lin Chen there. On the other hand, Broly also apologized to Lin Chen. I'm sorry, Brother Lynx. I couldn't help you this time. It's okay, Broly. You're a good boy, and fighting is really not for you. Lin Chen doesn't know if it's a blessing or a curse for a combat genius to become like this, but at least Broly wants this kind of life the most. Then, Lin Chen followed Mr. Popo all the way into the depths of Lookout. He followed behind Popo, went around several corridors, and steadily headed towards the bottom of the temple. At this time, Lin Chen had already realized where Popo wanted to take him. Mr. Popo, are you taking me to the hyperbolic time chamber? You know about the hyperbolic time chamber? Popo turned around and asked, but his face was still calm. Yes, I actually have one too on Planet Vegeta. Lin Chen has placed the hyperbolic time chamber on Planet Vegeta so that those young Saiyans with potential can train in it. The gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber is nothing compared to Planet Vegeta, but the empty and vast space inside is a great test for people's mental will, and is a suitable place for those young Saiyans to train their will. Hearing that Lin Chen even had a hyperbolic time chamber, Mr. Popo's face finally showed a hint of surprise, but he just opened his mouth and didn't say anything while continuing to lead the way. Finally, after walking a long circle, the two of them arrived in front of a golden gate at the bottom of the temple. We're here. Popo pushed open the door. Since you know about the hyperbolic time chamber, Popo won't explain much. A year in the hyperbolic time chamber is just one day outside. Well, train here, so it shouldn't waste your time, right? Not at all. Lin Chen walked in with a smile. Soon, a vast white space with hot and dry temperature, low air pressure and 10 times the gravity, appeared in front of them. Without wasting time, Lin Chen quickly began to train under Popo's guidance. And only then did he understand what Kami meant. What Mr. Popo wants to give guidance in is key control. Mr. Lin Chen, although you have powerful strength, your use of this strength is terrible. If you exert your full strength now, you can easily destroy a planet, right? Mr. Popo asked. That's right. Lin Chen nodded. That's why whenever he wants to fight with Han Asia, he could only do it on Planet Vegeta because the planet has been reinforced by him with the help of Dragon Balls. If it were not Planet Vegeta, and if it was another planet, Lin Chen and Hannah might have accidentally blown up the planet if they hadn't fought without reining themselves in. This is because you can't perfectly control your strength. A true expert, even if they have the power to destroy the world, they can still prevent their power from endangering others, said Mr. Popo. Lin Chen nodded and agreed. He remembered that in Dragon Ball Super, God of Destruction Beerus had once fought on Earth. With Beerus' strength, a top expert who can destroy the planet with a snap of his fingers, he did not damage Earth in the slightest even after fighting for a long time on Earth. In fact, in the later stages of Dragon Ball story, some people believed that the power system of the Dragon Ball had collapsed, but they don't know that this is actually because top experts can basically perfectly control their power. In the early stages of the story, things like tearing the land and penetrating through the planet could have been avoided by these experts. Mr. Popo continued, Popo has heard Broly say that your training style has always been focused on power and physical body. It's indeed useful for short-term strength improvement, but to get stronger, relying solely on power and physical body is not enough. So next, Popo will teach you key control, you better listen carefully. Lin Chen nodded. It was only now when he heard what Popo said that he understood why he felt as if he had encountered a bottleneck in the past. It turned out to be because of his key control and his inability to keep up with his body and power. It's like Lin Chen has a powerful weapon in his hand, but his body can't keep up with the weapon and he can't use the weapon skillfully. If he hadn't listened to what Mr. Popo said today, he probably wouldn't have known what his problem was. Just for these words, it was worth it to follow Mr. Popo into the time chamber. But that's not the only thing that surprised Lin Chen. Shortly afterwards, Mr. Popo has Lin Chen transform into Super Saiyan, and then practice with him in this state. Mr. Popo, are you sure? You might die from my punch, Lin Chen couldn't help asking. You can try, in fact Popo is really powerful, Mr. Popo said. Hearing this, Lin Chen thought of the original story of Dragon Ball. It seems that Mr. Popo has indeed had the experience of training with Super Saiyans. Although it was only with a child, he was still a Super Saiyan. Thinking of this, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Okay, Mr. Popo, then here I come. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Chen's figure appeared right in front of Mr. Popo, his right fist smashing towards Popo's face. Out of caution, Lin Chen only used 5% of his strength in this punch, but he had increased his speed to the limit. But the weird thing is that Mr. Popo easily dodged Lin Chen's seemingly sure-to-kill punch with a tilt of his neck. What? Lin Chen was taken aback. Chapter 47, Breakthrough and Thorough Preparations. Here, your punches are too clumsy. And here, you are making unnecessary movements. Your real attacks must be efficient. And here, all of these are superfluous, you should restrain your ki when attacking. If you attack like this, before the enemy is dead, you will exhaust your ki first. Control your heart and sense the flow of aura. Popo's strength is really unfathomable. Lin Chen could clearly not sense any strong aura from him, but Lin Chen, who was in Super Saiyan state, couldn't even touch Mr. Popo's body. And when Mr. Popo was dodging Lin Chen's attacks, he still had the time to give pointers while observing Lin Chen's movements. This calmness and composure was making Lin Chen lose his mind. How exactly is he doing it? Lin Chen swept his leg out, but was easily dodged by Mr. Popo. Just as he was about to continue chasing, Mr. Popo raised his hand and said, Mr. Lin Chen, your mind is in a mess. Stop for a moment and adjust your emotions. Lin Chen gasped for breath as he looked at Popo and asked, Mr. Popo, who are you? Popo said he is very strong, didn't he? Lin Chen watched Popo and couldn't help but use his system's function. System, what is Mr. Popo's power level? Soon, Lin Chen saw Mr. Popo's attribute panel. Popo. Power level, 1000. 1000? Are you kidding? With more than 1 million power level in normal state, how could he not even be able to fight him whose power level was only 1000? At this moment, a light flashed across Lin Chen's mind. Mr. Popo, are you an angel? Angels are the masters, servants, attendants, and supervisors of the god of destruction. The strength that Mr. Popo is showing at the moment, in Lin Chen's view, the only explanation that makes sense is that he is an angel. However, when Mr. Popo heard his words, his expression did not change at all. Angel? What is that? Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't ask any further questions. If Mr. Popo is really someone at the level of an angel, he must be hiding some big secret. With Lin Chen's current strength, it's better not to take the initiative to provoke him. Next, under Popo's guidance, Lin Chen constantly adjusted his control of ki, trying his best to achieve a state where he could control it easily and skillfully. Time flies. Soon, it will be almost 1 year since Lin Chen has been staying in the hyperbolic time chamber. In 1 year, although Lin Chen's power level did not grow by leaps and bounds, his temperament gradually became a little different. At this time, only 1 day has passed since Lin Chen entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Lookout was as peaceful as ever. Broly was sitting cross-legged on the border of the lookout, watching the world below. This is an ability that only Kami can have, but Broly has already learned it during his days on lookout. When he was usually bored, he would use this ability to observe the lower realms and pass the time. Suddenly, Broly's expression slightly changed. He stood up, and muttered to himself, "This key, it's Brother Link's. Has he come out?" Sure enough, Lin Chen and Mr. Popo walked out of the entrance of the temple not long after. After receiving this news, Kami rushed over and couldn't help but say after sensing Lin Chen's aura, "Your strength hasn't changed much, but your aura is much stabler than before." "Yeah, it's all thanks to Mr. Popo." After saying that, Lin Chen turned towards Popo and gave him a bow. "Mr. Popo, thank you for your guidance this year. You still have a long way to go, don't forget that strength is not everything," Mr. Popo said. Lin Chen nodded, and after saying goodbye to Broly, he performed instant transmission and returned to the lower realm to make final preparations for his departure. At this time, Lin Chen's attribute panel has changed. Host, Lin Chen. Power level, 1.56 million. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Skills, Instant Transmission, Beginner Martial Arts Talent, Beginner Unlock Potential, Perfect Key Control. Techniques, Planet Destroying Ball, Death Beam, Killer Ball, Kamehameha, After Image Fist, Instant Kamehameha. In 1 year, besides his power level increasing to 300,000, Lin Chen's biggest gain is one skill. The previous key control skill has changed into perfect key control. Although there is only one more word, Lin Chen knows that just this one word has increased his true strength by a full 30%. Now, Planet Nameki's Dragon Ball has almost recovered, and it's time for him to prepare to carry out the system's task. But after all, he is going to a parallel universe and he didn't know how long he would be there. Some things had to be arranged. Whether it was Tights and others or Planet Vegeta, Lin Chen has to make arrangements for them. By the time he was done with everything, 3 more days had passed. Planet Namek, with the sound of a low roar, black clouds floated over from the horizon and Planet Namek, which doesn't have night, fell into darkness. Then, amidst the sounds of lightning and thunder, the huge body of Eternal Dragon Porunga appeared in the sky. "The person who has gathered the Dragon Balls, state thy wish." Porunga's voice resounded between heaven and earth. "Okay, Lin Chen, state your wish." Nail said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and told his wish, "I hope to get Medal of Time Temples." When Nail translated Lin Chen's words, Porunga was silent for a moment before he said, "Medal of Time Temples is a medal that only Supreme Kai can use. What are you going to do with it?" "I have my own use for it, can you transmute it?" Lin Chen responded. Porunga said loudly, "Yes, but Medal of Time is an item of gods. To get it, you have to use up the 3 wishes. 3 wishes? Okay." Lin Chen summoned the Eternal Dragon this time for nothing else except Medal of Time. "It's fine if it's using 3 wishes." The next moment, an unremarkable piece of silver metal appeared in front of Lin Chen. Although it looked unremarkable, when Lin Chen picked up this piece of metal, he could feel a strange power from it. This power was a bit weird. Lin Chen didn't dare to touch it for too long, so he wanted to throw the metal into his system space. However, as Medal of Time was about to enter the system space, it suddenly popped out by itself. Medal of Time and Lin Chen's system space were surprisingly repelling each other. Is it because the space-time power in the metal is incompatible with the system space? Lin Chen thought for a while, but he could only take out a box and put the piece of metal in the box and carry it in his hand. "Nail, I'm leaving. This time I'm going to a faraway place. If Planet Namek has any pressing matters, you can contact Planet Vegeta." After saying that, Lin Chen performed instant transmission and left Planet Namek. Chapter 48, The New Function of the System and Getting Time Points. In the universe, black holes are actually not rare. These things that cannot be detected by the naked eyes are like traps in the universe. Every race that has mastered the ability to travel through the universe puts emphasis on putting their coordinates on interstellar charts. After getting Medal of Time, Lin Chen's next destination was Planet Vegeta. He didn't stay for much longer there. After confirming the location of the black hole closest to Planet Vegeta, he performed instant transmission and arrived in the starry sky near the black hole. Even he, who can transform into a Super Saiyan, couldn't resist the power of a black hole, so the place where he teleported to was far away from the black hole. As soon as he left the instant transmission state, Lin Chen immediately transformed into Super Saiyan, and at the same time covered his body with an energy layer to protect himself. Black hole ice over there. With only a simple sweep of his senses, he found the trace of the black hole. In that direction, he could not sense anything. Black holes attract all matter, including energy, so as long as he finds a place where he can't sense anything, that's naturally where the black hole is. After flying for an hour, Lin Chen could gradually feel the astonishing gravitational force of the black hole. If he continued to move forward, it might be dangerous. So, he stopped and according to Zuno's information, took out the Metal of Time. Throwing Metal of Time into a black hole can open the space-time door, and my system can control the destination of the space-time door? Lin Chen muttered, hesitating a little before throwing the Metal of Time in the direction of the black hole. I hope that Zuno didn't lie to me, otherwise I'll make sure to teach him a good lesson. Under his gaze, this precious metal that has disappeared from the universe slowly drifted towards the depths of the black hole. Suddenly, a sparkling light rose from the piece of metal, and shortly afterwards, he saw the Metal of Time, which was originally a metal block, bent because of the powerful gravitational pull as strange lines appeared. After a while, the Metal of Time seemed to be unable to withstand it, and it shattered under the pull of gravity before disappearing. The piece of Metal of Time that I spent 3 wishes to get, is gone just like this? Lin Chen was about to shout abuses at Zuno for being unreliable, when suddenly he saw a blood-red space crack-like mouth of a ferocious beast appearing where Metal of Time had just disappeared. The crack kept getting bigger and bigger, extending until a huge tear appeared, just enough for Lin Chen to pass through. Could this be the space-time door? Lin Chen was trying to confirm it when a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Confirming that the space-time door has appeared, activating the space-time traveling function. Please spend time points to choose your destination. Sure enough, everything is as Zuno said. A new function appeared in the system when the space-time door opened. Moreover, listening to the prompt, it seems this new function allows him to choose the world he wants to go to. But... System, what are time points? Ding! Replying to the host's trip to the parallel universe will interfere with its timeline. In order to offset the impact of the interference on timeline, the system needs to consume a special kind of energy, which is time points. As long as the host corrects the history of the current timeline, time points can be obtained. Lin Chen frowned. Correct the history of the current timeline? What does this mean? However, this time system did not answer, but gave Lin Chen a countdown. Ding! Reminding the host that the newly formed space-time door is not stable. Please consume time points to confirm the destination within an hour, otherwise the space-time door will be closed. What? Seeing the countdown in front of him, Lin Chen scratched his head. This system seems to like making trouble. If it knew it had such a function, couldn't it tell me in advance? Giving me just an hour, where can I get the time points? Wait a minute. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly froze, and the next moment, he performed instant transmission and returned to Lookout on Earth. On Lookout, Kami was observing down below when he suddenly sensed Lin Chen's aura behind him. He turned around his head in surprise and asked, Mr. Lin Chen? Why are you back again? Lin Chen waved his hand and said, let's not talk about that. Kami, where are the Dragon Balls you got when we returned from Planet Namek last time? Dragon Balls? I have already put them away. I created them to provide the world with the power to fulfill their dreams, but human beings. Okay. Quickly take them out for me. Lin Chen said hurriedly with a serious tone, which startled Kami. Ah? Oh. Seeing this, Kami had no choice but to ask Mr. Popo to take out the Dragon Balls, but the Dragon Balls at this moment were still stone. Lin Chen frowned and asked, Kami, can you tell me the number of stars corresponding to these stones? Sure, this is the 1-star bead, this is the 2-star bead, this is... Lin Chen noted them down one by one in his heart, then picked up all the beads and threw them into his system space. Kami, I'll send these Dragon Balls to the lower realm, goodbye. After saying that, in front of Kami and Mr. Popo's eyes, Lin Chen again disappeared. Looking at Lin Chen who came and went like the wind, Kami was a little dumbfounded. Mr. Popo, what is Lin Chen up to? Mr. Popo said, Kami, it seems Lin Chen wants to return the Dragon Balls to the lower realm. At this moment, on Mount Baozu, Lin Chen appeared in Goku's house. This time, there was still no one in little Goku's house, and Lin Chen also didn't stay for long. He took out the 4-star bead, which was still a stone from the system space, and rolled it under Goku's bed. Then, Lin Chen came to Kame house. There was no one here either. And Lin Chen still didn't stay here for long. He just found a place to put down the 3-star bead and left. Then, Lin Chen kept teleporting and placing the few Dragon Balls in the Ox King's castle and other places. After all the 7 Dragon Balls were dealt with, sure enough, a prompt appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Confirming that the history has been corrected. Congratulations host for obtaining 1 time point. Sure enough. Lin Chen clenched his fist. The so-called correction of history is actually to set the course of the world in the direction of the original story of Dragon Ball. Originally, because of the Planet Tu incident, Lin Chen asked Kami to gather all the Dragon Balls on Earth, so the story of the 7 Dragon Balls might not have happened in this world. But now that Lin Chen has put the 7 Dragon Balls back where they belonged, the story of the Dragon Ball world may continue to unfold. Chapter 49, Traveling Through Space-Time and Familiar Yet Unfamiliar World. Relying on instant transmission, when Lin Chen again appeared in front of the space-time door, only half an hour had passed. Using instant transmission so many times and so quickly is also the first time for Lin Chen. So, after he returned, Lin Chen was half dead from exhaustion and couldn't help gasping for breath. After a long while, Lin Chen looked at the space-time door which hadn't undergone any changes and asked in his heart. System, can I now set the destination of the space-time door? Ding! Replying to the host, please confirm the timeline you want to go to. Then, I want to go to the timeline where choice 3 can be completed. The next moment, Lin Chen sensed a force shot out of his body and hitting the space-time door. Immediately, the color of the blood-red space-time door began to change, from the blood-red to blue. When the color of the space-time door stabilized to deep blue, the system issued a prompt, ding. The destination of the space-time door has been set, please cross as soon as possible. Hearing this, Lin Chen was about to leave, but he suddenly thought of one more thing. By the way, how will I come back after I pass? This must be clarified first. Ding! Replying to the host, after you pass through the space-time door, you will leave coordinates at the place you arrive. If the host wants to go back, you only need to return to that place. But after opening it again, the space-time door will disappear. The next time you want to use it, time points need to be consumed again. I see, a time point is equivalent to a round-trip ticket that can be used once? Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and headed for the space-time door and entered. Somewhere in the universe. Unknown time. In the originally deathly still darkness, a blood-red crack suddenly appeared in the space that should have been empty. The crack continued to spread out, stopping when it became a rectangular space door that was enough for one person to pass through. Shoo! A figure suddenly emerged from it, and immediately, the space door behind him, which had been transformed from a crack, began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red sphere that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This is the parallel universe which has another Broly? The figure that appeared from the space door was Lin Chen, who had traveled through space-time. Staring at the dazzling stars around him, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and then he used instant transmission to head towards the coordinates of Planet Vegeta in his memory. Arriving at Planet Vegeta's location in the original world, as expected, Lin Chen did not see the planet at the location where it was transferred by the Eternal Dragon. Where there should be Planet Vegeta, there is currently nothing. This is really another world. If that's the case, then I should go find Broly. I remember he is in the south area. In his memories, the story of legendary Super Saiyan wreaking havoc happened in the south area. This story is originally the plot of the Dragon Ball movie The Burning Battle. This movie tells that before Planet Vegeta was destroyed, King Vegeta tried to kill Broly because he was afraid that Saiyan Paragus' son Broly would be a danger to Vegeta. Unexpectedly, neither Broly nor Paragus died. Instead, they relied on Broly's strength to escape and came to the south area. After that, Paragus used Broly's strength to wreak havoc in the south area and established the new planet Vegeta, intending to get revenge against the surviving Saiyan Vegeta and others. Now, since the system wants Lin Chen to liberate the south area controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan, Lin Chen naturally has to go to the south area to find Broly and Paragus' whereabouts. Lin Chen held his breath and concentrated, but after a while, he was stunned. Well, where's the south area? Even in the original world, Lin Chen had never been to the south area, and his instant transmission could not be performed if he didn't know the location of his destination. What should I do? Lin Chen scratched his head. Got it. The next moment, he performed instant transmission again, but this time the destination was Earth. He remembered that Paragus made a special trip to Earth to get revenge on Vegeta in the storyline. If he arrives on time, he might be able to go with them. I wonder if the timeline of this world has progressed to the time when the plot of the burning battle happened? But even if it hasn't, it doesn't matter. He can just look for Kami in this world and ask him to take him to the other world, and then he can go to North Kai's planet from there to look for North Kai. At that time, he could still know the location of the south area. When he appeared on Earth, Lin Chen discovered this world's era at a glance, probably many years later than his original world. Because Lin Chen often travels to West City, every time Lin Chen uses instant transmission to come to Earth, he will stop over in West City first. And it was no surprise this time too. It's just that when Lin Chen appeared above West City, he found that the West City under his feet was much more prosperous than his original world. In the city, there are many more billboards that he has never seen before. From this, it can be judged that the era of this world should be many years later than his original world, and the storyline of the Dragon Ball world should have already begun. I just don't know which age it is. After thinking about it for a bit, Lin Chen relaxed his mind and swept his senses through the auras on the entire planet. Soon, he discovered many powerful auras. There were several auras, clearly belonging to Saiyan, and one of them he was more familiar with. This is Vegeta? Sure enough, Vegeta has appeared on Earth, and there is no battle yet, so the timeline of this world should only be after Frieza was defeated. I just don't know whether it's time for the plot of the burning battle. Thinking of this, Lin Chen directly performed instant transmission and appeared near Vegeta's location. It was a sakura forest. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, everyone at the scene detected his aura. Who is it? The next moment, Lin Chen was surrounded by a group of people. Seeing these familiar faces, Lin Chen couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Vegeta, Future Trunks, Son Gohan, Turtle Hermit, Bulma, Oolong and others. This world's time is indeed many years later than the time of his world. Looking at them, androids have already appeared? That hello. Lin Chen waved at the crowd and said with a smile. But his greeting did not dispel the vigilance of the people in front of him. Vegeta stared at Lin Chen, his eyes first glancing at the battle armor on Lin Chen's body and then landed on the tail wrapped around his waist as he exclaimed, Saiyan? Are you a Saiyan? Yes, I'm a Saiyan. My name is Lynx, you can also call me by my Earth name, Lin Chen. Chapter 50, A Different World with No Cell Games. Impossible. Hearing Lin Chen admit that he is a Saiyan, Vegeta waved his hand, the only Saiyans left in this world are me, Kakarot, and our sons. How can there still be Saiyans? Looking at Vegeta's disdainful look, Lin Chen had to admit that compared to this grown-up Vegeta, the little Vegeta in his world, who begged him to become his teacher is cuter. You're right as well as wrong, but I'm not a Saiyan of your world. I'm from another space-time. Another space-time? Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Most of them didn't understand what Lin Chen said, but don't forget that there was a super genius Bulma present. She hugged little Trunks, who was still a baby, and squeezed over from the other side. Another space-time? Are you a Saiyan from another parallel universe? Just like Trunks? Bulma, stay away from him, this person is still very suspicious. Vegeta immediately shouted when he saw his wife get near. Trunks was also very nervous, Mom, be careful. It's okay. He shouldn't be lying. Bulma in this world is as carefree as the Bulma in Lin Chen's world. She said to future Trunks, I don't think he is lying. Don't forget, Trunks, aren't you also from a parallel universe? After Trunks heard it, he was stunned. It seems that his mother is right, isn't he from the future of a parallel universe? That being the case, it doesn't seem impossible that Saiyan from a different parallel universe can appear. Hey, hey! How did you come to our world? Do you also have a time machine? Bulma continued to ask curiously. Lin Chen said, I actually got stranded here because of an accident and not because of any time machine. My scouter just now had detected that there are powerful people here, so I came over to take a look, but I didn't expect to meet you all here. Looking at them, Lin Chen knew that they were holding a cherry blossom viewing party, and it should be just before the plot of the burning battles happened. In the plot of the burning battles, Paragus appeared during the cherry blossom viewing party. Lin Chen suspects that Paragus may appear at any time now, so he doesn't intend to explain too much. Fortunately, most of the people present, except for Bulma, are not only those who only know training, but also those who only know about food and beauties, and Bulma's personality is also carefree. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't have anything else to say, she also didn't insist. Therefore, everyone soon stopped bothering Lin Chen about his origins. On the contrary, little Gohan and others enthusiastically invited Lin Chen, a wanderer from another world, to participate in their cherry blossom viewing party. Son Gohan also told him that when his father comes over, he would introduce Lin Chen to him. The cherry blossom viewing party started again. Everyone lay down on the grass and started singing karaoke. The Tsundere Vegeta hid on the side again, leaning on the tree and closing his eyes. Everything is just like the plot of the burning battles in Lin Chen's memory. Knowing that Paragus will arrive soon, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to look for Broly, instead he plans to let the plot develop naturally. Moreover, being able to chat with these familiar characters in front of him is also a rare experience for Lin Chen. After all, there are many people here, who in Lin Chen's world, are either not yet born or are still children, and the one Lin Chen is most familiar with is them of this age. When Krillin started to sing, Lin Chen asked Gohan about the situation in this world because he wanted to know about Saiyans on Earth. As a result, Lin Chen discovered that this parallel universe was indeed a different world from the Dragon Ball world he knew of. If the original work's Dragon Ball world that Lin Chen knows about is regarded as the main world, then Lin Chen's own world is a parallel world of the Dragon Ball world. And this world, like Lin Chen's world, is also a parallel world different from the main world. In this world, Cell games didn't happen. Although both androids and Cell appeared one after another, the storyline was different from Dragon Ball's main world that Lin Chen knows of after Cell absorbed 17. In this world, in order to defeat 17 and 18, Vegeta, Goku and others entered the hyperbolic time chamber one after another, gaining strength beyond Super Saiyan. As a result, when Cell was in his second form, Vegeta did not allow Cell to absorb 18 like in the main world, instead he directly killed him. Since then, the storyline has changed. Because there was no perfect Cell in this world, there was no Cell games, and humans did not learn that such terrifying monsters exist in this world, so the world still maintains peace, just like what Lin Chen can see now. So it's like this. After listening to Gohan's explanation, Lin Chen also cleared up the suspicions that he had until now. When he watched the burning battles before, he didn't understand something. The timeline of the burning battles should be 10 days before Cell games, but even though a decisive battle is coming soon, and there is Cell, a powerful enemy waiting, why did Vegeta and others go all the way to the south area? End of the world was coming, but why were people on Earth still lining up to enroll their children in schools? It turns out to be because Cell had already died. Trunks, did your father save the world? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Trunks who was beside him. The latter lowered his head and blushed, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Bulma smiled and said, even if he saved the world, he can't even sing well. Do you know why he is hiding on the side? It's because he is embarrassed that he doesn't sing as well as Krillin. Ha ha ha. The others laughed when they heard it. Bulma. Vegeta suddenly jumped out from behind a cherry blossom tree and shouted angrily. Just then, above everyone's head, it suddenly turned dark, and then a huge spaceship suddenly appeared in front of them. It's here. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The others stood up one after another with a look of wariness. Trunks? That spaceship? Gohan asked. Yes, there seems to be a Saiyan on it. Trunks nodded. Humph. What's going on today? Why has another Saiyan appeared? Lynx, is he your friend? Vegeta asked, the arrogant look on his face returning. No, I don't recognize this spaceship and the Saiyan on it. Lin Chen said. Amidst everyone's discussion, the spaceship landed on the grassland not far from them, and then, a big group of aliens in purple armor walked down from the spaceship and then rushed towards everyone.